This story is difficult to recall in total. Little slices of it I do remember, but there are gaps. I do still remember this being one of the most frightening things that I've ever witnessed. My family and I, we lived in a small, 2-bedroom apartment in Jeonju. Our apartment was built in the suburb of Pelbokdong. It is a very industrial area, and we live there because it is very cheap to live in that place. When I'm turning 7 years old, my family had a birthday event to celebrate my age. It was a fun day. Every one of my friends came to visit me, and we all had cake, and I was able to open lots of gifts. The happy memories, they are gone after this though, because that is when I start to see the mysterious guest. I thought at first she is a parent of my friend's, standing there in the back, wearing her sunglasses. I think to myself, it is very, very strange that this woman is wearing sunglasses inside of our apartment. Later that night, when all my friends have left to go back to their homes, she is still there. She is out in the common yard area that I can see from my bedroom window. She still is wearing those dark sunglasses and staring up to my window. I tell my parents about this. They lock all the doors and they tell me that there is no woman. There was no woman like that at the party. They look out my window as I point to where I just saw the woman standing. But there is nothing. This would not be the last time that I would see her. Later at night, very late now, I open my eyes as I realize I am thirsty and I need to go to the kitchen to get myself a drink of water. This is when I see that woman again. Not out of the window, not in the common yard, but standing right in front of me, in my room, bending over the foot of my bed. Her face, it is very close to mine now, and I see that these sunglasses, they are not glasses, they are holes. Holes where eyes should be. This woman, she reaches out for me, and I scream for my parents. This seems to scare her as she runs and hides inside my closet. My parents run to me through my door. They yell and shout a lot, asking me what is wrong. I point and I yell. I scream to them that a woman tries to get me, to take me. I keep on pointing at my bedroom closet, and my father runs there and opens it. That woman, with no eyes, stares back at him. She just crouches there in the closet, staring at us. My parents are screaming now too. We all run to my little brother's room to get him, and we run to our car, and we drive fast away from that apartment. We did not return to that place, only to send for our belongings. We moved far away to a new suburb, and now, all these years later, I live far away from Jeonju. Many people tell me that I imagined that night, that nothing ever happened. But I will not ever forget that fear that I felt that night. I don't know what that woman is. Maybe she is Jongbin Nanyuayucha. It is known here as Hollow-Eyed Woman. Maybe it was just a crazy woman. But how did she see with no eyes?
My friends and I like to hike. A trail we frequently visit and occasionally camp in is the Mukbadong Loop in the Jirisan National Park. This trail is very expansive and can be difficult for inexperienced hikers to find their way. It should not be undertaken by those with little or no experience, as if you go there without knowing your way, you will most certainly become lost. My friends and I planned to go to the trail on the coming weekend after work. We had all finished our work week come Friday, and we packed up our friend's car, ready to drive out to Jirisan. We are all in very high spirits on the drive to the park. We are all very passionate about the outdoors and look forward to any opportunity to get outside in the fresh air. On the way back, my friend remarks that the storm clouds look very dark, and we hope it will be okay for our weekend. We arrive at the entrance to the park, and we make our way to where we always camp, and we proceed to get our tent set up. We will start our hiking tomorrow morning. Early in the morning, we wake and begin cooking our breakfast. We laugh and joke around together before gathering our things into our packs and starting off on the trail. This is where my scary story will begin. It began during our hiking on this day. We would hear things, not normal sounds of the outdoors, strange sounds. Sometimes almost like a chittering laughing noise from just past the tree lines. It began as innocent, but over time became louder and more intrusive to us. This continues all the while up the trail. At times, the noises and strange sounds become quiet. At times, they became so loud, it feels like people are whispering in our ears. It is very strange. As we are setting up our camp for the night, we are all feeling very unsettled, but it still is best to remain here for the night. Even if we are to leave now, it will take us all day to reach the base, and then we still need to return to our car. So, we all go to our tents for the night and we try our best to sleep. We will start our hike back down tomorrow as these experiences have become too much for us. I would only hope that this would be the end of those. The next thing that happened is why I have never been back to the trail. Why do my friends never go back there also? It was very late at night when I woke up to the sound. This sound that I have never heard before. Different again to the chittering laughter of before. This time, almost like a fluctuating laugh, but mixed with crying, like a high-pitched child laughing, then into a deep voice crying. I was scared, laying in my tent, because this sound was not alone. It was accompanied by footsteps, footsteps that began far off, but moving undoubtedly closer to the tent. Walking around our campsite, this was very real and very dangerous now that I think about it. This is not just noises anymore that can be passed off as anything. There is someone very real who, at this time, sounds utterly deranged, walking around our campsite. The footsteps continue, slowly now. The leaves crunching under this person's feet, and this person sounds as though they are barefoot. It is then I see the zipper inside my tent begin to move, side to side, up and down. They are trying to come in. I know this. I grab the zipper and I hold it. I hold it as tight as I can to stop it from opening. Whoever is out there, they pull hard, very hard now. And I hear something terrible. A low, almost growling voice mutters from outside, "Let me in." It is very quiet. I am crying now. I'm terrified. The voice comes again. "Let me in. And I cannot contain my fear. I fall to the mattress in my tent, burying my face to the pillow and praying that this person will just go away. It is then the person stops trying to open the zipper. I think maybe this is over, but even 5 seconds later, I hear the most frightening thing I have ever heard in my life as this person kicks my tent and screams, "Let me in!" I grab the zipper again and I hold it so tight, it cuts into my hand. I am cowering now, my face in my pillow and holding the sleeping bag over me, begging that this person will just leave me alone. Whatever or whoever might be up there, maybe hears my prayer. Because this person now, I hear them walking away from my tent. I am shaking uncontrollably now, and I am crying. I have never felt this scared in my life. I lay there at my tent all night until I can see the sun is coming up. I am still not entirely assured of getting out of my tent, but I must if we are to leave this place. I slowly unzip my tent and climb out. At first, I felt a great relief at the sight of my friend standing at our campsite. But that is only until I see their faces. They are staring up, and they are visibly very, very scared, almost paralyzed. I follow their gaze, and I wish I did not. Sitting there, up high in the trees, is a disgusting childlike figure. He is dressed in rags and is smiling at us, with what I can only say is pure evil in its eyes. It crouches on the branch where it sits, and it smiles down upon us. I notice that it holds in its hands a very large knife, and I do not want to know what it wants to do with that knife. Then, suddenly, it leaps down to us, screaming that horrible scream from the night before. We did not bother to grab our things. We only ran, very fast away from that campsite down toward the base. As fast as we ran, we could still hear sounds around us, everywhere and all at once. We finally make it to the bottom, and we get in our car, and we never, ever go back to that cursed place. Still, we don't know. What was it? Still, we don't know. What was that? There's no way a kid will be out on that trail. Ghost? Demon? Something else? We don't know. But what we do know is how very lucky we are. 2 weeks later, there are news reports of brutal murders on that trail. 2 hikers ripped apart in an apparent knife attack. No suspect was ever found.
Do you ever stay at the hotel where you just feel uneasy? This was my experience recently. I still have no genuine explanation for this, and it is something that has caused me to go to therapy, because still, I don't know if what I heard was in my head or in reality. I am a businessman living in Seoul. I travel frequently for my job, and because we had business outside of Seoul, in another city, I was staying in a hotel in Wonju. It had been a very tiring day for me, and I was preparing to get into the bed. As I'm making for myself a cup of tea, I hear this faint, scratching sound. This does not unsettle me as much as it just frustrates me. I must wake up early in the morning, and I will not be able to sleep with this annoying scratching sound. But I just wait, and I hope that it will stop. As I'm drinking my tea, I notice that this scratching sound, it continues, starting and stopping, and then again. It is getting very unpleasant now. So, I get up and I put my ear to the wall where I think it is coming from. But I realize it is not coming from another room. It is coming out of the closet in my own room. I feel a bit scared now, as I do not know what this could be. Perhaps just rodents. I decide I will leave this door closed, as I do not want to open it and let something out if it is rats. Thankfully, after some time, the scratching noise does stop and I am able to get a good night's sleep. The following day, I go about my business as usual. I will be here in this city another 2 nights. I have meetings on this day and other things to get done, and after this, I return again to the hotel. I plan on stopping into the front desk to ask them what could possibly be that scratching sound. I do not get to ask them this question, however, as I am stopped at the door by police officers. The officers, they ask me if I am staying at this hotel, and they ask me what is my room number. I tell them, and I am frightened as they turn me around and put me in handcuffs. I do not understand what is happening. I am taken to a group of detectives who ask me a lot of questions. The officer who put me in the handcuffs, he goes to the desk to ask something. He then returns and unlocks my handcuffs, explaining to his colleagues that this is not who they are looking for. They then explain to me something that will still haunt me into the end of my life. They explain to me that a woman was found in my hotel room today, tied up in the closet, deceased. A million terrible thoughts run through my head. The scratching sound I heard from the closet. Was she alive? If I had just opened that closet, may I have saved her life? These thoughts, they were ended after the detectives proceeded to explain. They say to me, "We are not suspecting you, as you only checked into this hotel yesterday." This woman, she has been dead for at least a week. This is a story about when I went to the beach. On that day, I went to the beach with my friends, Tanaka and Sato. We did not have an exact plan on where to go, but we just drove around until we found a nice, sandy beach. "Hey, is this place good?" "Idiot, it's very crowded. It's better to have more space." While driving and talking back and forth to each other, I found a nice, sandy beach mixed with rocky areas, just a short ways off from the crowded beach. There are almost no other people here, and we really liked the atmosphere. It looked like a secret place, so we decided to stop the car and stay there. Before entering the sea, we inflate our floating rings and float mats that we had brought with us. To be honest, I'm not very good at swimming. The floating ring, it is my lifeline. Playing in the water itself was quite fun. The sea without all the people, it is comfortable and the weather is nice and clear. It is a perfect day for swimming, playing with the beach ball or just drifting on the water. Whilst we were all enjoying the water, Tanaka said he was going to the bathroom. "If you need to do that, you can do it here." "Shut up. I saw a toilet at the beach over there, so I'm going over there." After seeing Tanaka take off, I also felt like taking a break. So, I lay down on the float mat and I put it over the edge of the beach. I thought soon it must have been about 10 minutes since Tanaka had left. I was just beginning to get a bit sleepy, laying on that mat, when I heard a voice calling from the sea. This woke me up.
"Hey!"
The voice called. I looked around to see where this voice was calling from, and I saw a figure, one that looked like Sato waving to me, just a bit offshore.
"Hey!"
"What? Did something happen?" I called back to him.
"Hey!"
I called out to him some more, but I thought maybe he can't hear me. He was just waving his hand toward me. Curiosity begins to get the better of me, so I row the float mat out to where Sato is.
"Hey!"
"What are you doing? You can't swim well."
"Hey!"
I call out some more while getting closer. But no matter what I say, he just repeats,
"Hey!"
"What the hell?" I was wondering. But then I began to notice. Who is that guy? I thought that it was Sato because he was a similar height. But if I look closely, this is a completely different person. More concerningly, this individual is not wearing a floating ring. Sato, who has even less swimming ability than I do, he cannot come out to a place this deep, not without the floating ring. This man, he had stopped calling to me now, and he just stared at me with no expression. I was so scared, I hurriedly turned around and tried to go back to the sandy beach. However, the tide flows quickly. No matter how much I push the float mat, I cannot go back to the shore. It is too strong. While I'm struggling, something grabs my right ankle. I was dragged into the sea with tremendous force. Although I struggled desperately, my hands, they slipped away from the float mat. "No, I'm going to die. Help me." In my struggles, my lungs are taking in water. I cannot take it much longer. Just when I'm thinking that it's all over for me, I'm saved by a surfer who happened to be nearby. A few seconds longer, and I would have been gone. I was pulled up onto the surfer's board and he took me back to the sandy beach while I struggled to breathe. Tanaka and Sato, they looked surprised. They rushed to my side when I got up from the sea. "Hey, are you okay?" They turned to the surfer. "I'm sorry for the inconvenience, but thank you for helping our friend." "No, I'm glad I noticed it early. It's just..." "What? What happened?" The surfer turned and answered Tanaka's words. "You'd better stop swimming here. I saw it when I was trying to pull him up onto my board. There was a man hanging on his foot from the water. That's probably not human." On my right ankle, there was a bruise in the shape of a human hand. According to what I heard later, that place is prohibited from swimming because there are many remote streams. It is a place where local people never swim. Even now, when I hear a voice calling,
Hey.
I remember the immense fear that I felt at that time.
I know a ghost story. I don't remember everything perfectly, but I'll try my best. It's about this writer. I can't remember his name. This is a kind of urban legend. This is the kind of story you might hear sat around the campfire on a summer night. Anyway, this writer grew sick of the city, and he wanted to move somewhere else. He wanted to live life deep in the mountains, so he had a small wooden lodge built, and he moved out into the middle of nowhere. There was no electricity, gas, plumbing, or even a phone. There was just a fireplace. So, since the only heat source was a fireplace, the writer spoke with some people in the village at the foot of the mountain and found a married couple who sold charcoal on the side. He spoke with them and worked out a deal where he would get a delivery of charcoal once a week. He was living a good life out there in the mountains. He would plow fields, and when he felt like it, he would write. One peaceful night, he was awoken from his sleep by a strange noise. It was a kind of scratching sound. What the hell was that? With bleary eyes, he went in search of the sound. From here on, I will switch to the first person. There was light. There was a fire still burning in the fireplace, and I could see, albeit it was dark. The lodge wasn't exactly big, so it was easy to see your surroundings. Something stood out. There was something in front of one of the walls. It was just a simple wall made out of logs, and in front of that wall was the silhouette of a person. It was doing something. I couldn't quite make it out though. It looked like a very thin and slim silhouette. It was barely visible in the darkness. It was definitely human-like, and definitely there. I could see from the back. I could only see from the back, but judging from its movements and the direction it was facing, I guessed that it was scratching the wall. It made sense because I could hear that scratching sound. I watched, and its movement continued. I don't know why, but I didn't care all that much. I just kind of fell asleep. Perhaps that was because I was really tired, I don't know. Maybe I'm just a laid-back guy. When I woke up in the morning, I went about my usual morning routine, and I almost didn't notice what was on the wall. Some messy scribbled letters were scrawled on the wall. It was hard to make out what they were, but on closer inspection, I realized that they said, "Kill" and "Help." The color of these letters was pitch black, and I presumed that they were made with charcoal. I looked at the floor, and there was powdered charcoal down there. I was really interested in this, and I wondered if the same phenomenon would happen again at night. When night fell, I made sure that my gas lanterns were lit in all four corners of the lodge, and there was plenty of logs on the fire. If that shadow appeared again, I was ready to take a closer look. I pretended to be asleep in bed, and I waited. I don't know how long I waited, but eventually I heard that scratching sound. I tried to leap out of bed, but I found that I couldn't move a muscle. Was this some kind of sleep paralysis? I guessed so because all I could do was move my eyes. So I looked towards the direction of the scratching sound. Unlike last night, the lodge was much brighter. However, the shadowy figure still looked like a complete dark silhouette. I had moved my bed that night, and this time I was looking at the shadow side on. It was definitely humanoid. It was writing on the wall. I looked at the thing's hand, and I couldn't see any charcoal in its grasp. It was using its finger to write. The moment I realized this, it stopped. It was like I had paused a scene in a movie. It didn't move a muscle. Then, its head slowly turned to face me. It was agonizing. I couldn't take it. I felt as if I was losing my mind. I couldn't turn away, and I couldn't close my eyes. I was about to see its face. It didn't have a face. It was like there was a black hole there. It was entirely featureless. The stench of spoiled and burnt meat attacked my nose, and that was when I realized what it was. It wasn't a shadow. It was a burnt person. I must have passed out, and when I came to in the morning, there were more letters etched into the wooden walls which surrounded me. There was only one word this time, and that word was help. That was all I could stand in that lodge. I got dressed and I ran for the village at the bottom of the mountain. I needed to be around people. It felt like it took the longest time to get back to civilization. I went into the only bar they had there, and I ordered a drink. The barmaster asked me about the lodge, and if everything was okay, and I told him my tale, and I fully expected him to laugh at me, but he didn't. It was here that I heard an unexpected and terrifying story. The couple I had bought the charcoal from had been arrested. They had a daughter, and unbeknownst to the town, they had been punishing her physically. One day, it went too far, and the young high school student sadly passed away. Her parents burned her in an attempt to hide the evidence. They threw her body into a kiln. The daughter's high school teacher was concerned by her absence at school and had her own suspicions about her parents. The police got involved and discovered human remains in the kiln, and her parents were arrested. They confessed under police interrogation. I nearly threw up when something dawned on me. The charcoal that the couple had been delivering. It couldn't be, could it? The daughter's remains? I returned to the lodge after a few more drinks and collected all the remaining pieces of what I was told was charcoal and took them to a local temple to mourn for that girl's spirit.
I have one terrible story that I encountered in the past. For disclosure, all names in this story are pseudonyms. A few years ago, when I was still a student, this was before summer, my friend S borrowed a camper van from his family. It was quite big, and it has room for up to 4 or 5 adults. So, we were all very excited. As soon as we checked out the camper van, we started talking about travelling somewhere. I invited my friend T, who I often hung out with at the time, and all 3 of us went on a road trip during our university vacation. A random trip, with no fixed route or destination. Since we were driving a camper van, we were not tied down to hotel bookings or prefixed schedules. We were just driving around as much as we wanted. Even at night time, we are running here and there, and when we get tired, we just park the car and take a nap. This was all really fun. With that in mind, I searched around for hot springs and public baths. These things are quite common for relaxation in Japan. On that day, I was driving on a mountain road at night with S. I think it was around 10 o'clock at night. A lonely street, far away from the town, with a series of hairpin passes. I was just joking around with S. I was in the passenger seat, and T was sleeping in the back. As we were driving down a pitch-black mountain road, suddenly, I see a parent and a child in the light of the headlights. A middle-aged woman wearing a cardigan and a small boy about 2 or 3 years old. We were not going that fast, but it was a mountain road at night. A person suddenly appearing in a place where I thought no one was. We were shocked. S hurriedly turned the steering wheel and fortunately, we passed the place without causing any accident. To be honest, I already thought it was strange from this point on. Sure enough, S seemed to be thinking the same as me, so he tried to comfort me by talking while driving. Isn't it rather strange to see a parent and a child now? Where are they walking on the mountain road at this time of night? As S said, we were 10 kilometers from the town at the foot of the mountain, but there were not any private houses along the way, and this hot spring facility, it was still a long way off. I tried to enlarge the map on the car's nav system and check it out, but the surrounding area, it really was nothing but a desolate mountain. Where is the old lady with her child going? S and I, we kept silent and drove the car. After a while, we arrived at our destination, the hot spring facility. Immediately, the atmosphere here was strange. It was hectic. Even though it was late, there were many people with flashlights walking around the premises. Everyone seemed to be looking for something. We parked the car in the parking lot, and 2 old men came running towards us. Apparently, a child had gone missing. A 2-year-old boy had left the hot springs, and when his parents took their eyes off him for a moment, suddenly he disappeared. S and I clicked. This must be the child we saw earlier. When I told them that I had passed a child on the way to the place, they made a big fuss. Just in case, I reviewed the dashcam footage. The child and the old lady were perfectly reflected. The parent of the child who saw it said, "There is no doubt, that is my child. I'm begging you, please guide me there." We put 2 people in our camper, took another car, and we returned to that place. T, who had been sleeping for a long time now, woke up, and he did not understand the situation at all. Luckily, the child was soon found. A bit further down from the place where we first saw them, the child we had seen earlier was crouching by himself by the guardrail. According to the child, he was brought here by an old lady. He said to us, the old woman tells him to wait here, and then disappeared. Parents and children cried aloud, and the police came and they asked about the circumstances. They were treating it like a kidnapping case. According to what I heard later from the police, the woman who was reflected in the drive recorder, she was not caught. The search turned up no clues as to who she was or where she came from. So, naturally, it was also unclear where she was going to take the child. Here is my theory. This woman, she lets little kids walk in the middle of the night, and she knows how far they can go. This is in the mountains, with nothing on the way. It doesn't matter if the child dies or lives. Whatever this is, it lives an abnormal existence. It appears to me to be some kind of mass of pure malice in the form of an old woman. I will never forget the face of this thing, which was reflected in the drive recorder very clearly. It had a big smile on its face. Seeing that face, smiling back, horrifies me to my very core.
This happened when I was little. I think I was in the 2nd grade of elementary school at the time. My mother died when I was very young, so I was raised by my father. I guess that growing up in a household like that made me kind of introverted. When I was in the first year of elementary school, I was bullied relentlessly. So much so that I refused to go to school. If I was at school, I would do everything I could to try to escape. I hated it. My behavior was bad enough to get me sent to live with my mother's side of the family, way out in the countryside. I was living with my grandparents. I really hated the countryside. It was hard to believe that such a place so boring could even exist in the modern world. I felt like it was from another time period. Like, there weren't many kids my age in the area. I think there were only a couple of high school students. It was alright though, since I already got used to my own company. I loved insects back then. I would just go out and go bug catching. I guess that was one good point of living in the countryside. There was an abundance of bugs to hunt for. I guess I spent about half a year in the countryside living like this, and then things changed when I met a woman. She was probably in her late 20s or early 30s. She had long dark hair, and she was beautiful. "Hey, are you on holiday or something? I don't think I've seen you here before," she said. I was kind of shocked because I didn't expect her to speak to me. I noticed that she was gazing at my little plastic insect collecting cage. "Whoa, you got so many, can I take a look?" she called out to me. Well, at that age, talking about insects was pretty much my favorite topic, so I couldn't believe my luck when she said that. I really enjoyed telling her everything I knew about the bugs that I had. She was really complimentary and was hanging on my every word. I had never had another person outside of my family praise me like that before. It was just the best feeling ever. So, from that day forward, I wanted to see her all the time and talk with her about bugs and stuff. She wanted to spend time with me too. We were looking for bugs in a field and even a river. It was great. We would always agree to meet by a stone Jizo monument near the river. I would often speak to my grandfather about her, and he always said that it was someone's daughter in the village and she wouldn't be around long, and to leave them alone and to not annoy them. He didn't understand that we were friends. I didn't care. It was just so great to find a friend in such a depopulated area. She was really nice, but she never spoke about herself much. Whenever I told her anything, she would be so happy to hear it. And I told her everything. How I was bullied and how I didn't have a mum, etc. Whenever I complained about something, she had a sympathetic ear. I thought of her as a mother, to be completely honest with you. I even told her that, and she looked very sad for a second, and then she smiled. Sadly, shortly after this, I got sick. At first I thought it was just a cold, and since I didn't have a fever or anything like that, I thought I was well enough to go out and play. I hated not being able to see her, and even when I was sick, I would go down to the usual meeting place to wait for her. But as my illness got worse and worse, my grandpa noticed. I was told to rest at home, but it didn't help at all. Even when I was forced to rest in bed, I wouldn't stop asking about her. I really wanted to see her. I kept on and on about her so much that my grandpa phoned her family home to ask for her. I remember thinking that Grandpa was off of the phone very quickly. He came back into my bedroom with a concerned look on his face. "Hey, you. Who you been playing with? Because it sure ain't the woman I thought. She didn't come back this summer. Do you even know the name of the woman you've been going around with? What kind of person have you been seeing?" I really panicked. I hated being cornered and told off. I couldn't think straight. I couldn't remember her name. And in fact, we didn't even ask each other our names. We had so many other fun things to talk about. Well, Grandpa couldn't believe that, and he demanded to know what she looked like, so I did my best to describe her appearance. Once I did, Grandpa stormed out of the room and back towards the phone. I wondered what the hell the problem was, but now I'm older I realize why he was concerned. We lived way out in the middle of nowhere, and we didn't really get too many strangers in town. Everyone knew one another and one another's business. By the end of the night, no one had a clue who that woman was, and I think my grandparents started to suspect that she might not have ever existed. They told me to stop going to meet her, and because I was really ill at the time and I could barely move from the bed, I had little other choice. After a while, I got a little better, and I was allowed to play outside my grandparents' house. I always kept an eye out for my friend, even though I knew I would be in so much trouble if I was seen with her. I missed her. A while passed, and I ended up playing in the back garden of my grandparents' home. And then, when I realized they weren't paying attention to where I was anymore, I went into the field behind the back garden. There was a hole in the fence, and I could sneak into the field and back out to the garden pretty easily. The field had a lot more places to search for bugs, and because I got better, I returned to bug hunting since there wasn't really that much else to do. I was engrossed in looking under the leaves of a small shrub when I heard someone call my name. It wasn't either of my grandparents. It was my friend. She was back. I was so happy that she came to go bug hunting with me. I was too overjoyed to ask her any of the things my grandpa asked me all those months ago. I was just a kid. I saw that my grandparents spotted me from the window, and I waved at them, and they waved back. Everything was all right again in my little world, it seemed. At dinner time, I said to my grandpa, "Hey, you saw us bug hunting today, right? Why didn't you come say hello to her?" My grandparents stopped eating and looked at me. "You were playing alone, unless she went off somewhere far, and you know you're not supposed to do that, but I didn't see you with no her." Their looks of concern didn't fade, and my grandpa went to the phone again, but this time to call my father. He came back and uttered the most heartbreaking sentence I have ever heard. "Look, I'm really sorry, but you're gonna have to go back to your dad." My heart sunk. So I was being sent away. I guess that's because they thought I was imagining some woman, or I really didn't know. I had about a week to think of all the reasons why I was being sent away. And during that time, I wasn't even allowed to go outside. I missed my friends so much, and I hated being indoors after being sick all that time. I was really sad. I sat on the porch of my grandparents' home waiting for my dad to come and take me away. I remember just crying my eyes out and demanding to be there on that porch because I just wanted to see her one last time. And then, there she was. She appeared out of nowhere. She crouched down and spoke to me. "What's the matter?" Choking on the lump in my throat and fighting back the tears welling in my eyes, I told her that I had to go. "Oh no, don't cry. It's a good thing. I'll be supporting you, just from a distance." I asked her if I would ever see her again, and she looked down and shook her head, and my heart ached. It was the first friend I made in my life. The first person who ever wanted to talk to me for me being me. She waved goodbye to me with this big smile and walked on out of the garden and out of my life. After that, I went home and back to school, and I didn't get bullied again. I felt so much better, like a weight had been lifted. I felt like I was enjoying life for the first time. I understood the beauty of the word normal, and I felt like I could be described as it. After I went away, we didn't get to go back that often. And with age came wisdom, and I learned a few things about the area I used to play in. That particular area had been kind of infamous in the past for disappearances, especially child disappearances. Some old texts and rumors say that kids who don't make a whole lot of friends were the ones to disappear, you know, the loners. I even heard that some of the kids before they disappeared were sick for a bunch of days, for some unknown reason. But given all that, I don't care. I never saw her again, and I never knew who she was, but she's so important to me though. She might have been a ghost. She might have wanted to spirit me away. She might have been protecting me from being spirited away. She might have been an everyday person, as real as you or I. I don't know. It's a little scary now I'm older and I think back on it, but when I was younger, I felt nothing but love for her. She was like the mother I never had and I always wanted. This happened a couple of dozen years ago, but I'll never forget it. Thanks for listening.
This is a story I experienced when I was in my second year of junior high school. My city, it was in the countryside, surrounded by mountains. That's why, when I was in elementary school, I would go into the mountains after returning from school, or returning home with my friends, and I would play there, catching insects and making secret bases. However, when I became a junior high student, I became obsessed with video games, so I very rarely played outside. After the summer vacation of my second year of junior high, I went into the mountains again with my friends, just to relive those childhood times. Unlike when I was in elementary school, my physique and my technology were progressing, so by this time, I used thick trees and bamboo picked up in the mountains to complete the couches and outer walls of my secret bases. However, even while working very hard in a very limited time each week, the production does not progress as expected. It is getting colder and colder as the days go by. One day, at my friend's suggestion, I decided to make a bonfire to keep warm. Looking back now, it is dangerous to make a bonfire in the mountains, especially in the dry season. But at that time, I just wanted to warm up. I collected dead leaves and trees that were about to burn around me, and I put them in the ground where I dug a hole, and I lit it up. We took a break from the work, and we were all chatting while hitting the fire. It is around 10 minutes after lighting the fire. Between conversations, we hear, ever so faintly,
Casa, casa, ka.
Then, it began to sound like someone walking in the mountains. At first I thought, maybe this is a junior who comes to play sometimes. So, I looked for the source of the sound, but there was just no one there. Just in case, I look around in every direction, but there were no people, only the sound of walking on the dead leaves. I said to my friend, maybe this is just the wind, but then that does not explain the sound of the person. Anyway, the wind is calm. It's not enough to make a noise in the trees. I feel a bit creeped out here, so I decided to go home now and start throwing dirt on the bonfire. Then, an unusually intense sound, somehow different from before.
Gasaka.
The sound echoed, and I saw something dressed like a white costume running towards us at tremendous speed. "Run!" I shout to my friends, feeling the panic. We went down the mountain at full speed and we ran away into the night. I managed to get to the foot of the mountain. What on earth was that? When we are talking together, I realize I had forgotten a set of my luggage. Among them, there were very personal items. I cannot leave them there. We concluded that it was probably the owner of the mountain, so we prepared to go back to the bonfire. When I got back there was no change. Just before running away, the bonfire that should have been extinguished is also intact. There is no sign of soil. I could not find anything like a white costume either. I didn't lose my luggage, and I left it as it was. Even now, if I get together with my friends, I often bring up the topic about what that experience was. I have not been anywhere close to that mountain ever since. I moved to Bali Island, the island of the gods, just about 2 months ago. I have always been fascinated by spiritual things and stories, and Bali, well, you know, is a very spiritual place. Balinese people, they always say that every inch of land in this island, it is sacred, and that every feet of land has spirits. That is very true. In the middle of July, I arrived in Ubud, a small and very spiritual city in the middle of Bali, where every house provided small offerings. Hindu ceremonies, they happened almost every day. There were still many small, undeveloped roads and houses located between forestry and shrubberies. My boarding house where I stayed, it was located on a small lane. It had maybe 2 or 3 or several houses near. But in front and on the left side of the boarding house, it was either paddy field, thick shrubberies, or untouched forest. There were only 2 or maybe 3 lamplights to keep the road lit at night. And in the middle of the night, you could hear crickets, and sometimes the nearby roosters would scream aloud. The people there would say that when the roosters would scream in the middle of the night instead of at sunrise, this was telling you spirits were near. No need to mention, I didn't have the courage to venture out after sunset. One particular night, I was lying on my bed and calling my close friend, who lived in Kuta, near the famous Kuta beach. He tried to persuade me to move to Kuta or somewhere around Denpasar, not cooped up alone in the middle of a forest. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, the roosters started screaming, one after another, and even the dogs, they began to howl like wolves. I was not really that scared at first, because I was on the phone. Note at this point, my room had very modest furniture, only a bed and a standing fan. No drawers, no cabinet, no television, not even an air conditioner. Certainly no place to hide. I started freaking out when the only light in my room turned off. There was a small bathroom in the corner of my room, and I could see the light from inside, indicating that the bathroom's door was opened. Except, I was 100% sure that I closed this door before. I always did that before lying on the bed, because I was afraid. You know, if the door was opened, something might creep out of the bathroom. Now, the door was opened and the light was on. If this was some kind of electric problem, shouldn't the whole house be dark? I had just changed the light in my room to a new white lamp, bought 2 days before. No way could it be broke so quickly. I told my friend the situation, and very sure he could hear the freaking out tone in my voice. But he still tried to calm me down, telling me to try clicking on the light switch. I did that in a panic. I couldn't think anymore, and I just did whatever he said. The light, it was on again. My friend said to me, "See, there's no ghost." This did not soothe me, not one bit, because the lights turned on when I clicked the switch, meaning that something clicked it off while I was lying on my bed. Whatever it was, I guess it was not finished yet, because now the light in the bathroom turned off suddenly. I tell my friend this new development, and he tells me again, "Do not be worried, it's just electricity being funny." There was nothing funny about my situation, I assure you that. When I stare into that dark corner bathroom, I am just imagining something crawling out of there, suddenly, and so sharply it makes me jump. Right outside my window, another rooster screams at me. I go to my window and I open it and chase the rooster from my window. "Go away!" I scream at him as he runs off into the night. This when my night becomes a nightmare. At the same time, I feel and I hear something. I feel a hot breath on my ear, and I hear a whisper.
Lapar.
I jump back against the wall with where my window is, and I look to see a face staring at me in the dark. It is very close to my face, and I am frozen now with fear. It smiles at me in the dark, and in the silence, I hear it again breathing, accompanied by an awful wheezing sound. I stand there, not able to go anywhere. I am pressed into the corner. I cannot move without touching this thing. I am terrified. I cannot leave. For the next hour of my life, which I was sure would be my last, I stand here, face to face with this hideous thing breathing into my face. Eventually, by the grace of the gods, a streetlight comes on just outside. No sooner do I look to see it and turn back, and this thing, whatever it was, has left me. I break down in tears at that time. I was still processing what has happened to me. I am not exaggerating when I say that I have never experienced fear that cold and gripping in my life. Never again. And I hope I never do. It would not be until the next day that I would truly realize how lucky I am. Speaking with an elder of the community, I felt confident enough to share my story. As I tell her, she has a solemn look grow on her tired eyes. She tells me, "You are very, very lucky that you knew what to do." She means that I am very lucky that I stay there and do not move when that thing is in front of me. I know now what would have happened had I panicked and ran at that time. It would have opened me. It would have consumed me. My everything. My intestines, my heart, my gizzards, my spirit, my soul. Everything. This one, it is a malevolent spirit, one that feeds on chaos. Every day of my life, I think back to that night, and I feel that fear again. And I feel how close to my end that I really was. Bali is known far and wide as a very spiritual island. But not all this land is beautiful. There are dark corners here that are best left alone.
I was on a business trip with a colleague in Bogor, Indonesia about 2 years back. While we were there, our partners arranged all our hotel bookings, and they booked us at an old-looking hotel, but one that was very well established. The partners even went as far as booking us our very own rooms rather than share a room. I was happy, as I was not close to my colleague and I felt that I did not want to share a room with somebody I was not comfortable with. After dinner, we decided to rest early and went to bed. About 2:30 a.m., I woke up because I needed to use the bathroom. When I was finished and was back in bed, sitting, I started hearing footsteps by the entrance door. At first, the footsteps sounded as though somebody was creeping around because of how slow the sound of the steps were. I just sat there, listening. Then the footsteps started getting faster, like somebody was walking very quickly. All I could do was sit there and sit quietly waiting. As the steps got faster, it sounded like somebody was running. And just as I sat there, a figure of a woman appeared, running. It then stopped, right in front of my door. turned slowly and looked at me. It was mere seconds that we stared at each other, and then turned back to the living room and started running again forward. And what's in front of her is the length of the living room and then the windows. I did not hear anything more, but I did continue to just sit there quietly under my covers. I'm not sure how long I sat there, but when the doorbell rang, I just got up to open the door and saw my colleague standing in front of my door. I invited her in, and she just started crying. I asked her if everything was alright, and she said that she experienced something quite scary. I did wonder if it was anything like mine. She related the story of her waking up because she heard a loud bang outside her balcony, and when she went to check, there was nothing. Before going back to bed, she went to use the bathroom, and while she was in there, she noticed her bathtub curtain was closed. She thought it was odd and decided to open it, and when she opened it, she screamed at the sight in front of her. There, sat in the bathtub and looking right up at her, was a pale and skinny woman. When my colleague screamed and backed away, this woman twisted her head to follow her and slowly started to stand up. She said it looked like this woman had bones that were broken because when she was standing, her legs were disjointed and clicking. She said she did not remember how she managed to run out and run to my room. That night we slept in the same room with all the lights on.
I am willing to share my real experience with the paranormal. I live in Jakarta, Indonesia, and already moved from house to house several times now. I will share the experience of what happened in 3 houses which are somewhat similar. The first house that I am going to talk about, it has a rather interesting past. This house, it was an old church long ago. In the church, which is now the house, a priest hung himself in the well. I found out about this horrible past during a farewell party. I was leaving my primary school and moving on to a secondary school in the same city. Among my friends I have invited was my best friend. In the evening, when most of the guests were leaving, my friend's parents came over and sat in the living room. While our parents were talking, my best friend's dad experienced some sort of vision. He did not respond to anything we were saying to him, and we got worried. After a while, he did respond, but he seemed different. He turned very pale, and he was shaking all over. We asked him what happened, and he said he saw a vision of this house. The living room, where we were sitting. He said that something was hanging in the house. After that incident, my friend's parents were not willing to stay any longer, and they left. My family did not take that event too seriously. In the house, I and my little brother, we had a room at the far end of the hall downstairs, with a sliding door to the swimming pool. In that room, I experienced something frightening. What happened was this. Late at night, I was still reading a book in my bed. My bed, it faced the windows leading to the swimming pool. I was getting ready for sleep when I heard books shifting behind me in the bookcase. I was petrified because at that time, everyone was sleeping. I turned around and looked around the room, carefully, but no one was there. I turned back and I continued getting ready. Then, it happened again. But this time, a few books actually fell from the shelf. I got really scared now, and I tried to wake up my little brother. Eventually, when he didn't wake up, I decided not to, since he's not really going to be any help anyway. I tried to calm myself, but then I heard something over by the window. I stayed in my bed, but I looked up at the window. At first I thought, this couldn't have been any member of my family. It was too tall. I didn't know how to perceive what I was looking at until a few moments later. It wasn't until that time that I realized it is not that it is tall upright from the ground. It is that this thing is hanging down from the roof. Its arms, they were draping down to the ground that I thought was its legs. I push myself under my blanket and I'm crying. Then, all of a sudden, I get this aching feeling on the left side of my chest and I could hardly breathe. I wanted to scream for my parents, but it hurts too much. I just keep breathing slowly, and eventually, this feeling passes. When I peek out from under my blanket, this thing is not there anymore, but my bedroom window is open. A few days later, I gather up my courage to tell my parents what happened that night. I didn't tell them earlier because I thought they might not believe me. I told them about the incident, and guess what? They didn't believe me. Until a couple of days later. That time, my mum tells me what she had experienced the night before. She told me that when everyone went to bed downstairs, she went to get a cup of water in the kitchen. When she was done getting water, she left the kitchen and she saw the television in the living room turn on. She walked up to the TV and turned it off again. When she was about to walk downstairs, the television turned on yet again. She got annoyed and turned it off. Then, on the screen of the TV, she sees a reflection, an image of a figure standing behind the sofa. She couldn't really make out who or what it was. Right at that moment, she turned around and there was nothing there. She got scared and ran downstairs to her room. A few weeks passed from here, and nothing out of the ordinary happened, until one day my friend came over to my house. We were inside on the first floor, just playing on the computer. My friend needed to go to the bathroom, so I pointed him towards the guest room. I always had a strange feeling in that room, but I didn't take it into consideration. My friend screamed, and he ran out of the house in fear. I was freaked out as well, and I followed him out. I asked him what had happened, and he said he saw someone standing in the bathroom across the room. I asked him what this thing may look like, and he said that the person looked too stretched out, like unnaturally long, and it was wearing black. After all of this, I am always so scared to be in this house alone.
Hi, my name is Attica. I'm a 16-year-old living with my mother and my grannies. We have lived in our house since I was 6 years old, when my mum and dad got divorced. The house had 6 rooms. I slept in the same room as my mum. I was always scared to sleep alone. The front yard used to have a big guava tree. Some people said they had seen a woman sat in its trunk if they walked past our house at night. I believed what they said because my mum used to tell me some stories about our house. She said our house had 4 ghosts. One was a woman in a tree. The second, a little girl. The third, a mute man. And the last, a woman ghost that seemed nice and didn't bother anyone. The tree was cut down after some months, so I thought there would be no more eerie things happening. I take my words back since my family have experienced many eerie things after that. First, there's a rule that the light in the living room shouldn't be switched off if my bedroom light is switched off. One of the lights must be left on. If there is darkness, things will happen. One night, my grandpa switched off the living room's light and my mum switched off our bedroom's light. It was about midnight and my mum heard the bedroom door being opened and then closed, followed by what sounded like someone scratching the door. It was disturbing, so my mum went to check it out. She thought it was my grandma, but after she opened the door, she saw only a woman standing in the darkness. But that woman was most certainly not my grandma, she said. She was scared and quickly turned the lights on. This woman slowly walks away when the lights are turned on. She does not look at anyone, only down at her feet as she shuffles away out of sight. I was so scared I hid under the blanket and my mum slowly closed the door again. Another time, I had this experience when I was back from school in the afternoon. I was exhausted and took a nap. Suddenly, someone dragged their fingernails on my forehead. I was shocked and looked around my room, but I saw nothing and no one was in my room. I thought I was dreaming, so I went back to sleep. Then, there was a man's voice whispering in my ear.
You are not wanted here.
He seemed so mad. And this is again another experience happening 2 nights ago. I went to bed about 11 p.m. Both lights were switched off. My cousin stayed the night, so my mum said it would be fine. It was fine at first, but at midnight, I awoke with sleep paralysis. I could not move or breathe. I tried to, but I couldn't. I opened my eyes and saw something that frightened me deeply. I saw that the bedroom door was opened. This was not only what terrified me, but what I saw there next. There was a glimpse of a little girl standing right next to my bedroom's door. I couldn't see clearly. It was all blurry. She was making shuffled movement. One moment she was standing very still, then the next moment she shuffled towards me. Still, I cannot move. I stare at her, and she stares right back at me, standing there silent and still. Then, once again, shuffling towards me. I was terrified out of my mind. I didn't know what she would do when she reached me. Suddenly, a very fast movement and she was right beside me. I then hear whispers in my ear. It was a little girl's voice. She called my name and whispered something. I didn't know what she said. It's like she tried to tell me something, but I couldn't really understand. She spoke too fast. I was still trying to recover from my sleep paralysis. After some minutes, it was all gone. I got confused since I'm the only one who usually experiences these things in my family. I hate it. I hate seeing them. I hate meeting them. I never know when I will wake to see them. Can someone help me? Please.
I did not expect to have the experience I had last night. What you don't know is that my house is getting active when there are renovations being done. Well, a few weeks ago, our toilet leaked and rotting on the floor below. It was so bad, we were told the bathroom had to be gutted. Last night, I woke up late. I went down to the basement to change laundry from the washer to the dryer. It's late, and I am tired, but I want this done. It was like 2 a.m. when I did this. I was listening to some music while I was there, something I always do. The whole time I was there, I felt like someone was standing too close to me. I would have bumped into them if I turned around. The whole time I was down there, the air, it was heavy, like something doesn't want me down there. I finished changing the laundry and I went back upstairs. I stopped in front of the stairs, just long enough to set the timer. But as I stood there, I felt something right next to me. I heard something say, "Siapa?" just near me. To say I ran up the stairs and closed the door behind me, that is an understatement. I felt like something is chasing me. The hair on the back of my neck rises and a chill goes down my spine. I run to my bedroom as fast and as quietly as I can. I feel, all the while, like something is right behind me. This all happened when the bathroom renovation started. I have at least a week before the job is done. Pray for me. This happened 1 year ago. Ever since this, I've been struggling to sleep. I felt like it is always watching me and my little sister, Mai. Our house, it was only recently built, and the surroundings were quite uncomfortable. Also, very eerie. I shared a room with Mai, but we slept in different beds. It was a double-decker bed near the window. We both decided that I will sleep on top while she will take the bottom. On that night, I was expecting a happy dream, but my expectations were shattered ever since I saw her. I was sleeping when I suddenly wake up for some reason. You know when you wake up in a panic, or you feel like you are falling and falling until your eyes will open. It was like that. I could see only a silhouette of a figure. At first, I couldn't tell if this is a man or a woman, or maybe just a light from the window. But it comes closer to me. It becomes more visible. It is bright white. I guess it took me a while to come out of dazed sleep, but I was creeped out when I remembered I am laying on my back, looking up at the ceiling, and that this person, this thing, was looking down, staring at me. Its lips were moving, as if she was mumbling something I could not hear. I tried to avert her gaze, but I could not move, not my eyes, nor my body. I have no choice but to look at this woman. At first I think she looks like Mother Mary, and that time I thought it was her. She was there beside me, her hands clasped together like she was praying. I was supposed to be relieved, but why do I feel so scared? My panting, it grows heavier and deeper. My hands were bare cold and sweating. The scary part of that night was when we both stare at each other's eyes, and then her eyes, it becomes red. I don't know what to do, but my eyes begin to tear up, and it felt like burning. Call it exaggerating, but that's really what happened. Then finally, in one blink, the woman disappears. That was the most grateful blink I've ever had in my life. I tried to sleep again, but I failed. I could only cry until morning came. Since that night, I make excuses so that I couldn't sleep on my bed, afraid that she comes back. Weeks passed. Mai confessed that she saw the same woman. I didn't utter a word as I listened to her story, which was the same as mine. I listened every single detail of the way she described the woman. It was the same. I finally asked if she saw her at my bed, and she nodded. as she bursts into tears. We tell our mother our problems, and she didn't believe it, but she separated our beds. Time passed, and that woman doesn't come back to us. A month ago, when I was sleeping together with my little sister, I suddenly woke up. I wanted to sleep, but I couldn't. Minutes later, Mai also wakes up, when, coincidentally, we hear a bang on the kitchen and the door swings open. I cry heavily when I see that woman again, but this time she was not coloured brightly white. She was pitch dark, shadowy black. We were both feeling panicking as she comes closer to us. She was not walking. She was more like floating in the air. Mai held my arms as she shouted and cursed at her. Our grandparents and siblings woke up because of the noise we made. That woman disappeared when the light of the room turned on. We didn't tell them exactly what happened because all we could do was cry again. These days, me and Mai have been dreaming the same thing. Not some happy and nice dream, but a nightmare. In that nightmare, I could see that woman. Or we could see her. Is this coincidence? No way. It can't be. Why would she always appear to us? We do not even know her. But my gut tells me she wants something from us, and I do not know how long it will be before she comes to take it.
This will be the first time I finally share my experience regarding paranormal encounters. I have lots of stories to share, but this is my first story. This happened in January of 2019. I was riding on the train at the time. There were only 4 or 5 passengers maybe left in this carriage, including me. It was 9:45 in the evening. The train stopped at the next station and the door opened. A girl entered the carriage. She is maybe 10 or 11 years old. From the way she looks, I guess she is maybe a European or some kind of Westerner. I glanced over at her. She sits 7 or 8 seats away. As the train moves along, I continue staring at her. At first, you wouldn't think anything of her because she wore normal clothing, but her bangs are covering her eyes and she's all alone. My thought is, what on earth is this girl doing in the train so late at night? Where are her parents? Why, she's travelling alone without a parent or guardian. From time to time, I glanced at her. She's staring back at me, although I could still not see her eyes. I looked down at my shoes, but when I looked at her again, a dreaded, frightening feeling engulfed me. I finally saw her eyes. They are empty. She's staring back with empty black eyes. At this moment, I am shaking with fear. I look at the other passengers to see if they saw her eyes too, but all of them were busy at their own business, that they didn't even notice she was there. Again, I stare at my shoes. The train stops now, and I hear footsteps. Even I'm not looking, I sense that it was the girl, and she's staring at me. When her presence was gone, more passengers came. I thought I can finally breathe easier, but when I look at the window, I see her in the fields. This time, she's with around 10 more children. They were aged from 6 to maybe mid-teens. The 2 smallest were holding teddy bears. They were all looking right at me with those same eyes. Even as the train moves, they never break their eye contact at me. At home, I told my older sister of what happened. Of course, she doesn't believe me. Why were they in a field, just standing, staring? What was her plan on that train, so late at night?
I need to tell someone about what I saw that night. It is still terrifying for me whenever these memories enter my mind. It is perhaps the most traumatizing experience of my life, and I still can never forget this. Back around 2013, before I was going off to college, I was just at home, relaxing this night. My family was preparing to go out, but I decided I will not go with them, as I've had a hard week and I need a night to myself to relax. This was a weekend, I guess Saturday night, and I was left alone in our house. Our house is in Manila, very spacious. We have bathroom on the 3rd floor near the stairs, and a clear hallway on the 2nd floor with a huge window. I was just relaxing in the living room at this time, and I suddenly feel the urge to go to the bathroom, so I went to the 3rd floor. It was already dark now. I usually don't open all the lights to save the electricity. As I was about to go downstairs, however, I did open the lights, and I was shocked to the view that I had just seen on the hallway. This thing is all white, looking like a spider and a human figure at the same time. Both its hands and legs are on the floor, crawling backwards very fast. The hair, so long, following this figure dragging along. Its mouth twisted back towards me, hanging open wide. My heart is pumping so fast because it was my first encounter to see this. The sight of this otherworldly entity, not just standing or walking around, but crawling backwards, contorted, disfigured. I scream at this time, and I run to lock my door. I kept on crying. I opened all the lights, and I messaged all of my friends to calm me down. I am still so scared, even after this night, because this is not the last time for me to see this awful girl. She haunts my life. It is rare for me to see her, but it comes so unexpectedly. This is why it is so scary. I never know what can I expect. The most frightening thing to me, however, is that it's only ever when I open my bedroom door that I see her. And every time I lay eyes on her, she has moved closer to my bedroom. I fear to the bottom of my heart that one day I am going to wake to see this thing arched over my bed, its mouth wide open.
I would always see ghosts in our house where we used to live. Sometimes they'd just walk around, other times they'd just stand somewhere. I remember I'm always very scared and can't sleep with the lights out or without someone beside me. I also don't know why I had to see them. I wanted to know, what do they want? Are they souls or just bad entities that wanted me to be afraid? I'm really curious what is real. I don't know why, but I have never seen any ghost with a face, just shadows and silhouettes, sometimes white, sometimes black. But this particular sighting was unbelievable. I don't know if it was a ghost. It was definitely not a shadow or any other logical explanation, and I will never forget that day. Me and my older sister used to play with our neighbour friends. We played Pico, hide and seek, Habu Habulan, and other games. That day my sister got mad at me, and I got mad at her. I cannot remember the reason why. It's not important. So I leave her and just stand at the side of the counter of my mother's shop. Staring at the tall grass, I see someone suddenly walk and disappeared. It was fast, and I know it was not a human because of the red skin. It walks like a man, and he is wearing a sando. Like, I don't know. It was fast, but his figure is really clear, unlike other shadows. He just disappeared at the grasses. I told it to my sister and my friend, and they got scared. So we decided to just play again. We told it to my mother, and she said it might just be a person. And I told her that it is coloured red. She changes after this. Now she is very, very scared too. She locks our house and tells us, go to our rooms and don't come out until we bless this house. Father blesses our house after this, but strange sounds are coming from outside. Skittering noises, like claws clicking along the bricks outside. I hate it. I push my face to my pillow and I cry and I pray to God for it to stop. It's then I hear my sister scream. I look up to see her, but I don't see only her. I see also a red face staring at me. It is outside through the cracks in the wood, but the face is sticking out, enough that it is in the room with us. We both scream and our father runs with the sage, and when he enters our room, the face retreats back out. It is so scary this day, and I will never forget. Even I can't believe if it was real. I am not colorblind. It is really red, this thing. It is no human. I never saw something like this again, and I don't want to. I also believe in God. Whatever that was, God is protecting me.
This story was way before, during my time in college. Myself and my older sister were renting an apartment near our university, along with 4 or 5 other housemates. My sister, she was already graduated, and she was working as a professor in the same university during this time, during my junior year. Going back to my experience, one afternoon, at I guess around 4 p.m, one of our housemates was eating her dinner while I was sitting in the middle of the living room, facing the mirror, and my sister was in the living room watching TV. As the area is an open space and is just divided by some sort of study table or chairs, all 3 of us are basically within the same room, and we can clearly see each other. After a while here, I see it. A very tall and very dark figure, sort of peeking at us from the kitchen sink area. There is a thick supporting foundation just before the sink, and there was this tall, dark thing hiding by it. I could see its face, hair, one arm and left leg and foot, but the other parts are not visible, as it seems to be hiding. Like when a kid is shy, but still curious. It took me a few seconds before I was able to talk, because my mind, it could not comprehend what I was seeing. So my immediate question was, is there anyone at the sink? I know this is quite odd and impossible, as I know there are only the 3 of us. My housemate, being a scaredy cat, suddenly stood up, looking at me in disbelief, asking me to stop teasing her. But I told her that there is something by the column, staring at us. My sister then said there are only the 3 of us in the house right now, and it could be a burglar, as we are just on the 2nd floor of the entire apartment building. But I told them that is not possible, as the exit staircase is no longer there. I also tell them that this is not person, based from what I can see. They then asked me what I see, and I tell them that aside from the white of its eyeballs, everything else is just black. I tell them it is as black as charcoal, and the hair, it is like that of an afro, and it is almost as tall as the ceiling. It stood there for a good 2 to 3 minutes, as if it was watching someone or something from the house, before finally it disappears. I think every hair on my body was standing up during this entire time that I was seeing this thing. And then, everything went back to normal as soon as it disappeared. The strange thing is, I think my sister and my housemates were even more afraid of the thing than I was, even though I was the only one that can see it. I didn't feel any scary aura coming from it. I guess my goosebumps were just due to the fact that I didn't know what I was seeing, and I could not believe what I was seeing. More than 10 years from that event, I still don't know what that tall, dark thing was. I always knew there was something weird about the bedroom in the back of my father's house. I lived there from a month old into my 20s. Mostly me, my dad, and my 2 brothers. So, about this house. I'm not too sure how old it is, but there are remnants of an old weapons chamber buried under some of the neighbors' gardens. Growing up, I always felt watched, disturbed, just generally uncomfortable in the back bedroom. I'd tell my dad about it, but he is a very strict man, so he dismisses me. Then, things get bad. My chest and arms start getting tiny cuts at night. I cut my nails very short, but it still happens to me every night without fail. It also stings bad. Just in case, I ask my brothers if they are doing this to me, and they just ask me why they would bother doing such a weird thing. I had this butterfly in my bedroom the other day. Just so you can understand why this is an issue, the windows in our house, they don't open. For a butterfly to get all the way from the front door to that back bedroom, it would be almost impossible. Now, I am absolutely terrified of butterflies. It's been that way my whole life. It is though whatever this presence is, it knows this, and it is mocking me, laughing at me. Eventually, I refused to sleep in that back bedroom anymore. I lived in my dad's room, and he moved into the living room. Even when I moved out of that room, still, I feel like it is watching me whenever I entered the front bedroom on the landing. I closed the back bedroom and it would be gone. Nothing happened for years after this. Fast forward to my 20s, I became a parent, and we stayed home to see my dad all the time after I had my own place. We are all very close. After I moved to my own place, my dad started doing odd jobs around the house. One of these jobs, it involved creating a corridor from the terrace all the way to the rear bedroom. In the process, the back bedroom was used as a storage room. The door was jammed, and whenever I went up the stairs again, I immediately felt that feeling of eyes right on me. But now, with this new hallway, it felt like anything could get close. I tried to bring this up to my dad over and over again, and he dismissed it over and over again. One day, I took my youngest child, about 2 at the time, upstairs and slept in the front bedroom. And when he got to the landing, he looked down the hallway, pointing to the darkness, crying, "Monster! Monster!" This happened a few times. Sometimes he would point to the landing and cry, like it was there, waiting for us. Thinking about it now, it makes me shudder. My dad's next project is to convert my brother's old bedroom into a guest room for my son so they don't have to throw him out of the room when they go to sleep over. The kids wanted to camp in the middle bedroom before the bunk beds were made, so we rolled out the mattresses and I'm putting them up for the night. The door to this room is right next to the back bedroom door, which is still open. The door to the new room, it has not been opened yet. I just know it's looking at me, but for the sake of the kids who don't seem to notice, they're 4 and 6 now, I stay calm. As I crouch down and I kiss my youngest on the forehead goodnight, I feel something grab me. It catches my hair and it yanks me to the ground. I was terrified. The kids asked me if I'm okay and I assured them that I had just lost my balance. I haven't really been to my dad's house since then, so I haven't experienced anything else. Although my dad did not believe it, I eventually told my mum, who lived in that house for many years, and she confirmed that she had always been terrified of that back bedroom.
Many years ago, we moved into a new rented apartment in Changde. It was a 1+1 apartment, and that meant our living room and kitchen was on the ground floor, bedroom and bathroom on the first floor with a staircase in between. The main entrance was also on the ground floor. A couple of months passed with no incident. Then one day, it was about 9 in the morning, and I was getting ready to go to the office. Suddenly, from the corner of my eye, I see a girl, aging maybe around 7 to 8 years old, standing on the staircase, but when I looked straight at the spot, no one was there. My wife was in the kitchen, and my daughter, who's in the nursery, was at school, and the main entrance was closed. Thinking I'd just imagined it, I brushed it off from my mind and went back to the office. Around 4 p.m., I received a call from my wife that my daughter was acting very strangely. She's pointing to the staircase, and she keeps saying Jie is there, which in the Chinese language means sister. My wife was not able to see anyone, but my daughter is crying now, shouting to my wife that Jie is saying bad things to her, terrible things. This frightened my wife, and I told her to lock the apartment and go to her friend's house with our daughter. Coming back home from the office, I cleansed that apartment, as told by my grandmother. We never saw that girl again. Bad things started to happen in my life, both personally and professionally. Eventually, we had to shift to a new apartment, and all the negative energy left. Whenever I remember this incident, I always think about why the entity was only visible to me and my daughter, and not to my wife. My daughter has never spoken anything else about it, or told anyone what that thing had said to her.
I have been living in the dormitory at Capital University, Beijing. This dormitory, even though it was very good, clean, modern, it also kept many ghosts roaming its rooms and corridors. I've had several experiences there. I have always been sensitive to these things. They become clearer to me over time. The first semester in 2009, I settled in on the 7th floor. My room, unfortunately, was situated right opposite of the laundry room. Now, this room always gave a bad vibe to those unlucky fellows who were not accustomed to washing clothes by hands. Very often at night, we hear the banging sound of doors in front of our door, and when we peek out from the peeping hole, we would see people there, not people we know. Other times, we hear those doors slam shut. The door to the laundry room was a double door that could never tightly shut. It always swayed a few times before it closed. Imagine our shock when we heard such sounds, waited for hours, and nobody ever came out of that room. One night, we pull up our courage and we actually went to see inside the room. There was definitely no one there, but a very clear handprint on the door. The windows were not opened either. The machines were empty. Nobody was using that room. We started to freak out, and we avoid using the laundry at night. Another time, my friend changed his bed position so it's facing the window. Since then, he turns it back after just one night, convinced that someone outside the window was watching him sleep. He tells me he would wake in the night to see a smiling face outside that scared him. Remember, we are on the 7th floor. At the 5th floor, I had a close friend who stayed at 514. His next door, 515, also inhabited by 2 people who were also our friends. The guy at 515, he told us at night that he often heard the voice of a girl singing. The voice was half singing, half moaning, and she was singing an old Chinese song. The voice was so sad, it creeped my friend out of his wits whenever it began. His roommate also confirmed this story. Apparently, he was able to hear the voice also. When we casually inquired to the cleaning girl, she told us that the room 514 is not talked about. She says it is where a girl took her life from the window. What she told us next was even more disturbing. She said that this girl never left here, and that she stays under my friend's desk. My friend shifted from that room that same day.
This happened to me last month when I went to visit my hometown. The bedroom I sleep in has 2 adjoining windows. Suddenly, I began hearing footsteps going from one bedroom window to another and just stopping there. This happened a few times. At first, I thought it was the night watchman making the rounds. But even if he was, I wonder why he would start out at one window and end at the next, since the windows aren't too far from one another. As this all went on, a sudden dread seized me, a dread I cannot describe. I pulled myself under the covers and tried my best to ignore all these and fall back to sleep. It was maybe 6 a.m. I wake up again. In the dark, something horrible is happening. I feel a very real feeling as though someone is sitting down on the other side of my bed. I feel the mattress depress as a presence shifts closer toward my side. There are no children at home, and anyway, this does not feel like a kind of presence. I'm scared of it. Suddenly, I felt like someone was holding my leg and my neck. I couldn't breathe, I couldn't talk, I couldn't shout, I couldn't do anything. I tried to fight back and turn around to see what this was, and I felt, and I glimpsed a huge black shadow beneath my feet. It was latched onto me. At that time, I felt even in my mind and spirit, I was slipping away. The struggle went on for quite some time, and then suddenly, just as it started, it stopped and I was released. Scared isn't the word to describe how I felt at that time. It was far beyond that. I've never been back to that apartment. I've never even returned to my hometown again. And I never will.
So this is my experience. I live in an area on the outskirts of Shanghai. We all got out of class one day, and a friend of mine had a car, so we all suddenly planned to drive around a bit. Just have some fun before we headed home. We all jumped in the car. We are a group of 6 people, 2 boys, 4 girls. I will change the names from the real names. Sam decided to drive, and Stella sat in the front seat, and the rest of us, we sat in the back seat. We drove for about 45 minutes, and we have now reached a strange road. Now, this road, it is as though the whole road is in the middle of a large plain. On one side, you can see the mountains in the distance. On the other, the city lights and the towers in the distance. So there is almost nothing on both sides of the road. Not even a tree. Just a wasteland. There are streetlights, but no dividers. Just a narrow concrete road. And you see very little traffic after sunset. Sam parked on the road, and he was playing his playlist while we all went about our usual jokes. Right now, we are completely alone. No one around for a very, very long way. It is at this time, each of us suddenly has the urge to be quiet. We hold back our voices. Sam joined us when he also felt the sudden silence. We looked to each other, and it is now we hear a faint voice in the distance. It was not very clear at the time. We didn't understand what was going on, and no one spoke. A few seconds later, the sound, it came again, but this time it was clearer, louder, closer. It was as if it came from right outside the car. I was by the window, but I couldn't see anything outside. By this time, we are very scared. The voice is clearer now. It is that of a girl crying, singing in pain. Her voice and her song, it feels like she is crying, but there is a malice in this voice. With every note, and the closer this voice comes, we feel a sense of harm coming our way. Suddenly, Danny said calmly, "Sam, turn around, drive as fast as possible." I was in a state of panic, and out of fear, I rolled up the windows at speed. Stella rolled up the front seat windows, and Zara did the same. The most amazing thing is that we all have the urge to scream and run away, but our voices are gone. The car was speeding by, but I spotted something across the road. A figure stood there in the night. I did not get any clear look at what this was, but I will tell you, from the bottom of my heart, this was not a little girl. At that time, I did not have the courage to look back from the rear window to see what it was and where it went. We were going too fast to see clear anyway. Startled, I turned to look at Stella, and I saw that she was looking at me, and even Sam was looking at us. Our eyes matched each other, and I know they saw what I saw. Sam only slowed down when we got to our neighborhood, and for the first time, I was delighted to see a crowded market. It's already 10 p.m. We grab a water bottle from the market and headed to the park, where we try to unwind and discuss the events that had just happened. A man hears our conversing, and he approaches us. That voice, it is not a warning. It is enticement. If you don't leave there, quickly. I am afraid the consequences. We all went back home. Still, I wondered to myself, what was that thing? What plans does it have for lonely travelers down that road in the night? To make itself sound like a little child, sad and needing help. But that thing I saw, it was no child. It was pure evil. This is an event that I encountered when I entered college and lived alone. The apartment that I lived in at that time, it was a 2-story, common-built rental apartment. It was built for students with single rooms lined up. The age of this building, it is old. To be honest, I didn't have a very good impression from the time I saw it, but I didn't have time to waste since I was already late for the semester, so I had no choice. I moved into a corner room facing the road on the 2nd floor. After deciding on a room, I quickly moved and immediately went to the entrance ceremony. For a while, things were quite hectic, living alone in a university and a city that I was not used to. But after a month, after moving, things began to settle down. One day, I returned back home by bicycle and I returned to the common corridor from the back of the site. Suddenly, I heard a loud noise from the room at the end of the corridor. This room, it is located directly opposite from my room, which is on the opposite side of the road on the 1st floor. I wondered, what was that? When I approached the room, it sounded as if someone was hitting the door with all their strength from the inside. It's echoed continuously, and the doorknob turned violently. I was looking at it, wondering what was going on. And as I'm standing there, I hear a voice from inside the room.
Hey, someone's there, right? The door in the room, it won't open. Open the door from the outside.
I heard the low voice of a man who was clearly irritated with a sense of urgency. If I thought about it now, I should have left it alone, but I just called out to him. What's wrong?
The door in the room, it won't open. Can't you do something about it from there?
That can't be right, I said. I looked around the door after being told that, but I could not find any abnormalities that were preventing the door from opening. The doorknob, it is also normal. It is strange that the door does not open from the inside in the first place. There's nothing stopping it. Just open the door.
That can't be true. The door won't open. Open the door.
The man shakes the doorknob and bangs the door while talking. The thing is, I know that no one lives in that room. When I was inspecting my apartment, I asked the real estate agent which room is available, and this room, it was vacant. I remember looking at this room on the tour, and I remember thinking how dim it was, because it was not in a good position. So I remembered it because I thought I didn't like this room. Just a while ago, when I passed by the back of the site, I was actually seeing with my own eyes that the inside of this room was empty. The room can be seen clearly from the window. It does not have any curtains. It is an empty room without any furniture.
Hey, open it. You're there, right? Open this door.
I was frightened by the voice and the sound of that continued knocking on the door, and I ran away from that place. I didn't even feel like going back to my room, so I spent the night at a 24-hour restaurant. In the end, I decided to move out of that apartment just 2 months after moving in. What was that inside that room? Thieves don't break into empty rooms. What was that thing that it could not open a door with no obstructions? What would have happened to me if I had opened that door at that time?
When I was young, I had an experience of drowning and almost dying. It's a long time ago, but I still remember it vividly, and I think it was such a big shock. My family often went camping, and the place was near a certain river. It's about 3 hours away by car, but the water is beautiful, the mountains are close, and the scenery is outstanding. When the 4 of us arrive, we will first set up the tent, and our father and mother will start preparing meals. My brother and we decide to play in the river. I was only about 5 years old, and I was equipped with a floating ring, and my brother was playing alone and far away. I tried to move a little farther out too. These were very deep rivers, but I thought the flow was calm and there was no danger. When I was swimming alone, I felt an uncomfortable feeling at my feet. I felt like something was touching my leg. It's like seaweed in a sense, but even if you move your feet, it won't go away. I tried to continue playing without worrying about it, but the disgustingness of it, I couldn't handle it, so I went to swim back to the shore. Then I felt that my feet were getting heavier and heavier. I try to get rid of what's on my feet, but I can't raise my feet and I can't reach them. Even if I swim, I can't get anywhere at all. I was getting frantic now. I yelled to my family to help me. "Brother, help me!" I screamed quite loudly over and over again. However, my brother, who plays nearby, doesn't even look at me. My parents on land, they are also unresponsive. The surroundings are quiet now, so there's no way they didn't hear my voice. And the next moment, my leg was pulled and I was plunged down into the river. At that time, I saw what was on my feet. It looked like a person whose body was melting. I was able to recognize it as a person because the part that grabbed my leg looked like a human hand. I have no memory of the rest, and what I heard from my family is the fact that I was drowned and taken to the hospital by ambulance. I was unconscious for 3 days after entering the intensive care unit. They asked me always, "What happened?" I told the story to my parents and brother, but they don't believe me at all. After that, even if I go camping, I don't play in the river. Even now, when I hear a story of a drowned person, I remember the appearance of this sheer horror deep in the mud, and I feel breathless and terrified.
I've been able to see ghosts since I was able to remember. Unlike what you see in the movies, these are not solid appearances. I can't have a conversation with them, and I don't interfere physically. In other words, it's like there's a human-shaped air That's why, even though it was a bit scary at first, because I could see it, after a while, I was able to go about my business without any problems. In the junior high school I went to, it seems that there was an accident. A student fell from the window of the classroom and died. I don't know if this is true or not, but there is still a high probability that there will be ghosts in places where such rumors exist. When I entered that classroom for the first time, I knew these rumors to be true, because it was still there. It was when I was casually looking at the ghost while thinking, wow, it is true. It is there after all. The ghost's face, it suddenly snapped toward me, and our eyes met.
Are you looking at me?
I've never had such an experience before. I am scared, and my heart beats so much that my heart hurts. Even more frighteningly, it began walking toward me, a very fast walk, like it is trying to run, but its legs are messed up. What should I do? What should I do? I panicked. I was not prepared for this. I got stuck in this place, and eventually I ran out the door and down to the infirmary, where I was told that I could go home early. On the way walking home, I look around me. The ghost is standing next to the second telegraph pole behind me. It grunts at me.
Who are you?
I ran home. My mother saw me running through the door, out of breath. "What's wrong?" she asks me. I'm worried. But how can I explain to her that a ghost is stalking me? I've never told anyone that I see ghosts. I'm struggling to understand that these ghosts that I thought were harmless until now, when one is actually stalking me. I don't know what to do at a time like this. Fortunately, I didn't encounter the ghost in the house, but I didn't sleep that night. I was startled at every noise, every movement, every shadow. When I leave the room and go downstairs, my mother is making breakfast. When I called out to her, she looks at me and she says, "Who are you?" What? I thought. But the next moment, "Oh, Akio, good morning." Can my mother see it too? Is that possible? However, I don't have time to talk in the morning. I'm busy preparing and heading to school. At school, the ghost again comes into my sight. It stands there from a distance, watching me. But that alone, it makes me stressed. I continue to pretend that I can't see it. After school, I was exhausted, and when I went home, I opened the door to my mother standing there. As the door opened, she says again, "Who are you?" I say again, "It's me, Mother." She pauses before saying, "I know, welcome back." I thought to myself, this is getting strange. So I consulted with my mother after dinner. "Mother, can you see it by any chance?" But my mother simply replies, "Huh? What? What are you talking about?" But that is when something came to my mind. I felt that this might be useful. From the next day, I opened the gate at the school. It is crouched beside the gate, staring up at me.
Who are you?
I am so frightened of it, but I stop and there's only one thing I can think to say at this time. I turn to the ghost and I say clearly, "Who are you?" Every time I see the ghost from this time, I repeat this act, and little by little, my fear fades away. Until one day, when I went to school as usual and met again this ghost, something strange happened. The ghost stopped looking at me. It became once again the usual peaceful daily life. Right up until now, into my adult life, some ghosts, they have recognized me. Each time with this method, I can make the ghosts lose interest in me. I've never talked to my mother about the ghosts, but I think my mother is probably able to see them too. I think she might have secretly taught me how to deal with them. This happened to me when I was in the 4th year of college. I was in the chemistry department at that time. It would be less than 3 months until my graduation thesis was presented, and I spent my days doing experiments while sleeping in the lab. There were no students other than me on that day, and there was only one person in the lab. It was about 11 p.m. at night now, and I was all alone in this building. I am still very busy at this time, and by the next time I look up at the clock, it is already past midnight. Suddenly, I hear a sound. Oh, I thought, I wonder if someone else came in, and I didn't think too much on it. There are many nighttime science students, including me, and there are even senior graduate students who often come after 12 o'clock at night. I thought I'd say hello for the time being, so I looked into the computer room, but there was no one, and the scene is quiet. Huh, I thought to myself, I could have sworn I heard someone walking. But recently, I have been staying up all night, so it is very possible I am just hearing things. I guess it would have been another hour since then, when suddenly I hear the sound again. Even if I look into the room to see if someone came this time, there is still no one. Something strange happened twice, so I was scared. I thought about quitting the experiment, but if I quit here, I will need to begin the whole thing again tomorrow, and I won't be able to meet my deadline. I decide to ignore the sound so I can proceed with my work. Before the clock hit 3 a.m., I had confirmed and cleaned up the results of the experiment, and, in addition, I had forgotten all about that sound, and my fear had faded. I need to wake up in only a couple of hours anyway, so I thought I would just take a nap in the lab. I put on a blanket and I closed my eyes. I don't know how long I slept, but I woke up suddenly. When I checked my surroundings, this time I was not met with nothing but the sight of a man sitting in the dark room wearing something like work clothes. I can't process this situation. I'm nervous and I'm rigid. Then the man stands up, opens the door, and goes out into the hallway. "Hey, what are you doing?" I shout, and I follow him, but the man is nowhere to be seen. The corridor was also very dark, So I walked towards the stairs to press the light switch and turn on the light. Then I saw someone moving in the back of the corridor. When I looked down, that man was standing. I was frightened. It was all happening very quickly. The man is walking towards me now. No, it's more like a slippery sound, and it's approaching at a very fast speed. I run in the opposite direction. I run down the emergency stairs that I didn't usually use, and when I ran back into my apartment, I wrapped myself in a blanket and I stayed there, shivering. When I returned to the lab around 9 o'clock in the morning, it was my usual daily life. I told my senior about what happened in the middle of the night. He said to me that there are others who witnessed such a man, and the senior, he also saw a man in work clothes standing in front of the analysis equipment. After that, no matter how busy I was, I decided to always go home before 9 while other students were there. When I talked to the professor about a man at the graduation party, he said that the university was originally built in the place where the old coal mine was, and that many men had died there.
I experienced this when I'm in 5th grade, and I'm not the only one who saw it. When I was young, I would follow my parents and walked along the paths in the mountains. The season is summer at this time. Dusk was approaching quickly. My father was leading the way, so I was tired trying to keep up, but I was not worried. He was a reliable father. It's now I can hear sounds. I thought it was only the sound of 2 people walking and the buzzing of trees, the sound of birds and the sound of the river flowing through the valley. I didn't know exactly what the sounds indicated at the time because I was so young. I felt then like I heard someone's voice, but sometimes the sound of a river can sound like a human voice whispering. At first I thought that must be it. However, the more I focus on it, the more I can only think of it as a very real human voice. Dad? Can't you hear someone's voice? Who is it? What are you talking about? He says before pausing, and then he says to me, It's okay, just walk. I walked silently as I was told, but I'm still worried about the voice. Where's it from? When I was walking around, I see something now, moving in the river at the bottom of the valley. There is a considerable distance from the path to the bottom of the valley, and there are many trees and grass. And since dusk is approaching, even if there is something, it can't be seen clearly. However, I could see it very clearly. He was following us all the time while walking at the bottom of the valley. Hey, come here! The shaved-headed man walking at the bottom of the valley was shouting at us. He's also laughing. He repeats the same line over and over again. That alone was strange enough, but the man's appearance was also strange. What he's wearing is strangely old. It's clothes like what farmers wear. The face is full of smiles, but the position of the eyes, that is strange. His head is also strangely bumpy. And it's moving at a good speed. I'm walking nervously on the bottom of a dark valley with many lumpy stones and rocks. It's hard to keep my pace with my dad and keep myself stable. It's so dark, and there's a distance, So why can I see it so clearly? Or rather, is it shining white, that person? Even as an elementary school student, I noticed the strangeness and stopped my feet involuntarily. "Don't look! Walk!" I was scolded by my father. I came back to myself with that voice. Immediately, I became scared. After that, I just focused on walking. In the meantime, from the bottom of the valley, there was a voice calling while laughing as usual. Before I knew it, my father and I left the road and went on to a wide road. I couldn't hear that voice anymore. On the way home, my father told me about the man. Until about 7 or 8 years ago, that thing had come out several times. But I haven't seen it since then, so I thought it was okay now. I didn't think you would see it either. Nothing will happen if you ignore it. However, I don't know what will happen if you listen to what it says and go down to the bottom of the valley. Many people have gone missing from this trail. They never come back. Perhaps that is why.
This is a story about when my good friends got together and went to the beach in summer. At first, we were all having fun on the beach, and then one of my friends suddenly said to us, "Hey, let's jump down from there," pointing to a small cliff. It's a good place to jump in and play. It's not very high, but when I was little, I never had the courage to jump in. We had come to the sea for the first time in a long time, and we were all excited, and immediately we started running to the cliff. One of my friends had brought a camera with him on this day, so we all took an interesting pose to make memories. We took a picture of the moment of jumping into the water, and we played for a while. Suddenly, "Huh? Noriko, where did you go?" one person said. "I can't find Noriko anywhere I look." We all searched around the beach, but we could not find him. So we talked to the watchman's older brother and we all looked together. But still, we could not find him. Everyone was thinking about the worst now. Maybe in the sea. Eventually, the sun went down. Everyone went home with the assurance of the watchman, who told us that he will continue the search as best he could. It was about a week later. Noriko was found. Unfortunately, I had a bad feeling that this would be the outcome. Noriko seemed to have drowned in the sea. We were all upset, of course, but we thought at least we can maybe give Noriko's family this one last picture of him having fun in the sea. His last memory, a happy one. However, the owner of the photo, Yutaka, is not very enthusiastic. When I questioned him, he said that something is strange with that picture. We were shocked by Yutaka's attitude, and we didn't want to talk to him much. So eventually, he tells us just come and see the picture. See it with your own eyes. In the picture, there was everyone who seemed to be having fun. And of course, Noriko. What's the problem? It's a good picture. Yutaka replies to me, "Look until the end." The last picture that came out was one of the moment when Noriko jumped into the sea in a playful pose. Behind him, many white hands extending from the sea were clearly reflected. there is one strange story that I remembered. I went to my friend's apartment a long time ago. Whilst I was eating and drinking, I suddenly felt like I wanted to have a smoke. But you see, smoking was prohibited in my friend's apartment. My friend tells me that we can go up to the rooftop because people sometimes go up there to smoke. So, up we went, up to the rooftop to have a cigarette. It feels good. The weather is fine because it is summer. This was around 1 o'clock in the morning at this time. As I was smoking, I hear a voice saying,
Hello? Hello? Hello?
"What?" This sounded so clear. So I look around, but there is no one here. But I can clearly hear a voice saying,
Hey, hello?
After a while of this, a knocking sound joined the mysterious voice.
Hey,
What is this noise? I began to focus more on the source of the sound and pay attention to where it is coming from. And now, I can clearly hear the sound coming from the water tank up on the rooftop. This already frightened me, as this should be impossible. I should not be able to hear voices and movement sounds from inside a water tank. I thought, this is dangerous now. Whatever or whoever is in there, they shouldn't even be alive anymore. But they are calling to me. The thing is, I needed to walk right back past that water tank in order to get back inside the apartment. All the while,
hey, hello?
it continues constantly, and it's getting faster. Slowly, I approach the water tank. I was convinced that there was something in there, something with malicious intent. It is still calling from the inside and hitting the inside of the tank hard. What frightens me is that this is not a call for help. There is no fear or panic in this voice, just pure malice. When I was right alongside of that water tank, I hear a very, very loud. Very quickly, I open the door and I run down the stairs. Suddenly, an old man about 70 years old, he is staring up at me from just inside his apartment. He stares at me and he says to me quietly, "Do not go up there at night. It will kill you." About 3 years ago, I decided it was time to move out of my parents' house and begin a life of my own. I had been saving my own money for some years now. I have always been good at planning ahead, and so by this time in my life, I had a considerable sum of money and thus was able to afford quite a nice apartment in the city centre. I think people who like scary stories will understand this, but this property I found so cheap. It was a so-called accident property. At that time, I did not know of anything like that, so all I was focused on was the fact that I had scored such a great deal, even if it was an accident property. So, I decided to move into that place immediately. Over the next 2 weeks or so, I went about my parents' place and my new place. I used the 1 million yen I had saved, and I prepared household goods and decorated the room with my favorite furniture. The completed house, it was truly a dream come true for me. The only thing I was curious about was the presence of a black stain in the center of the room. The carpeted floor, it is beautiful, with a color somewhat in the middle of white and yellow. But there is this black stain, and it does not disappear, no matter how many times I clean it. I didn't really care about it at first, but after a while, the presence of it just bugged me. So after about a week of this, I bought a rug and hid the stain so that I could not see it. Then, little by little, my daily life changed. One day, when I came home from work, I opened the refrigerator to grab a beer, but the fridge, it was turned off. There's no way this should have happened, so I simply thought the fridge had broken down. While I was plugging and unplugging the power, cold air flowed. That's odd, I thought. Later on, when I was taking a bath after having my beer, the hot water, it stopped coming out. I remember thinking to myself that the real estate agent had lied to me. This is no accident property, it's a defective property. I remember feeling furious at the time. Other small, trivial things kept on occurring in the weeks to follow. The gas range does not light up. The light in the room, it does not turn on. These things continue to happen, and it begins to worry me. One day, I was off work, so I was planning to just play games all day at home. It is not often I get a day off, so I wanted to enjoy it. When I wake up in the morning and eat, I notice that a strange, fishy smell, it fills the room. I did not buy any fish, so where does this smell come from? I checked around the entire apartment, but I cannot find the source of the smell at all. Figuring there was nothing I could do to stop the smell, I just started spraying perfume, just to cover it up at least. This was enough for a short-term solution, and I was able to settle down and enjoy my games. I must have become very immersed in my game, because before I knew it, it was getting dark outside. I grabbed my wallet and I was heading out to buy dinner. This house, it has a corridor when you open the front door, and if the light is not turned on, that area, it is very dark, whether it be day or night. There is a toilet in front of the right side and a bath in the back of the right side, and there is a door leading to the living room in the back. When I opened this door, leading to the hallway to go and buy my dinner, I felt a feeling of dread as I stared up toward the door. I felt that there was definitely something there, standing in the dark. This was not a feeling I could pass off. It felt as real as if a person was standing directly in front of you, someone that you could clearly see with your eyes. More frighteningly, the further my eyes adjust to the dark, the more I can faintly make out the outline of something very real standing there. I could not judge whether this was a person or something else, but my instincts, they pointed to something else. All I could do was stand there, as in this moment, I did not know if any sudden movements might cause this one to rush toward me. I could feel the cold chill from the vent on my neck, and I felt a nasty sweat gushing out of my whole body. Out of nowhere, just as I am weighing up whether to turn the lights on or not, I heard the sound of the front door slamming strongly. When I turned on the light in the hallway, I looked around, but I could see no one there. However, a strong fishy smell wrapped the place entirely, much worse than before. After that incident, coupled with all the other strange happenings in the place, I decided to tell the real estate agent that I was moving out. Strangely, he did not argue with me or try to put up any resistance. He just signed the papers without argument. Now, I live in an ordinary rental property. No past history or anything of the sort, and I live a peaceful life. Even now though, when I find myself in a dark room or a corridor, I feel like something is looking at me, and I need to leave the light on always. Be careful of the places you move into. Do not carelessly take the first bargain you come across. Some buildings, they have a dark history that they cannot let go of. Do not go to these places. You will regret it later. This is the story of when I lived alone for the first time. It was my first experience of living on my own, and I felt both excitement and anxiety. I was young, and my expectations were not quite realistic. I was looking all over for a place that was low in price, close to the station, and the building was new. However, of course, it is very difficult to find a place that meets these conditions. So on the advice of my real estate agent, I decided to choose a place that was a little bit older. When I first arrived to see the inside of this apartment, I was thinking to myself that it must be an old and shabby building. However, I was surprised to see that it was quite beautiful. The inside of the room was a little bit grim, and I had the impression that no one had lived there, not for a very long time. But the sunlight was good, and there was excellent storage, and the bath had a reheating function. So in my haste, I did not ask any questions. This was just a bargain, as far as I knew. I moved in the very next day, and I began my new life. The sun comes in through the windows and it feels good, nice and bright, and it gives me a hopeful feeling. But once the sun was gone and the night set in, I began to feel lonely and a bit scared. Well, it was my first time living alone, and I thought that I would get used to this soon. But I just couldn't seem to calm myself down, even after many days passed, and I found I could not sleep. Finally, after many sleepless nights, I managed to get some sleep. But this did not last long, as I woke up to a noise that I could hear from somewhere. What's that sound? I tried to move my body and look around the room, but I cannot move at all. I am frozen in place. I begin to notice the source of the sound. It is coming from the bathroom. Is it the shower? It sounds like water is dripping. Of course, I should have closed the faucet tightly before going to bed, Then, something strange happens. The sound of the dripping water, a sound that you would think would be confined to one space, it begins approaching from the bathroom. I felt a wave of dread in this moment, because this should not be possible, and I was in a state of panic. So I closed my eyes and I said loudly, "Help me! Help me!" I shouted it over and over again. However, this sound, it simply continues approaching me. Mercilessly, it ignores my pleas, and when I open my eyes fearfully, I saw it. When I notice it, it begins moaning at me. An awful sound, dripping with sorrow, anguish and pain. I tried so hard to move at this point, but still I could not. I did not want to keep my eyes open anymore, to witness the awful sight of this thing shuffling toward me, the sound of dripping water accompanying it. I tried to close my eyes sometimes, but then, every time I would open them back up, this one, it would appear much closer to me. Finally, in an absolute last resort, I close my eyes and I shout as loud as I can, "Go away! Go away!" My heart, it runs very cold, as in response to this horrible thing leans very close to me, and I feel the damp breath right beside my ear as it screeches into it. I wish that now I could tell you I blacked out. I wish that at this time I could tell you a common story trope about how I opened my eyes and nothing was there. But this was not my reality. The reality was that when I open my eyes, I see a mess of dank, wet hair falling over my face. I see cold, dead hands moving up over my face, and I feel that this thing, this horrible thing that has emerged from my bathroom, it is no longer on its feet terrorizing me. It is no longer dwelling in my shower. No, it is in the bed with me. Those next 6 hours until the sun will come through my window again, they are the most frightening hours I have ever experienced. For with every breath, I did not know, if I disturb this one, will it attack me? Will it kill me? Will it take me somewhere? I lay there, in my bed, very still, daring not to breathe heavy, daring not to shift in the wrong way. All the while, this one clinging onto my back. I do not exaggerate when I say that had I been given the option to end my life right there in that moment, I would not have hesitated. At some point in the morning, finally, I was relieved that the room was bright and my body was able to move again. And ever so thankfully, this thing was gone. My first thoughts, thinking back, regardless of how real this experience felt, was perhaps sleep paralysis, as I could not move my body. This would explain everything. The noises, the hallucinations. No matter how real it felt, this couldn't possibly be real, could it? Those were my thoughts. Until two things happened that morning. The first of which was, I called my real estate agent, and after much discussion, she did tell me, eventually, that this was in fact an accident property, the site of a person dying. I knew then why this place is so cheap. The second of which was when I checked the shower. The water in the shower, it had stopped. And in fact, the faucets were turned off tight. But when I looked down at my feet, there is a puddle. The water stains, they did not stop at the bathroom. They continued to the side of my bed, dotted like footprints. This story takes place when my brother was in the lower grades of elementary school. That day, my brother was playing baseball with a few friends at a nearby ground. It was quite dark that day. My brother, who is playing at the time, suddenly looked towards the wooded area, and he notices that someone is looking at us. When we look closer, it is a girl, about the same age as us. She is just staring at us, with only half of her face peeking out from the shadow of the tree. I didn't know her, but my brother, who thought that maybe she wanted to play with us because she has been looking at us this whole time, decided to consult with my friends and call out to the girl to ask her to join us. We took a break from our game and we began walking toward the wooded area. "Let's play together," we called to the girl, but she just kept on looking at us. Suddenly, the girl withdrew her face to the shade of the tree and she hid. I thought that perhaps my brother made her feel shy. I look into the shade of the tree while calling to her, "Hey!" But there is no one there. What? I begin to look around, thinking this is very strange. When I see it, from behind another tree, just like before, the girl, with only half of her face revealed, is looking at me. My brothers begin calling to her again, and I approached the girl. But she hides again behind the tree. We all look into the shadow of the tree, but again, she is gone. And then, from the shadow of yet another tree, my friend noticed she is again peeking at us. Again, when I look within the shade of this tree, there is no one. Eerily, no one is seeing any movement when the girl moves between trees. Before I knew it, she was there again, in another tree. This continued many times, and we are getting scared. We decide that it is best if we leave this place and return home. On the way home, we are talking about that child earlier, and I begin to feel sick. This is very strange. I did not feel any sickness earlier, and it comes on suddenly. One of my friends, he shouted, "Look behind! There, right there!" He is pointing at something. Everybody looks back and sees it. The girl from earlier, peeking with half her face out from the shadow of the telephone pole. I was scared beyond reason at this stage, and my friends are the same. "Run!" we all shout. We begin running as fast as we can, only to stop dead in our tracks. That girl, who was just behind us, half of her face is sliding out from behind the telephone pole, right in front of us. That's impossible. This is not human. My brothers panicked and screamed, and we all ran away in different directions. My brother and I, we close our eyes tightly shut as we run past that telephone pole, and we run home at full speed. I ran into my closet and I closed myself in tight. I sat crying there the whole time until my parents came back. Later that night, when we had finished our dinner, my brother finds me in my room and we talk about what happened. Maybe she just wanted to play. Is there any good reason she was only showing half of her face? It's quite scary to imagine. I ask my brother, "Where did you go? Why didn't you hide in the closet with me?" He tells me he was going to, but he left that room and hid under his bed. Because as he was approaching that closet, he sees that girl one more time, peeking with half her face through a crack in the door, right before I closed myself inside.
This happened when I was in elementary school. I think that I was in year 6, roughly 11 years old. My parents were called away urgently because one of my aunties or uncles were in need of some urgent childcare. They didn't go into the full details of why they had to go away, but I knew it was something serious. I remember it was a Saturday and my parents planned to leave at dusk. I was asked to keep an eye on my cousins since I was the eldest. I had a choice to go with my parents, and I wish I did, but it seemed way more fun to stay at home with my cousins. The cousins in question were a 7-year-old boy and a 5-year-old girl. They were siblings. They kept nagging me to go and play with them. I couldn't take it anymore, and I buckled to the persistent requests from my little cousins. The younger sibling demanded a game of hide and seek. I didn't mind that. I wasn't too cool for a game of hide and seek. I thought that if I let them go and hide, I would have a couple of seconds peace while I counted down before I had to go and find them. I counted down from 50 and then I went to find them. My male cousin, the older sibling, hid in a nearby wardrobe, so he was easy to find. His sister, however, proved incredibly difficult to find. I couldn't really be bothered to search every place in the house, so I thought if I called out to her, I would be able to find her. I walked around the house, asking aloud, "Are you ready?" And because she was little and didn't really understand the premise of the game, she would enthusiastically answer, "Yes, I am." It sounded like she was hiding under the bed. I bent down as silently as I could and looked under the bed, but there was no one there. Strange. I called out again, "Are you ready?" And then I heard suppressed laughter coming from a wardrobe, a different one to the one I had found my cousin in. I threw open the door with a smile, and then frowned when I found it empty. At this point, her brother joined the hunt. She was a good hider, I'll give her that. We couldn't find her. After a few more minutes of searching, I started to feel uneasy. I got a little scared for her, so I called out to her one more time. "I surrender, you win, you're the champion, can you come out now?" I heard the bathroom door creak, and then I saw her smiling, victorious face. I just looked in the bathroom. It was pretty strange. I asked her outright, where was she hiding, after she stopped celebrating her victory over me. She replied, "That's the secret." We decided to play a board game after that. All the while, I couldn't get my mind off of what had just happened. It was stuck in my head, like, where the hell was she hiding? Later that night, my cousin's father came to pick up his children. Since the hour had grown late, I decided to take myself to bed. Looking back on it, why didn't I just go to their house? I'll still never understand that. While in bed, I couldn't stop thinking about that game of hide and seek. I think I must have dozed off. I heard a voice. You know, that dreamlike state right before you plunge into a deep sleep. You're hovering on the edge of consciousness. I was in that moment, and then I heard something. A voice from within my dark bedroom. "Are you ready?" I jolted awake, like that feeling you have when you're in that dreamlike state, where you feel yourself falling, and then you're suddenly awake. I heard it again. "Are you ready?" It was very, very faint, but I heard it. It was there. That voice didn't belong to either of my cousins, and it wasn't a young voice. I covered myself from head to toe in my duvet and blankets. That voice sounded old. It sounded adult and female. I heard it again. It sounded like it was getting closer. My body started involuntarily shaking. Panic gripped me. My heart was thumping. "Are you ready?" I couldn't reply like my cousin did. I couldn't just say, "Yes, I am." I didn't know what that would entail. I didn't know what would happen if I did that. I felt so scared and stressed, and I was still young, so the only logical answer that came to the forefront of my mind was, "No, I'm not ready." I heard that old woman voice whisper somewhere close to my bed in a voice as raspy as a mosquito. "Are you ready?" I felt as if I was about to be found in a game of hide and seek I didn't even enter into. This was the moment. The duvet and blankets were vigorously thrown upwards from my head. I screwed my eyes as tightly shut as I could. I let out the loudest scream I had ever heard. I fearfully opened my eyes after a few seconds and saw nothing but my dark and empty bedroom. I have no idea what the hell that was. I stayed up until my parents got home, absolutely petrified.
This is a story from last summer. That night, at a drinking party with a friend, I came home quite late. Also, I had missed the last train. My friends told me, "Do not worry, just keep drinking until the next day." But I had something to do the next day, so I decided that I needed to go home. My home, it's not far from Shinjuku. I'll be there in no time, as soon as I can get a taxi. After a little while waiting and seeing no taxis anywhere, I think to myself, well, it's not that far to walk. So, I began walking on the dark night road. After some time walking, I begin to enter the more residential area of the city. I am walking and thinking to myself that the night air feels good, when suddenly, from the dark, a boy appears. He seems to be around the lower grades of elementary school, and whilst I am still drunk, I can see, and I remember clearly, that his whole body, it is pitch black. "I'm here to pick you up," he says to me. "What? Who are you?" I am confused, and the boy stares at my face. "Oh, I'm sorry. I made a mistake." And he turned and ran away. What the hell was that? The time was around 2 o'clock in the morning. To think that a little boy is wandering outside alone in the middle of the night. No matter how you think about it, it is very strange. Although quite shaken and confused, I did come home safely that night. When I told my brother, who was still awake, about what had just happened, he looked at me. "I'm glad you didn't take it." "What do you mean?" I asked him. "That is not a boy. That is a Shinigami." A few days later, there was a misfortune in the neighborhood. The woman who died was the same age as me. It seems that it was a sudden death of unknown cause. And that woman's house, it is in the very direction that boy ran that night. This may just be coincidence, but maybe, just maybe, that boy really is a Shinigami. That night, if I had been mistaken, when I think about this, my spine, it gets cold.
When my friend got his driver's license, we decided to take a trip to a famous haunted location. It was in the middle of nowhere, and it used to be a meteorological observatory. I heard that the giant weather radar was still there. My friend said that it was a 2-story building and that it was pretty big. Some of the first floor had been partially buried due to landslides though. The exterior of the building was white, but inside, he said, was pitch black. On the second floor in the innermost room, there was a giant hook, which was used to suspend some machinery. That hook plays an important role in the ghost story that surrounds that building, and that story was famous in my hometown. That hook has been used multiple times. Multiple people tied multiple nooses to that hook, yet none of them ever lived to share their stories. Only their legend lived on. And that gloomy abandoned observatory held the secrets of their final moments. I saw an article in the newspaper a couple of years ago about a woman who went there to take her own life. It wasn't just some urban legend. In addition, there's a large steel tower used for observation nearby. Directly below that tower is a cliff face of about 40 to 50 feet beneath the tall, twisting trees. People say that if you leap from there, your body will never be found. I don't know why they say that, but they do. Well, I guess that I've set the scene, so I will get into my own experience at the abandoned observatory now. I went with 4 other friends. We had no trouble finding the place. You can see it from miles away. It stands on top of a very tall hill on a mountainside. As soon as we got there, the trouble started. One of the roads we needed to use to get there was closed, and the reason was that because it was winter, it was deemed too dangerous. A small amount of cones and plastic barriers were in our way. The stuff you might see at a construction site. It couldn't be helped. We had to get out and move all that stuff aside to get up there. Up until we had got to the barrier, we had seen the reassuring lights of houses and streetlights on the road, but once we passed through, there was nothing but darkness created by the dense tree coverage. If we turned the headlights out on the car, we wouldn't be able to see a thing. There seemed to be nothing but an endless sea of trees either side of the car. This was a mountain pass after all. My friend who was driving was getting nervous. The road had numerous sharp turns and twists, and like the sign warned us, it was beginning to get a little icy out there. One of my friends noticed a landmark and knew that the observatory wasn't far away, so we parked up on the shoulder of the road, turned our flashlights on, and headed out. He said that the place wasn't far from here, just up a little hill. Well, he was wrong about both things. It was far, and the hill wasn't little. It was pretty much a mountain. We had to climb through thickets and weave in and out of trees, and I was thinking, is this worth it? But we'd come this far, right? As we went higher and higher, the incline increased, and the drop below us seemed more and more dangerous. Somehow, we finally made it to the observatory. Weeds and ivy covered the windows and wrapped themselves all over the walls. Seeing that abandoned facility reminded me of the Resident Evil games. Because of landslides, soil and debris had reached the second floor, yet somehow the entrance to the building was unblocked. When we got closer to the building, we realized that we could get in through the second story easily, but we wanted to go through the main door. There was broken glass all over the floor in there, and the weeds and ivy had gotten in too. The second I set foot in there, I felt as if something was very wrong with this place. I don't know if that was down to the way it smelt. The bathroom was closest to the door, so I guess that could have been the source of the smell. We didn't spend long in there. We went back to the entrance and proceeded to move into a large open room. There wasn't anything in here apart from a door, but we couldn't get it open due to the effects of the landslide. It was difficult to walk in this room since the earth must have shifted. We couldn't walk in a straight line. We headed back to the entrance again and began to climb the stairs to the second floor. We found a double bed in a room at the top of the stairs. I guess that it belonged to the night watchman or something. As we walked, we quickly came to realize that the condition of the floor was way worse than the ground floor. One room had a wooden floor, and it really didn't look like we were going to be able to safely navigate around in that room, so we kept moving down the corridor. The smell was worse now. It was making me nauseous, and I could feel a headache coming on. It felt like it was more than just some smell, and it wasn't from the bathrooms. That feeling in the pit of my stomach was now a stabbing pain. I really wanted to leave. Cold sweat was amassing my brow. I didn't want to be a chicken in front of my friends, so I kept my mouth shut and pushed on. There was just one room at the end of the corridor, the room with the famous hook on the ceiling. As soon as I looked up, I found the source of the smell. They were swinging in the breeze slightly. I will never forget her white coat, and the clothes underneath looked like camouflage. She really didn't want to be found heading up here, I guessed. It was such a morbid thought. Liquid dripped, and I caught sight of her long, twisted, dark hair dangling. I looked up and thought, I didn't know necks could get that long. Then we were running. We scrambled out of there screaming. We practically slid down the mountain on our backs, scrabbling to get away. We needed to tell someone what we found in there. Someone was shouting at us when we left, which only made us panic more. Fortunately, it was a police officer. He was angry that we moved the barriers in the road and said that some of our flashlights could be seen from down the mountain. We shouldn't have ignored the barriers, and he had a right to be angry at us. I think that we all made a silent vow that day to never go to somewhere like that again. He went inside, alone, to corroborate our story, and several agonizing minutes crawled by while we waited for him to come out. One of my friends suggested that we just leave before we got into any trouble, but we knew that wasn't a great idea. He had probably already seen our license. He came out, and he was still angry. He accused us of making the whole thing up. He said that there was no one in there suspended from the hook. I was completely astounded by that. Had we all imagined the same thing, or did we see something otherworldly in that room? He let us go at about 4:30 a.m. after taking our statements and told us to never come back. There was no chance of us coming back. The thing is, if it was a hallucination, why did we all have the same one? And that smell Why did we all smell the same smell? Why can I still recall that smell today? When I got home that night, I took a bath, and no matter how hard I scrubbed or how much soap I used, I couldn't remove the lingering scent of what I smelled in the observatory.
I keep silkworms as a hobby. One evening, on my way to get the mulberry leaves for their food, I was walking along the national highway. And then, on the way to go to the mulberry tree that I always go to get, I noticed another tree across the road. I decide that I will go and get some leaves from that tree. I was looking to my left and then to my right to check for the cars, when I see it. At a great speed from the road on the left, a person running towards me at the edge of the lane. I didn't know what to think. It did not make sense. Why is this person running down the road? And how is he moving so very fast? As he passes me by, he extends his arm, reaching for me. I pull back. I am thinking, maybe this is trying to pull me into the traffic. As I watch him, he is veering off the road now and dives into the pond by the side of the road. I am not so scared anymore, but just laughing, as I guess this is just a crazy person. I continue walking to the mulberry tree, past that pond where the person dives into. I begin to feel a bit uneasy now, as it seems this man has still not come up from under the water. Right as I am passing by the pond, his arm extends again from beneath the black pond water, reaching for me. I do not understand this, and I forget about gathering the leaves from the tree. I turn, and I run very fast back home. Perhaps you are reading this and you think, this is not very scary. It's just a crazy guy. You can just go around him. But you don't understand. What I was afraid of was when his arm grabbed for me, it reached out from that pond for at least 2 meters. There is a road that I use for commuting every day. Because it's in the countryside, the traffic is not a big deal. There are no pedestrians. The width of the road is a bypass that seems unnecessarily wide for the countryside. From my high school days until the present, I am now 27 years old. I took that commute every day without thinking anything of it. Nothing happened all those years. Until this day, on my way back home. I came home a little bit late that day because something urgent had come up at work. It was close to midnight, I think, and there are no streetlights. And of course, there is not a single pedestrian. Or so I thought. A very tall person suddenly walked and stopped in front of the crosswalk. To be walking on such a dark road at this hour. Whilst I do occasionally enjoy a late night walk myself, this is a very unusual place to find somebody doing this. I was waiting for the traffic light to turn green in the car. The pedestrian signal, it should have been green. So why is this man not crossing the road? It is very dark, and the more I look at this tall man, his whole body, it is pure white. It's not that he is wearing white clothes or anything like that. He is just all white. My next moment of realization horrifies me. This man is missing both arms. Moreover, he is tall, but not in a normal way. It's too elongated. When I think back to this moment now, I still feel it. That cold fear looking at this thing. The moment the traffic light turns green, I stepped on the accelerator and I drove off very quickly. Because it was the first time I had ever seen something like this, I wanted to leave that place as soon as possible. That tall, armless man, reflected in the side mirror, is getting smaller and smaller. There is no sign of chasing after me, like a typical ghost story. He just watches me as he disappears. I am relieved, but still, my body cannot stop shaking. I decide that I will go and buy a hot drink. I parked my car at the 7-Eleven along the bypass, and I prepare to go inside. When I get out of the car, he is standing there at a bus stop nearby. I don't know if he is looking at me or not. Because of the light of the convenience store, I could see him more clearly than before. It is very clear now. He has no arms. Only the upper body is swaying from side to side. I jumped quickly back into the car and I went straight home. When I ran into my house, as if running away from something that is chasing me, my mother was sitting there in the living room. My mother turned around and told me, "What happened? Your nose, it is bleeding." This was the first time in my life that I had ever had a nosebleed. Did he do this? Was this due to fear? Or did he do something to me? I don't know if it's just a coincidence. But in any case, I'll never use that road again. When I think about this, there are stairs a little way beyond the intersection where I first saw this thing. Beyond that, there is a shrine where the grass and the land around it is all dead, seemingly not taken care of at all, despite the rest of that area being very well kept. He may have been something related to that shrine. This is an experience I remember from when I was in kindergarten. To be honest, I don't like thinking back on this, and I don't like talking about it. Back then, I would go to my mother's parents' house every year for Odon. At those times, it would be myself, who was about the oldest in kindergarten, and my sister, who is 4 years older than me and used to play a lot with elementary school students in the neighborhood. I don't remember exactly how it happened, but sometime during the evening, 5 people, including myself, decided to go exploring at a cemetery in the mountains near the neighborhood. The cemetery was surrounded by stone walls on all sides, but it wasn't a very big cemetery. For some reason, once I entered that place, I got this strong feeling like I couldn't go out again. It was so strange. It feels like spinning in the same direction. Because this cemetery is surrounded by very tall trees, I could not see very well, despite the sun still being out this early in the evening. Everyone is getting more and more worried now. I guess they are feeling the same ominous senses that I am. Then, suddenly, one of the children calls out, "There's an old woman in the tree." I turned and I shouted, but I couldn't see it. I thought they were pranking me. I turned around and I shouted for them to stop it. But then I took notice of where the child was pointing, and I followed the direction to see it. It is true. It is an old woman, clinging to the base of a thick tree branch. It looked a bit like a monkey at first, if not for the hairless, wrinkled skin. Even more unsettling, there is blood on the leaves of the other trees around her. I panicked as we all began to run. Where to and for how long did we run? I don't know. I was led by my sister, who was shouting at me, "Don't look back." Eventually, we all managed to get out of the cemetery, and my nerves began to calm. But not for long, however, as on the way down the mountain road, another child calls out from behind, "The old woman is chasing me." I look back, and I see it. The old woman. The arms. They are so long. Unnaturally long. I shouted to my friend while looking back at this abnormality approaching fast behind him. The long arms reaching closer to him. I look ahead and I run desperately. I am so scared. I close my eyes and I just trust that my sister will guide me away from this nightmare. When I finally saw my grandmother's house, my legs suddenly became so heavy. I collapsed inside, and I could not move my legs, not even one step. Not just me, but everyone. We all collapsed in exhaustion. The girl who shouted earlier that the old woman was chasing us, she was crying hysterically. She tells us when the long old lady's hand stretches out, getting closer and closer to her, she thought she will die right there on that mountain. The fear that I saw in her eyes that time, it still stays with me. I feel that fear also. I really thought that I was going to be caught by a ghost. Something not of this world. with who knows what intentions for me.
When I was in elementary school, I was living with my dad. It was just me and him at home. Dad would make me breakfast at 6 a.m. every morning and then rush off to work. Most of the time, he would still be getting ready for work while he was eating. I would be left at home to get ready by myself and make my own way to school. One morning, I woke up with a terrible headache, so I figured that I wouldn't go to school that day. I didn't think it was a big deal to take a day off, because I needed to recover. I hadn't ever skipped school before, but since my dad was always home late, I didn't think that he would even realize that I had been at home all day, and I was looking forward to a relaxing day at home. I was wrong. My dad came home that day at around noon. I desperately tried to think of any kind of excuse as to why I was home. And my dad was really hot on education, and I knew that I was in for a scolding. I went downstairs to see him, and he looked at me and smiled and said, "Let's go for a walk." I was really shocked by this. I didn't give it a second thought, and I just agreed to go with him. I walked hand in hand with my father along a riverbank, and I should say that he wasn't the type to walk hand in hand with his daughter. But for some reason that day he did. I can't really remember what we were talking about that day, but I remember that I was smiling a lot. It was fun. I didn't think it was strange at that time. And after walking for a while, I felt that my dad's grip around my hand increased. I felt my little hand getting squeezed tighter and tighter. I looked up at him, and he was smiling. It was very unnerving. He then started pulling me along as he began to walk faster. Then, he started leading me down the riverbank towards the river's edge. I was a pretty tough and headstrong kid. I wasn't the type to cry, but that day I couldn't help it. My hand was hurting so much, it felt like my bones were about to break. And that wasn't the thing that made me cry, though. I cried because of the way my dad smiled at me. It wasn't normal. It was horrible. It was unnatural. I really started screaming and crying loudly, and then my dad let go of my hand. I dropped down on the seat of my pants and kept right on crying, and I couldn't bring myself to look at my dad's face. After a few minutes, someone tapped me on the shoulder and started speaking to me. It was an old woman. I didn't know who she was, but she tried to calm me down, and she was kind and gentle. I couldn't stop crying, though. My hand was throbbing, and when I looked up, I couldn't see my dad anywhere. With few options available to her, the old lady decided to take me to a nearby police box, and I thanked her for that. I didn't know where I was. I was completely lost. I hadn't ever been to that river with my dad before, and I didn't know my address correctly. All I could tell her and the officer was the name of the building that I lived in with my dad. So, we had to contact the landlord of my building. This happened a long time ago, and we didn't even have a house phone when we lived there. And once the landlord was contacted, he luckily knew where my dad worked from his tenancy documents, and then he called my dad's work. He didn't have anyone else to call, no mom on the scene, and I had no older siblings. My dad told the officers he would come and pick me up, and I started to get frightened again. When my dad arrived, I noticed something instantly. He was wearing the same clothes he left in the morning, and he always came home in his work clothes. This was not the man who tried to lead me down the riverbank. The man who did that was wearing a polo shirt and some jeans that I hadn't ever seen my dad wear before. My dad was really upset for me and worried about me, of course, but he was also furious that the landlord called his workplace. I don't know if his bosses gave him a hard time for leaving work early or something, but I quickly realized that this was my dad. I didn't need to wait to see him smile to realize that the real him was back. I really don't know what happened that day, how that guy looked so much like my dad and had access to our home. I know I was young, and I guess that you probably think that I could have made a mistake. But let me ask you this. How many times have you ever mistook your father or mother for someone else while they're holding your hand? You'd know it was them, right? I don't know what that was, but sometimes I wonder when I think about all the unsolved missing person cases out there, that something similar could have happened. And I would love to hear your theories.
I went camping in a village in Wakayama Prefecture with a friend of mine. When the sun goes down, my friend began putting up our tent near the riverbed. It is not long now until the sun finally disappeared behind the mountains. We are both in our tent, preparing to sleep. It is then that we can hear a dragging sound all around us. Of course, my friend is in that tent with me. So who is dragging something around our tent? I cannot see any people around me. I do not know what is happening. That something, which is outside the tent, is walking all the way around in the darkness of the night. When my friend looks outside, there's nothing there. But when we go back inside the tent, we can hear it again. Footsteps and the dragging. We become very, very scared at this point, and we got out of the tent at once. Outside is still illuminated by the fire, so we feel a lot safer out here. We decide to stay outside and prepare some food to take our minds off of what was happening. A little while after this, we've cleaned up from our cooking, and by this time, we've somewhat forgotten the sounds from earlier. We prepare once again to go to sleep. When I'm sleeping into the night, I awake suddenly. The sounds of dragging outside again. It seems that my friend who was sleeping next to me also noticed the sounds and woke up along with me. We are both just listening to this sound now. Again, the footsteps are walking around the tent, circling it. We both get scared and crawled into our sleeping bags. I fell asleep before too much longer, convincing myself that the wind and the sounds of nature are fooling us. When I wake up the next morning, the sound is gone. As my friend wakes up too, he started cleaning up the tent in the campsite. I guess he wants to get out of there quickly. During our cleanup, there is a crowd of people near the river, and the police are coming. When my friend asks them what is going on, they tell him. Apparently, an old woman's body was found in the river. The corpse was missing one of her sandals. We both get more and more creeped out. We had just slept only meters from a dead body. Then, as we continued to clean up, the sandal came out from under the tent. My friend turned pale and said something to me that will always stay with me. The water corpse, it was here, looking for its sandal.
This is a true and mysterious event which happened to me and some friends one summer night a few years ago. Every summer, a couple of old school best friends and I get together and we go on a little trip together. On the year this occurred, we had all decided on renting a cottage in the woods, and it was going to be great. We were going to have barbecue and a campfire. It was the usual crew, me and 2 other friends, and we are all females by the way. My friend drove and it took hours to get there. It was already evening by the time that we got to the cottage, and we were all hungry. We had prepared for this though. We brought all our barbecue gear and we were ready to feast. We had a great night, chatting and reminiscing by the log fire, and of course, eating way too much. And even though it was summer, the sun had already set by about 8, so that was our call to head back into the cottage. It was a real shame though. I suddenly had the urge to go to a hot spring, and I know this sounds a little odd, but it's called an onsen in Japanese, and we love going to them in the summer. I mentioned it to the others and everyone was on the same page, and we got fired up since we were all tired and full. Well, the cottage didn't have a hot spring, so we hit a dead end. And not wanting to slow down or waste the trip, I got my phone out and started Googling to see if there were any springs nearby, and we were just in luck. There was one only a short drive away, and we quickly packed some clothes and then jumped back in the car. Since we weren't familiar with the area, we were completely dependent on the car navigation system. The narrow roads were so dark since the forest was all around us. I didn't want to get lost out here, and I was starting to lose faith in my idea. But then we turned onto a highway road. The mood lifted in the car and we were back to chatting and laughing. Right. The satellite navigation system interrupted, and it was just the one word. I noticed this because usually, the satellite navigation system said, "After 100 meters, turn right." I thought it was odd, but I didn't care that much. Another odd thing was, it asked us to turn while we were in a curve in the road, and we turned back a little, and at the exact same point in the road the satellite navigation system said, "Right." These country roads were very narrow. We didn't see the dirt road the first time, but spotted it when we doubled back. We obeyed the satellite navigation and then turned down that road. The laughter and sense of excitement in the car ebbed away and was replaced with a sense of anxiety. This road, it didn't seem like it was leading us to the hot springs. The forest just got steeper and steeper and darker. I felt as if we were moving further from the town and from people, and I started to doubt the existence of the hot springs. We ceased talking at this point. The air in the car was thick with tension, and I wanted to turn back, but I knew that we couldn't. The road was only just wide enough for our car, and there was no way that we could do a U-turn. I started to worry, and I wondered what might happen if an oncoming car came at full speed. Since we didn't know where we were, we decided that we would stop and then check out our surroundings. I was amazed to discover that we were nearing a cliff edge. I had no idea that we had driven this high up in the mountains and was lost for words, as so were my friends. and fear now had a grip on us. Forget the hot spring. We just needed to get back to somewhere familiar. No one said a word, and I am glad that they didn't, because I was just panicking. We just stared at one another's faces in the dark and wondered what to do. We had no choice but to keep going forward because the road was simply not wide enough to turn back. I knew deep down that we were moving further and further from the town, the people, and the lights. And just as our anxiety reached its peak, my friend spotted a point in the road up ahead where it widened. Relieved, we sped towards it to perform that U-turn that would get us out of the mountainous woods. Then the car's headlights illuminated a building almost crumbled to ruins. A derelict and frightening looking place, and in that moment we laid eyes on it, we heard, "You have arrived at your destination." Then the power in the car went out. We panicked, but it came back on instantaneously. We turned around and headed back to the safety of the cottage. There was no hot spring. There was no way that creepy building in the woods could have ever been a hot spring either. I cannot forget that event, and we often talk about it when we meet up. Perhaps we were summoned or called by something in that abandoned building. It was so scary. Underneath, translated by J. Nightmares. This is a story that I was told by my granddad. He grew up during the war, and back then, many of the houses had these dirt floors out in the countryside. It was pretty normal apparently in Japan. I will try to provide you with word for word of what my grandfather told me. His father was a taxi driver, and his mother died before he was 5 years old. His dad needed to work every hour God sent him just to keep food on the table, and it couldn't have been easy back then. Since he was a taxi driver, he worked a lot of antisocial hours. He would stay with his neighbors while his father was working, and then, when his father finished work, he would come and get him. It became more and more frequent, and his father didn't want to be a bother to his neighbors after they had been so helpful. So sometimes, when he knew that he would be home really late, he would leave my granddad home alone. Of course, this situation wasn't ideal, and my grandfather said that he was very lonely and scared at home alone. He said that he would sit on the floor and cry and call for his father often. The neighbors would hear this, but they couldn't do much as they didn't want to intervene. One night, the neighbor heard my dad's cries stop, and then they heard laughter. They thought to themselves that, "Hey, that's great. Maybe my father is home." But a couple of hours later, they heard my granddad call out to his father as they came through the door. The neighbor thought it was strange because they were convinced that my granddad was talking with someone next door. Over the course of the days and weeks, the neighbors heard my grandpa laughing and talking with someone next door when they knew that his father was out driving his taxi. The neighbor grew concerned and suspicious, so they went to investigate. My grandpa was apparently sat alone in the kitchen, on the dirt floor and in the dark, laughing and speaking with something unseen. They were really worried about him, so they waited with him until his father came home. When his dad came home, he was asked directly about who he had been speaking with every night. My grandpa said in response, "I have been speaking to the mother. I was scared and lonely and crying, so the mother came. She hugs me and rubs my cheeks, and she cares about me." His father then asked about how this mother was getting in and out, and my granddad pointed at the corner of the kitchen. The dirt was disturbed in this area. There was a gap between the bottom of the wooden wall and the dirt floor. Someone could have crawled in and out through that gap. My granddad then said to his father, "She crawls through each night smiling at me." Well, my granddad's father was disturbed by that and covered the gap with boards and asked for a reduction of hours at work while he looked for a new place. Sometimes at night, he said he heard scratching against the boards, but could never find anyone out there when he went to look for the source of the sound.
Due to my friend's work, he was required to move to a particular town along the Odakyu line for about a month. One Saturday, 2 friends and I, together, the 3 of us, decided to help him with the move. Because the period of stay was rather short and it was only a small move, all the work was done by the afternoon, and the 4 of us settled in to play mahjong and drink in the cluttered room. After a while, I needed to wrap things up as I had work early in the morning. I take the next train, about a 20-minute journey getting home. A few days later, one of the friends who helped us move came over to my place to play mahjong again. Whilst the 2 of us are drinking, he says to me, "I had a strange experience at that house," referring to the friend we helped move. That day, after I went home, the 3 of them kept on drinking. He told me that he had work the next day also. He said that he left the 2 people lying on the floor and went to work. Another of the friends, who awoke in his sleepy state, he said that he saw his friend walking around with bleary eyes. But a few minutes later, he came back. He was walking around the room, slowly. "Did you forget something?" the friend says, watching what was happening while still very sleepy. It's strange. Rather than looking for anything in particular, it was just like he was wandering around the room, aimlessly. Eventually, he stops walking around and does not move at all. In fact, just sits in the corner of the room. "What is wrong?" the friend was thinking to himself at this time. He raised his heavy body off the floor and he looked around the room. He said that there was no one in the room, only those 2 people. "I don't think that was a person," he says to me. A few days later again, when I'm hanging out and talking with another of the friends who was there, he said that he too had a strange experience. When I heard the story, it seems that he had the same experience as the one the first friend had told me about. And the friend who we had helped with the move, who heard the story of the 2 people's experiences, said something even more strange. Actually, I've been sleeping back at my own house recently. Someone is walking around the room, but when I wake up, there's no one there. I can't go back to that house anymore," he said. The 4 of us decided to go to that house again tomorrow, to get his things out of there. We meet at the station and the four of us headed to the place together. When I entered the room, it was a creepy feeling. I felt like there was something disturbing in the air. "Hey, did you move this chest of drawers?" my friend asked me. While he is inspecting this chest of drawers in the corner of the room, I casually asked another of my friends. He doesn't remember doing anything to those drawers. Then, the friend who had moved in here, he said that they were already there when he arrived. He explained that he felt it a waste to get rid of it, so he just used it. The chest of drawers looks, well, normal. Nothing strange about that. We just didn't know it was there. But it is when the drawers are moved away that I noticed something. Just on the back of the wall, I saw something like a wooden frame. As I looked closer, it was a small closet made of a wooden door. When I think about why someone would place a chest of drawers to hide this, my spine gets cold. There was a bad atmosphere building in this room. My friend approached the door and swung it open. A doll was sitting there in the dark space. For some reason, it gave me a bad feeling. We take the train and arrive at a real estate agent one station away. When we told them the situation, showed them the doll and asked them what this was all about, the real estate agent seemed to have some idea. He told us a story. Whatever this doll is, it used to live in that room. It is said that it was owned by a girl from a single-parent family. She must have forgotten it and left it there, the landlord said sadly. That family actually was planning to come back to this apartment, but the girl suffered from a serious illness and she needed to be hospitalized for a long time. The family decided to temporarily live in a new place close to the university hospital where she was hospitalized. But a few months later, the mother came to visit. "I don't need that room anymore," she told me. The landlord did not ask for the reason. He assumed it was because the girl's treatment had failed. The four of us who heard that story, we were overcome with a feeling of sadness. Yet, at the same time, cold fear. That figure who was wandering around the room, was that the girl? Looking for her doll. We handed the doll back to the agent. "Please, give it back to that family. Perhaps this would eliminate any spiritual activity. This is beyond our understanding to say for sure. But my friend still remains adamant. He will not go back to that room again." Whilst we are heading back to the station, while talking with each other, after a long silence, my friend speaks up. "That wasn't a girl." We all looked to him. That person's shadow was not a girl. It was a doll. This is a story which I heard from a friend of mine. He went to a university in Hokkaido, and he told me that he would often frequent this quiet little family-style restaurant with his friends. In the company of friends, drinks, and good food, sometimes he would stay there until the early hours of the morning. One day, in the midst of spirited conversation and merriment, he notices a figure peeking into the store from just outside the window. It is that of a young woman. "Excuse me, miss," he calls to her. "Are you looking for someone?" She just stands there, peeking inside. He didn't care too much at first, but she does not move, even after 10 minutes or so. He is getting more and more curious now. It's then that he taps his friend on the shoulder and points to it. "Yes, I am aware of it," his friend says to him. "It's weird, isn't it?" His friend turns to him. "Maybe it's best not to look at that." He said they continued going about their business, but they remained aware of this woman, continuing to just stand there, right at the edge of their vision. Then suddenly, it moved. But not like a walking motion, but rather like a sliding motion. Normally, when people move, their shoulders will move. Hers did not. From then on, they could not see the woman anymore. She did not pass by any of the other windows. Nothing. Just gone. He and his friends simply sat in stunned silence before he said, "That was not a thing of this world." Many years passed. My friend returned to Hokkaido and went back to that restaurant to have a meal with a group of colleagues. During the meal, his eyes drifted to the window behind him. There's that woman again. It's the same as before. It seems to be peeking into the store from just outside the window. He fixes his gaze to his food at this time because he tells me something about seeing that woman. It feels very wrong. Moments, which drag on for what feels like hours, pass by, before finally, it's gone. He tells me it has been more than 10 years since he first saw it in Hokkaido. Yet, it did not look any different than it did the first time. Both the appearance and the appearance of looking at the inside of the store. She has not aged. The facial expressions is still the same. The clothing is still the same. The stance is the same. And the way it moves, almost like floating. No movements as she walks along. It's when he leaves the restaurant, however. That's the part of the story that gave me chills. When he left the restaurant and looked up to the window where he saw the woman peeking in this time, it is far above his head. It is not a place where any human would be able to stand upright and look in. You would need to be more than 8 feet tall to see through that window. There were many strange things in the municipal housing complex where I used to live. When I moved in, there was a wooden case on the upper left of the entrance. I didn't really like the look of it, so I wanted to have it removed. I'm not sure why, but it was hammered with a 5-sun nail. I felt like I shouldn't dispose of it, so I ended up just leaving it on the cupboard. Other, very strange occurrences surrounded us always in that place. Whenever anyone would visit and sleep in the room just in front of where the entrance is, they would report waking up to the sensation of somebody trying to tie them up. Every night at midnight, we would hear the sound of footsteps in the kitchen. One night, there was a loud rumbling sound at the front door in the middle of the night, so I went to check it. There was a ball, a very large bowling ball, rolling back and forth across the floor. This made no sense, as the floor was slanted, meaning the ball was rolling uphill on the way back. Another time, I see cigarette smoke appearing and disappearing in the rooms in the kitchen. And I often see white things moving around. Not like solid figures, but just things that shouldn't be there. Things that feel wrong. Anyway, this is the part that I will always remember. We moved out of that place about 10 years ago. Around the time I started living in a larger housing complex with my daughter. When we are settled in our new place, she says to me, "That apartment complex was scary, wasn't it? There was a head at the front door." What? What do you mean? I was quite shocked to hear my little daughter say such a thing. She continued, "The shelf, where there is a piece of wood on the entrance door, there is always an old man's head on the right end. It was looking around, slowly, moving its eyes with a pale face." "Since when did you see it?" I asked her. "From before kindergarten until I graduated from elementary school and we moved. It was always there." "Why didn't you tell me?" "Because you'll be scared too, if you know it's there." This haunts me still. The fact that my little daughter was worried about her family and kept silent about something so horrifying. I'm still horrified, just imagining it.
I was traveling for business. I do it often, and I stay in the same hotel every single time. It's a great little place, perfect for me anyways, and I had to run a few errands before checking in, so I arrived a bit later than normal. It was raining, really hammering down, and I got soaked through as I ran from my car to the lobby. I didn't bring an umbrella or a coat. God. And I was glad that I already grabbed some dinner, so I went straight to the room. I filled the tub up and had a bath and jumped into bed. I was shattered. Thunder and lightning woke me. It was so loud. I rolled over in bed and something caught my eye. I saw a shadow at the window. I wanted to get up and see if someone was there, but I couldn't move. It was like sleep paralysis or something, and whenever lightning flashed, I saw the shadow at the window. I couldn't speak, I couldn't move, all I could do was stare in horror towards the window. Thunder boomed one more time, and suddenly, the shadow was gone and I was able to move again. I went to the window and there was no one there, and then the lightning had stopped. There was no moonlight, so I couldn't see anything. I got back into bed and went to sleep. I mean, what else could I have done? The next morning at breakfast, I spoke to a hotel employee and told him about what happened. I told him that there was some figure, shadow, or silhouette or whatever that was peering at me through the window. The employee asked what room I was staying in, and then when I told him, he said that my story couldn't possibly be true. I asked him what he meant and he said, "There's no corridor where your room's window is. If someone was there, they might have been 10 foot tall." I was dumbstruck and a bit annoyed with his cocky answer. He offered to prove it to me, so off I went to take a look. We used to have stairs there, but they collapsed due to age. They were warded off from the public, and they were so dilapidated that there was a gaping hole in the middle of them. He was right. There was nowhere for anyone to stand near the window. The hotel employee couldn't believe it. He even looked a bit shaken up, and he said no one else had said anything about that room or a shadow peering at them while they slept.
I'm not usually one with a keen interest in the occult. But there's one thing I can tell you for sure. I am not a liar, and I know what I saw. I know what I went through. I experienced something eerily similar to quite a famous dark story. I guess I'll tell it to you, as best I can. This is my experience when I was in high school. The story of going to Kisaragi Station. I had just been visiting a friend's house in another city, and it was a train ride to get back home. Until then, buses and private cars were pretty much my main means of transportation. It was one of my first times to even get on a train. I was a bit worried, being alone and not really knowing how things work. However, I was pleasantly surprised as I boarded with ease, found my seat, and relaxed for the journey home. I was playing with my phone on the train when we entered through a tunnel. When we emerged, I noticed we are still going along the road by the sea. But the surroundings, they are dim. It is only just past 5 o'clock in the summer. So how does it get so dark so soon? I look outside again. In the scenery, in the surroundings, they seem to be darker yet again, already. It's like putting a black cellophane on the window and looking through. That's how dark it looks. Even just minutes ago, it had been light outside. I look around the carriage. There are 7 people, other than me, on the train. Everyone was sleeping, with their faces down in their laps. Everyone in the same pose. My head is shaking, with the slight vibration as the train moves along. I'm getting a little bit scared now. It was then I received an email from my parents. "Where are you now? Do you think you will arrive by 6 o'clock?" I had asked my parents to pick me up at the station at 6. For the time being, I replied to them, telling them what was happening around me. I got on the train to arrive at 5:50, but the people around me, they're acting kind of weird. Everyone sleeps in the same outfit, in the same pose. Also, it's dark outside, and I've never seen this scenery, like it's changing around me. My parents reply, "Don't get off the train." This made me feel uneasy. Then another email. "What do you mean by changing around you? Also, it's not dark here yet. Are you going to sleep?" While I was thinking about how to reply to that email, the train began to shake slowly, loudly, and finally, it stopped. I looked out the window. It seems like I've arrived at the station, but there was no announcement. And then suddenly, the door opens with a whooshing sound. The people around me, they are still staying the same. It was creepy, and I didn't want to look at them anymore, so I looked out the car window again. There is an odd wooden station in the back. It looked very out of place. Nothing like the modern train stations scattered around Japan. It looked old and decrepit, like it's only just holding together. There was a sign in front of it. The name of the station was written, Kisaragi Station. It was a station I've never heard of. I shook my head, wondering what is going on. The next moment, I was horrified. The next station name after Kisaragi Station was Nikuni Station. The root of the myth is this: you can come and go, but it's not in this world. However, it is said that those who have passed beyond the veil are able to move freely between these two places. They say if a living person were to come here, that could be a very dangerous situation. What should I do? Should I get off? Should I try to walk to my parents? Should I call them? Before I could decide to do anything, the door closed up again, and the train left. I sent another email to my parents, explaining what was happening. And then, out of nowhere, I hear a child's voice. I was shocked, and I looked up at the voice. A child with a parent, and they are awake. What? I looked around. All 7 people who were sleeping in those unnatural poses were now awake. I look out the carriage window. The dimness, it has disappeared. It is light outside now. I'm confused, but I'm glad that I'm back. Back from wherever I was. That place, it was not right. I don't know where beyond the realms of our plane of existence that station was, but it's not a station that should ever be reached. Not by anyone living. After this, I arrived at the station near to my parents' house in less than 5 minutes. My parents were running to me, and they are angry at me. When I asked them why they are angry, they pointed to their watch. It was about 6:20 now. I promised I would meet them by 6 p.m, no later. That's why they were so angry. I thought about telling them what had happened to me, but I knew it was pointless. I simply apologized for being late, and I followed along. So, I had my parents take me home, and the experience was over. I don't know for sure what that place is, or what may have happened to me there. But I sure am glad that I did not get off the train at Kisaragi Station.
This happened a long time ago when I was in college. I was renting this one-bedroom dump of an apartment. It was tiny. The area wasn't too bad though. It was in a really quiet residential place. Despite it being small, I didn't have much else to complain about. Well, that was until all the activity happened. Weird things began to happen. For example, I woke up one morning to find a meter-long black hair in my mouth. There was an empty apartment next to mine, and I would occasionally hear a baby crying in there in the dead of the night. I regularly suffered with sleep paralysis and horrible nightmares. I lived in room 101, and I couldn't believe that I was the only person living in the block. It was quiet, real quiet. Occasionally, someone would move in, but before long they would move out. I mean, there could have been other residents for all I know. I just remember that the apartments were pretty much empty all year round. On the upside, it meant that there were always places to park and I could play my guitar as loud as I wanted without getting any noise complaints. I noticed that there were 4 apartments on the ground floor, but only 3 doors. I don't know why it was like that. I tried to figure it out. The apartments are shaped like a capital letter L, so from my apartment 101 up to 103, the doors are side by side. But there was a wall where apartment 104 should have been. The reason why I thought that there should be an apartment there was because, like I said, there were 2 floors and the layouts of the apartments were the same. And there was apartment 204 above where apartment 104 should have been. It was as if the door to apartment 104 have been covered by a wall. I tried looking in from the back, and all of the apartments in this building had balconies. There were lots of artificial plants in 104's balcony, so you couldn't see anything inside from the outside. It drove me mad. I really wanted to know what was in there. I thought about it a lot, and I arrived at the conclusion that all the creepy goings on must be related to that walled-up apartment. I couldn't get in there or even look in there, so I just kind of lost interest. I ended up living in that building for 4 years. Not by choice, I might add. College is expensive, but I finally finished college and began my job search, and after a few months of employment, I found a bigger and better place, and I prepared to move out. The timing felt right, as the building had just changed hands, and there were ongoing renovations. The day before moving day, I was cleaning my room and I went outside to throw out the garbage. I opened the door to head out and looked down the hall to see how the renovations were going. They were working on apartment 104 and they were breaking down the wall. I guess that the new owner of the building wanted to maximize his income by adding a new apartment. Smart move. So I threw out the garbage and headed back to my apartment. After some more cleaning, I headed to the nearby convenience store to grab something to drink. The wall was completely demolished now, and I could finally see inside, and better still, it seemed like the renovation crew was taking a break. I was thinking that this was the moment that I finally find out the cause of all the activity in the apartments. The sleep paralysis, the crying baby, all the spooky things. And my heart was pounding in my chest as I approached. I saw inside the apartment, and the place was covered with so much dust and soot, it was clear that no one had set foot there in years, maybe decades. And I could see the main room and the layout was pretty much the same as mine. The walls were black. I thought that it was just more dust, but when I took a closer look, I noticed that there was something else that were written on the walls. The letters were very small, but they were there. I think the original color of the wall in that apartment would have been white because my walls were white and the letters were white. Some letters were black though. They were almost imperceptible to the human eye. I really got a bad vibe from that place, yet I couldn't look away. It was like I was staring at something more than just letters on the wall. Like there was something else in there. You know how you can look out at a body of water and your mind conjures up the idea of a deadly animal beneath the surface, like a shark or a crocodile? It was something like that. My eyes were glued to the wall and to those letters, and I could make out what they said because they were written so small, and I didn't want to go in there. It was all in hiragana, and on the right side of the wall, I was able to make out some of the letters. Masahiruya. It's not a word. I have no clue what it means. Although, once I read that word, I started to feel sick. It was time to leave. I wanted to be in a place where there were people, so I headed back to the convenience store. I pulled myself together after a while and then headed home. It was my last night in that building, and I am glad that it went without incident. The next morning, I was putting my moving boxes in my car, and I saw that the entrance to room 104 was now covered up by some sort of tarp, so people couldn't look in there. I started to wonder if the renovation crew discovered something more sinister than I did. About 2 years after I moved out, I kind of forgot about the place. Well, that was until I was driving past my old neighborhood on a day off. I decided to go take a look at the old place for nostalgia's sake. I wondered if anyone was living in 104. I drove slowly along the back road, which the balconies faced, by the car park, and I almost crashed when I saw something pretty shocking there. 104 was walled up again, and the plastic plants were back so you couldn't look in. Everything was how it was before. I couldn't believe my eyes. It was like looking into the past. I looked at my old place and someone was living there. Laundry was hanging out on the balcony and all the other rooms were vacant. I mean, there weren't even curtains in the windows. I have so many unanswered questions. What happens in that apartment block? What was the meaning of those words? Because whatever the renovation and owner discovered in room 104 made them put everything back the way it was. What did they see in there? Does the person living in my old place have the same sleep paralysis issues? And do they hear the same strange noises as I did? One thing I do know is, I won't be going back there. I feel so creeped out by that building.
Near the complex where I lived until I was in junior high school, there was this one vacant house. However, even though it is a vacant house, it is not in a condition that people could live in it. Household goods were left badly scattered around, and the outer wall was also partially destroyed. It was almost a broken down building. The inside of it was completely visible, even from out on the roadside. On the way to and from my school and my home, there is a shortcut that can shorten the time by a tiny bit. I've been using it right up until a certain time. One day, when I was going through that road alone, right on dusk, I casually looked over at the vacant house, and I saw a figure inside. I stop, out of pure reflex, and I look at it. That person, that figure, it is in front of a small piano. It is sitting upright in front of it, and it has both fingers on the keys. He was posing as if he was playing it, but not actually playing it. It's just frozen in that posture. Its head was bowed down in front, sitting there without moving at all. I couldn't see his expression. I think he was a man, but just not quite right. It seems very creepy, and I ran home in a hurry. That strange figure, I would see it again. I saw it 3 more times before graduation. When I saw it for the second time, I was with a friend. Both my friend and I, we are scared, and we left that place and ran away. The third and the last time that I saw it, there was one more person with that figure, in the same pose. Her hairstyle is like a young woman in her 20s. She is sitting upright, both fingers on the piano, the same as the first figure. They are both not moving, just sitting there, until I walk right up alongside that vacant house. It is that moment they both snap their heads around and they begin to scream at me. I run faster than I ever have in my life. It is not far now from my house, and as I turn the corner to go home, I turn back to see them. They are right behind me, but they are not running. Their heads and their necks, they are stretched all the way out of that vacant house and coming towards me. After that, I didn't want to see that vacant house anymore. I never walked past that place again, because I never used that shortcut, and eventually I moved. Whether it was a ghostly thing or something else, I don't know. But I don't ever want to see such a scary thing again. Not for as long as I live. This is a long one, but I wanted to explain what I experienced in as much detail as I possibly can. I went on a trip alone the other day, by car. Despite having very little money to my name, I really felt like getting away for a little while. I'm quite accustomed to doing these sorts of things on a tight budget, such as staying at a roadside station or a capsule hotel, or just hanging out at a 24-hour hot spring facility. I'm used to that kind of thing. So, it was late at night, on I guess the 4th day of this trip. This road I'm driving, it's undulating on the slope of the mountain. It's narrow. There are no streetlights or mirrors. I don't have any other cars around me. It's just a quiet, barely used mountain road in the countryside. Coming around a curve, on the roadside lit by the headlights, I noticed a pair of shoes sitting in the road. This is by no means an uncommon sight to see. Discarded or lost items sitting forgotten by the road. But on a barely used, terrible road up in the mountains, this was certainly not normal. But despite the fact that many scenarios one could imagine here are not of a pleasant nature, it's not as though I can really do anything. So I continue driving. Suddenly, I see a shadow at the end of the light again. I thought perhaps it is a deer or something. But when I start to apply the brakes to slow down for this, I see it. A person is standing in the middle of the left lane. A normal person, a normal face, with normal clothes. What on earth is she doing in a place like this? I cannot imagine why somebody would be out here, standing on the road like this, high up here in the mountains. Perhaps some kind of accident or a breakdown. I cannot ignore this, I decide. I parked my car and I prepare to get out to help. That woman, I can see now, she is not wearing any shoes. I am reminded of the shoes I saw earlier in the road. I get a creeping feeling that this is not an entirely safe situation that I am in. I decided that I should probably call the police about what I'm seeing here. When I reach for my cell phone, all of a sudden, that woman comes running towards the car. What the hell is she doing? Suddenly, a bang, and she is right there in front of my face, staring inside. I'm stunned at this time, and then the banging continues. Without breaking her gaze on me, she rhythmically lifts her right hand, bashing on the hood of my car. Bang, bang, bang. I cannot comprehend why she is doing this. What does she want? Bang, bang, bang. I had no idea what to do at this time, and so I just reached over and locked all the doors in the car. It's obvious that this is not a normal situation, but it's not like I can just step on the accelerator. Despite how she's behaving, it is still a human being. Even if I were to back the car up, she might fall off and badly hurt herself. Could I get out of the car and pull her off myself, maybe? No, no way. After a while of this, she finally stops. Still looking straight at me, her stare never wavering. She slides off the car and slowly walks around to the driver's side door, staring in at me. Now, with a slight smile on her face, she begins to try to open the door. Click, 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 click. Is it locked? Yes, I remember. I locked it. This was most certainly a dangerous situation now. So slowly, I pull out my cell phone to call the police. Maybe she saw this, or perhaps just by coincidence, she suddenly left the door. What she did next was just bizarre. She began moving, fast, into the forest. What on earth is she doing? I do not want to wait to find out, however. I have had enough, and I begin to drive away from this place. But then I notice her again, in my rearview mirrors. She is emerging once again from the forest, carrying a huge stone, large enough that she needed to hold it in both hands. Despite it obviously being so heavy, she is moving at a fast speed. She is practically running towards my car as she wobbles side to side with the weight of this huge stone. But the most unsettling part was the wide smile on her face. I would have felt better had she come running after me with a crazy look on her face. But this was much worse. I do not hesitate anymore. I have no question about this woman's intentions. She is not in need of my help. I don't even know whether or not she is human. Hurriedly, I step on the accelerator and I drive away from this place. Away from that woman. Away from that thing. In the rear view, barely visible now as I cruised away down the road, I saw her throwing that huge stone as hard as she could. I drive away from that road as fast as I can. I don't want to be alone anymore. I want to get to where there are other people. I thought about going to the police, but why? What would be the point? And I would have to drive back the way I came, and there was no way I was doing that. A little ways up the road, another hairpin curve around the mountainside. And there she is again, right there in the headlights, on the straight line of the direction of travel. I do not slow down this time. In fact, I speed up. I was genuinely worried that she would jump in as I overtook it from the right diagonal line. I do not feel relieved, however. I'm well aware that there is no possible way a woman could have run 2 kilometers down the road to get in front of my car, across rigorous mountain terrain, through thick forests. This is not a normal experience I have found myself in the midst of. Another curve in the road, and I knew it long before I saw it. Yes, there it is again. That woman. This time, at the end of a small tunnel. She is standing, blocking the curve at the end of the exit. This time I begin to wonder if this is even real, or am I dreaming? However, I know that I cannot stop here again. I'm very worried that it will again jump out at me. I was slowing down slightly, preparing to cut the steering wheel and swerve around into the right diagonal line. I can see her grinning, looking at me, the whole time that I was approaching her. Suddenly, I stepped on the brake, reflexively, just before I swerved. I did not know in that split second why I did that, but I would realize seconds after. There was a truck in the opposite side of the road, coming roaring past. Had I swerved as I intended to, I would be dead. No question. As my headlights illuminated the road ahead, I saw that woman once again, scurrying off into the forest. Fortunately, I never saw that thing again. I did go to the police box later on, but since there was no damage to the car, or to me, he just listened to what I had to say. But there was nothing else that could be done. He said it was likely a drifter or a drunk. But I know this to be false. And I know the truth to be far worse.
It happened about 10 years ago, but a friend of mine invited me to go fishing in a secluded mountain stream deep within the mountains. While I wasn't particularly skilled in fishing, my friend was an experienced angler, so I followed his lead as we made our way up the stream. As we ventured upstream, captivated by the beauty of the river, we eventually reached a magnificent waterfall towering at a height of 10 meters. The waterfall was a sight to behold, and my friend and I became so entranced by its allure that we momentarily forgot about our fishing expedition. While gazing at the mesmerizing waterfall, something shocking unfolded before our eyes. A naked person fell with the cascading water from the top of the waterfall. They collided with the rocks during their descent, emitting a dull thud with each impact. Their limbs contorted in peculiar directions as they bounced off the rocks, indicating that they were likely unconscious or even deceased. We were paralyzed with uncertainty. How were we supposed to react to such an eerie scene? Making a snap decision proved challenging in that moment. But for the time being, we needed to ensure our own safety. As I cautiously approached the fallen person, my friend suddenly exclaimed, "Look up there!" I raised my gaze, and to my astonishment, another entirely naked person plummeted from the waterfall. And as if that wasn't bizarre enough, one after another, more naked individuals tumbled down. I struggled to find an adequate comparison, but it resembled a relentless cascade of sashi somen, with naked bodies being swept away by the water's force. All the individuals appeared to be in their 20s and 30s, both men and women, as they crashed against the rocks like broken dolls, folding under the weight of the waterfall. Realizing the urgency of the situation, I decided it was best to contact the authorities without delay. We hurriedly descended the river, returned to our car, and drove back the way we came. After a few minutes, I managed to get through to emergency services and informed them over 10 people have died. Given the location and the number of victims, it was impossible for an ambulance to reach the scene. Instead, a helicopter was dispatched. We waited anxiously, and soon enough, a police car arrived. However, after some time, a communication came in from the helicopter stating we cannot locate any bodies. That couldn't be true. I had walked up the river from the ground, but I couldn't find a trace of the waterfall, let alone any bodies. Following that incident, my friend and I frequently witnessed apparitions of a multitude of human corpses. These apparitions would manifest when we were together, or even when each of us was alone. We would see these eerie spectacles in various forms. Countless corpses filling up a farmer's plastic house, being washed ashore on the coast, crammed into a tightly packed elevator upon its arrival. Since my experience at the waterfall, I no longer report these sightings. They suddenly appear when I least expect it, causing me great distress and surprise.
About 3 years ago, during the summer season, I have a chilling tale from when I went travelling and found myself in the mountains of Gifu. The weather had been sunny until then, but suddenly, the sky turned ominous and rain poured down heavily. Seeking refuge, I chanced upon a rest area. As I entered the restroom to attend to my needs, the rain intensified, accompanied by rumbling thunder. Uncertain of when the downpour would cease, I contemplated wearing my raincoat and assessing the situation outside. Placing my belongings on the table, preparing to change into the raincoat, I noticed an elderly couple seated on the bench. Bewildered, as I hadn't seen them before, I brushed it off, my primary focus being the cessation of the thunderstorm. After changing my clothes, I gazed at the sky for about 5 minutes, during which the elderly couple remained silent. Feeling a bit uneasy, I decided to initiate a conversation. The rain, it started suddenly, didn't it? I called out. Upon hearing my words, the elderly man glanced at me and responded, "It's been raining continuously." His reply puzzled me, considering that it had only just begun to rain. Trying to avoid direct eye contact, I retorted, "Well, it's a good thing I have a raincoat. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to return home on my motorcycle." There was a brief pause before the old man replied, "Yes, it's a shame. You will not be able to go home." When he was done uttering those strange words, that was when I noticed something peculiar. The elderly couple was nowhere to be found. I scanned the surroundings, but they had inexplicably vanished. A sense of unease was washing over me. This situation, it felt very unsettling. Considering my safety, I made up my mind to just leave. Just as I was about to depart, I heard what seemed like a distant scream. The next thing I remember is losing consciousness. When I regained awareness, my older brother, in his 30s, was shaking my shoulder, asking if I was okay. Startled, I asked him what happened. It turns out that when my brother had emerged from the restroom, he saw me attempting to scale the fence, preparing to jump off the cliff in a hurry. He had managed to stop me, just in time. I had fainted for approximately 2 minutes. Strangely, the intense rainfall had ceased by then. According to my brother, it wasn't raining at all. However, I was wearing a raincoat, and it was thoroughly drenched. There was no sign of rain on the road, yet my raincoat remained soaked, as if it had just endured a heavy downpour.
During my time at junior high school, we had a forest school program that involved mountain climbing and camping. I recall one particular experience when we climbed a famous mountain in the Chugoku region. Although it's been a long time, the memory remains somewhat vague. After a day of mountain climbing, we learned that there were 2 routes to choose from for the next day's climb. Route 1 was a well-known mountain with a high altitude, but the trail was relatively gentle despite taking more time. Route 2, on the other hand, was an unfamiliar mountain with a lower altitude, offering a shorter duration but a steep trail. Lacking physical strength, my friend and I immediately decided on Route 2. As we climbed, I couldn't help but think about how challenging it was for junior high school students like us. When we were about halfway to the top, we reached an open, flat area. My friend and I, exhausted and trailing behind the rest of the group, found ourselves amidst alpine plants and waist-high shrubs. The path was becoming increasingly difficult to navigate, resembling a wild animal trail. After walking for a while, we encountered a cliff, a wall of rock. Confusion set in as we pondered how to proceed from there. It was at that moment that I heard a voice that wasn't external, but resided within my head. Describing it accurately is difficult, but it was like hearing people's voices at a high volume through speakers. I could discern voices, yet I couldn't understand what they were saying. This tremendously loud voice reverberated in my mind. Suddenly, as if my head were being controlled like a puppet, it turned slowly to the left. From that vantage point, I could see the path resembling a wild animal trail. Then, without any volition of my own, my body started moving, as if it were a puppet being manipulated. I was fully conscious, trying to comprehend why I was moving involuntarily. In a state of panic, I screamed, "What? Why am I moving on my own?" Just then, a voice called out, "Hey, that's not the right route!" It was the teacher, standing at the top of the cliff. At that moment, my body abruptly stopped. Returning to normal as if nothing had happened, we completed the rest of the climb safely and returned home after the forest school program concluded. Upon my return, while waiting for dinner, I happened to watch the news. It was then that I learned about a junior high school student who had gone missing in the mountains and whose body had been found. To my disbelief, it was the same mountain we had climbed. I recognized the location from the footage, the place where I'd heard the voice calling out. The missing student's body had been discovered not too far from that spot. Despite its proximity, the student had been unable to find their way back to the correct route, spending the night lost. The search party had also failed to locate them. Tragically, the student had been found deceased after being missing overnight. Since that incident, I have not heard any strange voices in my head. I made a solemn vow to myself that I would never engage in mountain climbing again. It felt as though I had escaped death, and the experience left me thoroughly terrified.
This happened about 5 or 6 years ago. Every summer, my family would visit my grandfather's place in the mountains of Miyazaki Prefecture. We went there to enjoy our summer vacation. Our favorite activity was playing in the river, playing murasuki, and fishing. Despite the summer heat, after spending just an hour in the river, our bodies would feel nice and cool. So, we took short breaks on the rocks by the riverside. During one of these breaks, while engrossed in playing Moritsuki, I noticed something quite peculiar. You see, not many people frequented this particular spot, but about 200 meters upstream, I spotted 2 children. Probably elementary school students. Since the village's elementary schools seemed to be closed, I wondered what these young kids were doing here. I couldn't help but observe them, fascinated by their presence in such a remote village. Soon after, the children made their way further up the river. They were heading upstream, far into the mountains, where we even needed a car to reach. As I pondered whether their parents were nearby, I decided it was probably time to head back home. I began changing my clothes in the shade of a tree, where I had placed my belongings, when I noticed an old sign affixed to one of the trees. The sign had a photograph printed on it. It appeared laminated. The picture, it depicted a woman with 2 children, presumably her offspring. Beneath the photo, there was only one line written: "I'm searching for these children." What gave me an eerie feeling wasn't the text, but the photograph itself. The woman's face had been blackened, as if by some mysterious magic, while the faces of the children, they were distorted and blurry, as if someone had smudged them. I hastily ran back to my grandfather's house, eager to inquire about the poster. However, my grandfather claimed to know nothing about it. In a small village like ours, news of missing children would surely spread very quickly. The following year, I paid a belated New Year visit to my grandfather's house. Over drinks, I casually mentioned that poster to him. "Oh, by the way, I found something similar to that poster you mentioned. I kept it," my grandfather revealed, producing a piece of paper. Although I questioned the purpose of keeping such a thing, my curiosity did get the better of me, and I accepted the paper to examine it once more. Upon first glance, I noticed a significant change from the poster I'd seen before. Written in red, on top of the original message, were the words, "I found it." This subtle, yet eerie alteration sent shivers down my spine. Whether it was a cruel prank or a genuine search, it seemed quite unnecessary to display such a sign on a solitary tree deep in the mountains, where few would ever even see it. No real harm came from it, but what was the meaning behind that mysterious poster? Even now, the memory gives me occasional goosebumps. Greetings, friends, and welcome back. Come, let us once again step beyond the veil. Tonight, we're headed back to the land of the rising sun. This time, with a set of disturbing, true-life scary stories involving stalkers, creeps, and weirdos. I think it goes without saying that some may find this content disturbing. So please, proceed with caution. I'm a college student. I started just this year. I moved from Shizuoka to Kanagawa, and I began living alone for the very first time. I lived by quite a strict routine in my life, until the monotony of college began to set in. Once I got used to that, I began to get a bit slack about certain things, such as taking the garbage out. I awoke one morning and I noticed that my garbage was overflowing. I locked up the house and I went to take the trash out. Now, it's important that I mention here that this was not a usual thing for me. Along with my slew of bad habits, my life of monotonous routine had brought about was a terrible habit of not locking my door when I went out. Such is the slack nature of a college student. What is 5 seconds to put the key in and unlock the door? But to me, it seems like I really can't be bothered with it. I was always warned, if I continue this habit, one day, something terrible might happen. Sure enough, that day would come, sooner than I would have thought. One day, I was up doing a report around 3 a.m. At that time, I once again noticed the garbage needed to be taken out to the bins. With tired eyes and a heavy sigh, I heave myself up and I get to it. As usual, I left the door unlocked while I took out the trash. Not feeling bothered, as usual, I simply threw the trash randomly and I went to go back inside. When I opened my door, I immediately felt very uncomfortable. No way, I thought. I looked at the bathroom, right near the entrance, and the door was closed. I don't usually close the bathroom door, do I? I'm feeling more and more afraid now. I tightly grip a kitchen knife in my left hand, and slowly, I opened the bathroom door with fear. Yes, there it was. A middle-aged man with shaggy hair and a disgusting face. Then, our eyes met. Instead of being shocked, as though he'd been caught off guard, he just stares at me. The look on his face, it's as though he looks almost offended. As though he was waiting for something that hadn't quite gone the way he wanted it to. Taking advantage of this momentary lapse, I slammed the door shut. I used my whole body to hold the door closed as I phoned the police. I was so scared of him getting out and attacking me. I could feel him smashing against the door, over and over. I was barely able to keep the door secured shut. A few minutes later, the police arrived and they came and took him away. This man, the way he looks at me on the way out, it's as though he holds some kind of grudge. He looks at me and he grunts. It wasn't supposed to be like this. According to what I heard from the police after this, that man had been digging up the garbage bags, the ones I'd been throwing out in the alley randomly. It seems he had found some envelopes with my name on it and my address, and due to the ambiguity of my name, he'd assumed that I was a young college girl. That's why he'd looked at me that way, like his plan had failed. Lucky for me, that moment had provided me with just enough of a distraction to shut the door and hold it. The sheer anger he looked at me with as the police took him away. I don't want to think about what would have happened to me had that anger been able to be unleashed on me. About 8 years ago, during my time living in Yokohama, I had an unsettling experience. I resided in a very cheap apartment near Bando Bridge, which was not the safest neighborhood. This area, it had its fair share of odd characters, from Asian hostesses and cabaret workers to drunken old men and eccentric old ladies talking to themselves loudly. One night, as I was riding my motorcycle home after work, I decided to take a shortcut through a narrow alley. This was not my preferred route, due to the drunken old men often sleeping there, but I was in a hurry to get home that night. As I approached the alleyway, I noticed a large black mass under the street lamp. From a distance, I thought it was just a garbage bag. But as I got closer, I heard some strange noises coming from it. As I drew closer again, I realized it wasn't a bag at all. It was two people. One of them was lying with their feet facing my direction, and the other, dressed in black, seemed to be sitting on top of the first person, doing something peculiar. I couldn't quite comprehend what was happening, but the situation gave me a very eerie feeling. Despite my unease, I tried to shake it off and just continue walking, convincing myself that it was probably nothing to worry about. However, just as I got closer to them, my company-owned cell phone rang, breaking the silence of the night. The sudden noise startled the person on top, causing him to snap his face towards mine. I saw the unsettling sight of an old man with glasses, holding something strange in his hand. His mouth was dirty and black, and his breath resembled that of a dog. He turned to look at me, and to my horror, I saw a pale hand sticking out from underneath the old man's body. It then dawned on me that this man was eating the small person beneath him, likely a drunkard who often passed out in the area. My heart raced with fear, and I ran away as fast as I could, unable to utter a word. I had never felt such intense terror before. That old man's scream was unnatural, like that of a monstrous creature. I finally found solace under the lights of a nearby convenience store, where I couldn't help but burst into tears. As I tried to process what I'd just witnessed, my phone rang again. But this time, it was an innocent question from a colleague about some documents. I brushed off the call in my distressed state. Seeking refuge, I attempted to go to a police box, but it was empty and unattended. The following day, I informed my company that I could not come to work due to feeling unwell. But the real reason was my fear of returning to that place. I decided to move to Hiyoshi for a fresh start. To this day, I'm unsure of what exactly occurred after that night, and I've never dared to go back to that unsettling neighborhood. I can only hope that that disgusting old man is no longer present in that area. Or ideally, no longer present in this world. This incident took place in the apartment where I used to live. It was a 2-story, wooden building, over 30 years old. It was situated near to the station, relatively inexpensive compared to the surrounding properties, perhaps due to its age. As one might expect from affordable housing, the living conditions were not great. An elderly man coughed persistently throughout the day. A foreign couple engaged in constant verbal sparring, their words indecipherable to me. I resided in this peculiar place. Back then, I worked as a freelancer, earning a meager income. During a certain period, strange occurrences began unfolding within my apartment. It began with trivial and harmless things. I distinctly recalled not discarding the trash. Yet, the trash can remained empty. Since no one would steal garbage, surely, I dismissed it as a mere misunderstanding. Perhaps I just forgot. A few days later, the trash can was empty once again. This time, I was convinced that someone was pilfering my trash. But why? Why would someone steal garbage? I pondered this for a while, but eventually dismissed it as an inconsequential matter, since it was just trash after all. Then, one day, I noticed a pair of my pants had vanished. I remembered taking them to the laundromat, but they were nowhere to be found upon my return. Days later, upon entering my apartment, something felt very amiss. The tea bowl in the kitchen, it had been washed. I certainly did not do that myself. Once when I returned home, I thought I heard a noise emanating from the closet. Cautiously, I opened it, only to find no one inside. A few days later, I left work early due to a cold, and I arrived home earlier than usual. Upon opening the door, I encountered her. There she stood, licking disposable chopsticks that she had pulled out of the trash. Our eyes met. Startled, I shouted and fled outside. Seeking assistance, I implored my neighbors to call the police, and a police car arrived promptly after. I recounted the situation and they proceeded to search my apartment. Whilst I was waiting outside, I heard a woman scream, and shortly after, the police apprehended her. The following day, the police contacted me with an update. The culprit turned out to be a mentally ill woman residing alone in the neighboring apartment. She had been admitted to the hospital. Given the apartment's age, it was possible to remove the ceiling panels in the closet, enabling her to enter and exit as she pleased. Her initial curiosity about her neighbors had developed into an obsessive infatuation. The sight of that gaunt woman with the long hair, it was repulsive. The police officer informed me that due to her mental illness, she would soon be released. For the sake of my safety, I decided it was time to relocate. I packed up my things and I temporarily sought refuge at a friend's house before eventually moving to my current apartment. About a year has passed, and I had almost forgotten this ordeal. However, when I opened an album to organize its contents, I discovered a photograph of that woman pasted right beside my own. In light of the story I read a while ago about the thin man waving his hand while running, I recalled a similar experience that I had. Allow me to recount it. Like the man in the story, I share the hobby of gazing out from my house in the dead of night. My house is situated at the intersection of a T-junction, offering a perfect vantage point to observe the road extending along the vertical line. There are streetlights lining the road, and I would delight in witnessing the interplay of light and shadow as the street lamp's illumination spliced through the alleyways like a spotlight. Naturally, given the nature of this nocturnal hobby, I tend to be on edge sometimes. To ensure that my presence does not betray my curiosity while peering through the second floor window, I carefully peeked through a narrow gap in the tightly closed curtains. Of course, I made sure not to cast my own silhouette against the window. Prior to my nightly observations, I would switch off the room's lights. Objectively speaking, I realized that my behavior could be perceived as rather unsettling. During one of my escapades, as I peered outside, I noticed a dirty-looking woman standing right beside a telephone pole. She appeared to be engrossed in writing or scribbling something on the pole. Approximately 200 meters separated my house from the telephone pole, piquing my curiosity. I fetched my binoculars to get a closer look at what this woman was doing with her hands. Unfortunately, I could not discern the details of her actions. Yet, something did happen when I focused the binoculars on her face. Our eyes met directly. despite the considerable distance to the telephone pole, coupled with the fact that I was hiding behind the curtains. Our eyes were unmistakably aligned. Bewilderingly, the woman then cupped her hands around her mouth, forming a megaphone-like shape. "I can see you." I saw her clearly mouth those words. But that was not the worst part. The worst part was the look in her eyes. A look that left me with no question as to her malicious intentions. A chilling wave of goosebumps washed over me, compelling me to retreat from the curtains. I sat there, allowing my trembling body to settle, the cold sweat gradually dissipating. When I mustered the courage to steal another glance through the narrow gap in the curtains, the woman had vanished. Since that night, I seldom find myself peering outside in the middle of the night. During my high school days, I had a peculiar hobby of taking nighttime walks around the city. Living in a suburban residential area, I cherished those late hours between 2 and 3 a.m. when I could roam freely without any disturbances or police encounters, finding solace in the peacefulness of the night. One evening, as I was embarking on my usual nocturnal walk, I noticed a man dressed in a grey suit, resembling like a businessman, standing on the slide platform in a nearby park. He had his gaze fixed on me, but his expression, it was unrecognizable. Initially taken aback, I brushed it off as a possible drunken passerby, much like a previous encounter with an office worker who happened to be napping on a bench in another park. Around 30 minutes later, as I was contemplating heading back home, I found myself in front of the same park again. To my astonishment, the man in the grey suit was still standing on that slide, seemingly unchanged since I first passed him by. 40 minutes had elapsed since I'd first noticed him. An inexplicable chill crept down my spine, and a sense of unease began to envelop me. I considered leaving that area, but as I walked along the side of the park, I noticed something unsettling. Despite taking a different route from when I arrived, the man still faced me in the exact same spot, gazing backward diagonally. A rush of fear overcame me, and my instincts urged me to flee the place. I ran, but as I sprinted down the road, so too did he. It was the sound of rapid footsteps that initially caused me to look back. I wish I hadn't. I wish I had just kept running, oblivious to what was going on. Because you see, as I looked back, this man was chasing me, still arched backwards, diagonally, with that blank expression on his face. I sprinted, faster than I ever had before. But still, even in that insane posture, he was managing to keep pace with me. I decided to round the corner, and thankfully, as I did, the man also turned in the opposite direction and ran off down an alleyway, his body arching backwards, occasionally tipping from side to side. I will never forget that blank, expressionless face. Never once did it change as he chased after me before disappearing into the night. I couldn't bear the thought of encountering that man again, no matter the explanation. It might have been a mere prank, a drunken escapade, or something more sinister. But I decided right then and there that my nighttime walks would never take me near that park again. I was in my second year of university at the time when this incident occurred. I had an evening shift at the convenience store until around 2 a.m. Upon returning home, I often noticed a woman with long black hair and dark red clothes in the neighborhood. She would always be there, wandering around aimlessly well after 2 a.m. I found it rather intriguing back then. I didn't consider it particularly scary or eerie. Each time I spotted that woman with long hair, she would briefly gaze at the second and third floors of the houses before moving on to the next one, engaging in some odd behavior. Since I always believed that there must have been a rational explanation behind these eerie occurrences, I decided to cycle past the woman one day, out of curiosity. As I approached, I overheard her muttering. The only words I could make out was, "No, I can't see him." Feeling a tinge of pity, I returned home. Then, on another occasion, as I was on my usual route home, I noticed something different. The woman, she was heading towards my house, still fixated on the second and third floors of the buildings. Realizing this, I had a hunch that the day would come when she would stand in front of my house. So, I invited a friend from my part-time job to join me and observe this weird situation from the window in my room. My room was located on the right side of the building when viewed from the road. There were 2 vertical windows, each of them measuring 50 by 150 centimeters, with a gap of about 20 centimeters between them. Then, there was a set of small windows just below them. Both of the large windows had blinds, but we closed the one facing the road and we left the other one open. As we waited, sure enough, that woman stopped in front of my house and continued to stare. Although I felt a sense of unease, I mustered the courage to expose my face. Suddenly, I felt a grip on my arm. A white, wrinkled hand from the open window below held onto me tightly. Then my friend opened the blinds on the upper window. And there she was, the woman, smiling with her face pressed against the window pane, whispering through, "I found you, I found you, I found you." Swiftly, I pulled my arm away, slamming shut the lower window pane. We sat there all night as we listened to her walking around outside, snickering to herself and occasionally knocking on the glass. It was a nerve-wracking experience, but writing it down here has somewhat helped alleviate the lingering unease. Thanks for hearing my story. Hey guys, Evie here. If you've stuck around this long, thank you so much for listening. If you did enjoy tonight's stories, please be sure to let me know in the comments down below. If you feel like I've earned it, please do leave a like on this video and consider subscribing to the channel for fresh new stories translated from Asia weekly. If you have subscribed, be sure you've turned that bell icon so you'll get notified as soon as I upload. If you'd like to keep up with me outside of YouTube, you can find me on your favorite social media platforms. You can find those links in the video description, so be sure to jump up there for a look. Alrighty, that's all from me, guys. You'll find links up on the screen now if you'd like to listen to some more scary stories. But otherwise, thank you so much for all your support, and I'll see you next week. Greetings, friends, and welcome back. Tonight, we're going to be venturing into haunted houses and apartments across Japan. In my humble opinion, no one does a good ghost story quite like Japan does. As per usual, be warned, these stories can be quite disturbing to some listeners. So please, proceed at your own discretion. Now, with all that said, let's dim the lights, get cozy, burn some candles if that's your thing, and let us once again step beyond the veil. This is a scary experience which happened to me a very long time ago. I think when I was only about 5 or maybe 6 years old. At that time, myself and my parents were living in an apartment. On that day, I remember that I had gone to my grandfather's house to play. I remember coming back at maybe 9 o'clock at night. So, I came back from my grandfather's house and I was reading a picture book by myself for a little while. But my mother came in and she said to me, "It's already 10 o'clock. Tomorrow is kindergarten, so go to bed." I begin getting ready for bed, but my mother yells at me again, "Go to the bathroom and brush your teeth." Okay, got it. I toddled off to the bathroom, brushed my teeth, and that was that. Okay, ready for bed. When I came out of the bathroom, however, somehow the lights are all turned off in the washroom and in the living room. My father has always been a bit of a prankster. He would often do these things to me. It was dark and scary, so I tried to make my way back to my room, little by little. But after a few steps into the darkness, I do not feel right. I see something dark. There are no lights on in this apartment. It should be so dark that I cannot see anything. But I can see something black approaching me. Knowing my father, of course, my first instinct was to assume that it was him, playing some kind of trick on me. So I call out, "Dad, what are you doing?" I called out very loud, so I know that he must have heard me. But I did not receive any reply. As this dark figure begins getting closer to me, I notice there is another one right beside it. "Mum?" I call out. But again, there is no reply. The two of them were getting closer, little by little. My eyes should have adjusted to the dark at this point. But no. Still, these two only look pitch black. And that's when I noticed it. These two, they were awfully big. I mean, big enough that their heads are almost touching the ceiling. It was almost 2 meters to the ceiling. Slowly, they continue to shuffle, closer and closer to me. I hate it. I begin to take slow steps backwards, as at this point, I am all but certain that these are not my parents. And that is when I noticed their faces. It's very difficult to describe. One of them had a sharp head, almost pointed. If you could imagine the triangle head of Silent Hill, maybe you'll have some idea. The other one, its head is round, and it is huge. And both of these things, they didn't have any faces. Maybe I just couldn't see it because it was pitch black. But I could swear, where the face should be, it's just a pure blank slate. So, these two, they continue to approach me until they are standing right in front of me. I begin to reach out to my side, looking behind me, looking for anything. I don't know why. I guess my instinct's taking over. That pointed head figure, he began to lurch forward now, bringing that awful head closer and closer to me. I pressed my back against the wall, trying desperately to move further away from this terrible thing. And then, the inevitable moment finally came. That strange head touched my own. In that single moment, I knew beyond a shadow of doubt that what I had just come into contact with was something purely, absolutely evil. I ran away, pushing past between these two awful things and running around our little apartment, screaming, crying for my parents. I run so fast to my parents' room. The bedroom door was closed, but when I open the door, the lights, they are now all turned on, just like they normally would be. And my parents, they are looking at me. My father was grinning at me. "Were you afraid of the dark, son?" he asked me. But because I was too hysterical to answer that properly, I just shouted at him. The sharp head, the pointed head, it touched me. And the round head, the big head. My cries came out in disjointed and nonsensical ramblings. But I was a scared kid. I had just seen something not of this earth. Something that should never be seen on this side of the earth. Something I knew undoubtedly had terrible, malicious intentions. And for all I knew, was still here with us. I tried to talk to my parents, but I could not get my words out. I tried to pull on my parents' hands and show them. I pleaded with them, "Please, just come and look." My parents turned on the light. "Look, there is nothing," my father assured me. I really did try to calm down, but I couldn't. I ran around, looking everywhere, for where these things may have gone. But there was nothing. No black figures. Nothing hiding behind curtains or underneath beds or lurking inside closets. I continued to plead my case. I assured my parents I really had seen them. But the longer I stood there, the more I began to even doubt my own words. So that's my story. I'm sorry there's no follow-up. No sinister twist. No 1,000 years of curses or anything like that to follow. Life went on as normal. Boring and mundane. But I was absolutely scared to death that night. And I learned a terrible truth. That the evils of this world, indeed, do not lurk in closets or underneath beds, but rather in plain sight, right there, in front of us, just waiting for the moment that somebody will turn out the lights. This is a tale from yesterday, or rather, the events of last night that carried into the early hours of the morning. For now, I must find a safe place to write this down, as I can still bear the weight of it. The apartment that I currently reside in, it is undergoing regular renovations. Scaffolding surrounds the entire building, as the walls are being repainted. To ensure privacy, all the windows have been covered with translucent vinyl, leaving no view to the outside world. Although the vinyl allows some light to filter in, the constant presence of construction workers on the scaffolding, it makes it impossible to relax without drawing the curtains. The resulting darkness, it becomes unnerving and bothersome. At least during the night I leave the curtains open. Naturally, the room is enveloped in pitch darkness, rendering everything invisible. And so, in this state, I recount the events of last night. Having stayed up late, it was around 4 a.m. when I decided it was time to retire and switched off the lights. However, a faint glow caught my attention outside the window. The outside world, it should be immersed in darkness during the night, with no construction workers present. There should be no source of light. My curiosity eventually got the better of me. I put on my glasses to obtain a clearer view. As I turned to face the window, I was confronted by a somewhat humanoid figure, its body emanating a dim glow. It appeared as if someone had painted its skin with a luminous substance, casting a faintish green light. The vinyl stuck to its body, creating an odd, wrinkled texture. It was wearing what seemed to be a long-sleeved shirt. I could not discern its lower half clearly. Its cheeks, nose, and mouth were closely pressed together. I struggled to comprehend the appearance of its eyes. It didn't feel quite right, as if they didn't match. In a state of panic, I feared that it would notice my awareness. Slowly, I averted my gaze from its face, making only a part of its body visible. I had planned to flee at the slightest movement, sprinting out of the one-room apartment and seeking help. Leaving the room, cautiously, I made my way towards the entrance. I intended to just stand there until that peculiar glow vanished as the light from the window became blurred upon reaching the entrance. In case of any untoward incidents, I wanted an escape route through the front door. I refrained from making any noise, keeping the door chain in place. Slowly, I removed the key, ready to unlock the door and make a swift exit. As I surveyed the room for a while, suddenly, the glow disappeared. Relief washed over me, but that was swiftly replaced by a new fear. The room was now plunged into complete darkness. In this pitch-black state, I was torn between returning to the room where the mysterious figure might still be lurking, or venturing further away. Initially, I had intended to escape calmly, but I soon realized I had succumbed to a wave of panic. Furthermore, I had left my cell phone behind in the room. Fear had me consumed at this point, causing me great hesitation. Ultimately, I decided to turn on the lights in the room, draw the curtains, and retire for the night. First, I flicked on the light switch at the entrance. Then, a loud crash echoed, a sound as if something had raced down the hallway before falling down. Simultaneously, there were forceful thuds against the door, as if someone was striking it with tremendous power. The electricity of the unit bus had just been activated at the entrance. Overwhelmed by fear, I felt paralyzed, unable to move. After that intense pounding on the doorknob began to turn. Slowly, the door creaked open. I had foolishly left it unlocked, intending to flee. In a strangely calm state, I found myself incapable of movement, transfixed on this scene before me. The door remained chained, which somewhat halted this thing's progress. A brief moment of silence ensued. Then, the luminous figure's hand and face appeared through the gap. It peered into the room. I had not noticed it earlier, when it was affixed to the window. But this thing, it was much larger than an average person. From the narrow opening, its nose and its mouth protruded through, whilst its thick fingers attempted to pry their way in. Although the gap could only accommodate a few fingers, it strained to unhook the chain. But it seemed unable to achieve a secure grip. Its intention was not merely to observe. This thing, it wanted in. However, thankfully, it seemed its efforts were in vain, as there was no way for it to get through. This eerie spectacle continued to unfold in an unnerving silence. With every press against that door, the chain rattled. Each attempt was not forceful, but rather slow and deliberate. I was terrified, paralyzed with fear. Yet, the lack of a tangible sense of reality made it feel as though I was watching a movie or something. I cannot ascertain just how much time elapsed whilst I stood there. Suddenly, I heard the sounds of birds. That was when I realized the outside world was growing brighter as the darkness began to recede. In an instant, that terrible face abruptly retreated from the door, and its fingers slipped away. Silence, reclaiming the space. Having been standing here for so long, my body was aching. I struggled to rise and hastily closed the door. The entity, it did not reappear. Still, I cannot explain what this was. Having lived in this apartment for a year and a half, never have I encountered such an experience before. There were no prior indications, no complaints apart from temporary dimness caused by the renovations. Today and tomorrow, I will seek refuge at a friend's place. I plan to pack my belongings to some extent during the weekend and return back home. Though I will be able to discuss this with the landlord, the shock I experienced makes it highly unlikely that I will ever step foot in that room again. A move, I think, is likely imminent. Allow me to share a personal experience. I resided on the 9th floor of a 10-story apartment building. Just above my apartment, there lived an elderly couple who seemed quite affluent. Whenever we would cross paths, we exchanged polite greetings. Often, I would catch glimpses of a young woman, presumably their daughter, accompanied by a kindergartner, who I assumed was their grandchild. Whenever I would ride the elevator with the wife, she would apologize for any noise caused by the frequent visits of their grandchildren, attributing it to their playful footsteps. With elegance, she would smile and bow her head. Indeed, as the wife had mentioned, I could often hear the sound of the children's footsteps resonating from the ceiling at night. At that time, my younger brother was also quite young, so I thought nothing of this, as I knew how children could be. 5 years had passed since I first noticed the sound of the grandchildren's footsteps. It had become a routine, and their visits seemed to occur with increasing frequency. I had grown accustomed to the pitter-patter sounds echoing from above. One particular evening, I found myself engrossed in college assignments in my room, right up until the late hours. I glanced at the clock, and I realized that it was already 3 a.m. Acknowledging my fatigue, I decided I would call it a night and leave the remaining work for the following day. However, it was at that moment, as I prepared to shut down my computer, that I heard the distinct sound of footsteps from the ceiling. It was then I had a sudden realization. I had never noticed before, but on the nights when I heard the footsteps, they would always occur on different weekdays, spanning from evening to late at night. Considering the age of the grandchildren when I had first encountered them, they would likely be in the lower grades of elementary school by now. But was it common for elementary school students to visit their grandparents' house so frequently on weekdays? Moreover, did children of such young ages typically remain awake until 3 o'clock in the morning? I began to feel unsettled. I shouldn't pry into their family affairs, I told myself, attempting to dismiss the disturbing thoughts. Exhausted, I eventually succumbed to sleep. The following day, with my university classes scheduled for the afternoon, I resolved to put the events of the previous night out of my mind and just continue with my assignments. However, as I entered my room to retrieve my computer, I heard a faint, crackling sound emanating from the ceiling. I brushed this off, convincing myself that this was none of my concern. I proceeded with grabbing my computer and relocating to the living room. Just as I left my room, the footsteps, they seemed to move away. I settled down in the living room, finally at ease. Then, it happened. A loud, resounding thud reverberated from the ceiling, directly above the living room. My startled voice escaped my lips as my spine stiffened with fear. Until just a moment ago, I had heard the footsteps only when I was in my room. Why did they now echo from right above me? The sound was louder and more forceful than before. No, it's just a coincidence. I forced myself to believe this, but I could not shake the feeling of unease. Nevertheless, I needed to focus on my impending deadline, so I decided to press on with my tasks. About 30 minutes passed without incident, or so I thought. Ding dong. The doorbell chimed. Embarrassingly, I was still in my pajamas and my hair was a mess. I was hesitant to face anyone in such a state, so I resolved to utilize the intercom instead. But then, the doorbell chimed again. Annoyance mingled with curiosity. I thought perhaps this is something of an urgent matter. Being a locked apartment complex, only residents had access to the doorbell. Maybe it was a neighbor or a friend from the same building. With that assumption, I approached the front door to peer through the peephole. To my surprise, there was no one on the other side. A considerable amount of time had elapsed since the second chime, and just as I diverted my gaze from the peephole, fearing I had missed an opportunity to respond, it happened again. Ding dong. The doorbell chimed once more. There had most definitely been no one there just seconds ago. An icy shiver crawled up my spine. In a hurry, I changed into proper attire, hastily packed up my computer and my writing materials into my bag, and I rushed to the university. I couldn't bear to be alone at home under those circumstances. Later, I discussed the situation with my family, and while they confirmed hearing the children's footsteps, they had not noticed any other peculiar occurrences. Even as I write these words in my room, still, I can hear the sound of children's footsteps emanating from the ceiling right above me. When I was a student at college, I was looking for an apartment to live whilst I was in Tokyo. Obviously, I wanted to find an apartment for the lowest possible price. Being a student, my income was, of course, not glamorous. I told the real estate agent that I was not looking for anything too fancy, and that I needed something quite cheap, in fact. He walked me into his office and he began showing me many options that may possibly suit my needs and my budget. I was quite surprised at one of these in particular. The size and the offerings, it did not seem relative to the asking price. So naturally, I assumed that there must be some kind of defect. However, the agent assured me that there was no such issues with the place, and he offered to take me to see it right now. I graciously agreed and attended the inspection together with the agent. And to my shock, he was right. The place was in pristine condition. Looking around, I just could not shake that thought in the back of my mind that there must surely be a reason for the cheap price tag. But I couldn't find anything. There was no damage. Everything worked as it was supposed to. And it was well within my budget. So of course, I took the offer. I moved into my new apartment that very night. After unpacking a few boxes, I decided that I could probably finish the remaining work tomorrow, and I prepared to retire to bed. It was then, however, that I heard a knock on the door. I thought this to be rather strange, given the fact that there was a perfectly operational doorbell attached. But anyway, brushing this thought aside, I went to answer the door. Upon opening the door, there is no one there. I was quite annoyed at this, thinking that I must have landed an apartment on the same floor as some kids, playing practical jokes on me maybe. I closed the door and I began to make my way back to bed once again. A few seconds later though, another knock at the door. This time, much more frantic and aggressive. I opened the front door, but yet again, there was no one. Finally, I climb into my bed and I begin to fall asleep. When suddenly, again, a loud and frantic knocking on the front door, as if somebody is desperate to get in. This is beginning to frighten me now. Perhaps this is not kids at all. Have I moved into a dangerous building? Is there Yakuza in this place, trying to intimidate me? I began to think to myself that perhaps this is the reason for the cheap rental price. The knocking sounds do not stop this night. It just gets louder and louder. In the end, it sounded so violent, as if someone was trying to break down the door. I went straight to the real estate office the next day, demanding answers as to the reality of this apartment. However, my real estate agent assured me that there was no one else living on that floor with me. All of the apartments are empty. My head began to spin. Was this not Yakuza after all? Or prankster kids? I did not want to conjure up the thoughts which came next, but my mind did so anyway. Was I living on a floor inhabited by spirits? I demanded him to tell me the history of this building. In his response, it confirmed a truth far worse than the one I had just imagined. He told me that previously, many years ago, there had been a terrible fire in that building, and that the woman who lived in that very apartment was burned to death inside. My body ran cold as the realization set in. What I was hearing was not a frantic knock from the outside of something trying to get in. It was the sound of something in the room with me, desperately trying to get out. Greetings, folks. Evie here. If you've stuck around until the end, I'd just like to say thank you so much for listening. Personally, I quite enjoyed tonight's stories. I really do feel like there's an element of horror to Japanese ghost stories that's unmatched by anything else in the world. If you also enjoyed the stories tonight, or if you had a favourite story that stood out to you, be sure to let me know down below. And if you feel like I've earned it, please do leave a thumbs up on the video. That really does help me out. If you are new to the channel, here at the Eastern Vale, I strive to bring you, the viewer, scary story narrations that you've never heard anywhere else, with fresh new content translated from Asia every week. If that's something you'd like to hear more of, please hit that subscribe button. And remember, turn that bell icon and set your notifications to all, so you'll be notified as soon as I upload. Alrighty guys, that's about it from me. Keep an eye out this coming Thursday for a new long play sleep compilation of scary Japanese stories. And the week after that, we're going to be headed to India for a fresh new set of paranormal stories in a fresh new setting. So stay tuned for those. You'll see links up on the screen right now if you'd like to continue listening to some more scary stories. But otherwise, thank you all so much for your support, and I'll see you all next week. Greetings friends and welcome back. In tonight's installment, we are off to India for a set of truly unique and creepy paranormal stories. Viewers, please do be advised, some may find this content disturbing. So please, proceed with caution. Alrighty, with all that said, let's dim those lights, get nice and cozy, and let us once again step beyond the veil. Friends, today the story I am going to tell you is about a very scary incident that took place with myself, my mother, and my maternal aunt way back in 2002. This was approximately 21 years ago. My father, mother, sister and myself, we had all visited my mother's house in the village for Ganpati festival, and we celebrated it with happiness, and we went to sleep after chatting a lot with each other for a long time. Everything was going on just fine until the clock struck 2 in the morning. Suddenly, our pet dog, whom we had given to my maternal uncle for safekeeping, as our own house was small, started barking angrily, looking at the closed window in front of him. Myself, my aunt and my mother, we all got up, while others in our house were fast asleep. We saw when we looked up 3 shadows in front of the window. We thought that these were dacoits and thought that they had come to rob us. But these ones, they are just standing there, staring inside. Our inner feeling told us that this was something from the other world. They were smiling at us and talking in a whisper with each other, and they refused to move even a single inch in front of that window. We were of course scared, but we hear that to get rid of evil spirits, you must ignore them. The more attention you give them, the more ability you grant them to enter your life and your home. So, we just went to bed, reciting God's name. Soon, my mother and my maternal aunt fell fast asleep, and I did too. As I was sleeping, I experienced a terrifying dream. One of these shadow figures that I had seen, it was standing in front of me at the window, smiling at me. It kept saying, "Shall I come in? Shall I?" I woke up in a sweat, looked up at the window, and I saw that those 3 shadows were still standing there. I did my best to ignore them, with my heart beating so fast, I felt that I may have a heart attack. Ever so quietly, I went back to sleep. The next morning, my parents and I packed up our luggage, and we swore we would never, ever visit that place again. The story I'm about to tell, it's not my first experience staying in a haunted house, but it is by far my worst. It was back in 2005 when my friend and I rented an apartment in Nashik, Maharashtra, India. As we were bachelors during that time, we did not care to inquire about the apartment. We felt lucky to get anything, even though there were only 3 tenants out of 12 houses. After a week or two, one night, I feel like someone is walking around outside my house. I heard the sound of an ankle chain. I was a bit confused initially and I just ignored it. After a few days, I heard that noise again. Also, the noise of a kid playing ball in the apartment above mine, on the 4th floor. It's like a plastic ball bouncing and rolling. Next day, I went to the 4th floor to check it out. That house, it was abandoned. It had been for the past 5 years. It's very old, dusty, and just a couple of dogs staying there. Okay, so for me now, it's sure that something strange is going on. I pretended as if nothing was happening, as I don't want to upset my friend. These incidents occurred and I didn't bother to investigate further. Days went on. Monsoon season arrived. Other tenants who were staying there vacated the house. So, it's only me and my friend. Neighbors in the next apartment used to ignore us and they wouldn't even talk to us. Eventually, my friend got married, so I vacated the house to join my other friends. Now, this house that we vacated, it was rented by 3 other guys who worked in my company. One day, I got a call from one of the guys, wanting to talk to me about the apartment. We both met, and he asked me, "Did you feel anything abnormal in that house?" My response, with a slight smile, "Yes." He actually looked very put off by this. I asked him what has been his experience, Why is he so anxious? He shared his story to me. One day, after returning from the office, he was laying on the bed, reading the newspaper. He noticed that a woman with a pale white sari passed from the living room to the kitchen. Upon coming out of the bedroom, he couldn't see anyone. Subsequently, after a few days, he was arranging a few documents sitting on his bed. This time, from the side of his eyes, he saw a woman sitting on the bed, diagonally behind him. Naturally, he began inquiring about this apartment, and he found out the truth. Upon hearing this, my hands got chills, and my body got goosebumps everywhere. Years ago, approximately year 2000, an unmarried woman from a large family stayed in that same apartment. The entire apartment was fully occupied. This woman, she had died in that house. A tragic death. Her sister had found her hanging from the ceiling fan. Now the chilling thing here, the reason my hands ran cold. We used to sleep below that ceiling fan every night. Part of my nighttime routine has been to read a book or watch a series or movie before sleeping. I am a person who could not sleep in the first instance, even if I am tired. So, I require a distraction or cooling off period before sleeping. The incident that I'm going to tell you about is a recurring one. I mentioned in a previous post about an entity or something that opened the door in the middle of the night in my uncle's flat. I think this thing has followed me back to my own home. Because yesterday, 1st of August, was the second time that I experienced something out of the ordinary. First incident happened this Saturday, 29th or 30th July. I've got a music system in my room. As I require a distraction for sleeping, I usually put on music. It was around 2 a.m, usually the same time I always fall to sleep. I put on a playlist. It was at least 1 hour long. Now, my parents are heavy sleepers. They sleep in their bedroom and their aircon is so loud that they can't hear anything coming from my room. I slept that night, and I woke up to find that the playlist was stopped at 39 minutes, and the music system, it was turned off at the main switch. I keep my system on all night, even if the playlist stops. It was so odd. I was very freaked out. I asked my parents, but they said no. They slept right through to the morning. I was confused, yet it wasn't enough to really upset me. I thought it was nothing. But things took a sharp turn yesterday. Second incident. I was watching a movie last night, around 1 a.m. I was lying on my bed with my laptop, and all of a sudden, I heard somebody call my name through the headphones. I did not consider anything, but all of a sudden, I removed the headphones to listen, and something, a shadow so dark, just opened my door. Chills are running up and down my spine now. I asked, "Who is that?" I thought it may have been my mother waking me up, and the door, which was half opened until now, opened all the way up. I just rose from my bed and stood there to get adjusted to the dark. When I could see clearly, there was nothing but an empty hallway. No apparition, no shadow. I walked down to my parents' room, and their door was locked. I've become very sensitive to these occurrences. It was a silent night in Lonavala, and I found myself walking alone on the deserted streets of the small hill station, because it was a weekday, and at that time, there were much less tourists. I had come here for work and a meeting with some very important officers, but this had ended earlier than I expected, leaving me with a free night to explore the town. As I walked, I noticed that the town was eerily quiet. The only sounds were the rustling of leaves and the howling of the wind through the trees. I shivered as I walked, feeling a growing sense of unease. After wandering for some time, I eventually stumbled upon a big hotel. It looked old, like a heritage type of property. I entered the lobby, and the boy at the reception greeted me with a smile. Then they gave me a room, and they charged me for the night. The bellhops welcomed me and they asked, "Welcome, sir. Can I help you with your bags?" I declined, because it was only one backpack, and I headed up to my room, which was on the second floor of the hotel. The room was dimly lit. The furniture was old, as it was a heritage hotel, but it was clean and comfortable. I decided to settle in and get some rest before my journey back home the next day. As I lay in bed, I quickly got to sleep, because I was very tired from the journey and the meetings. Then, after some time, maybe a few hours later, I heard strange noises coming from the hallway. It sounded like someone was walking, but the steps were slow, deliberate, as if someone was dragging their feet. I tried to ignore it and just go back to sleep, but the sounds only grew louder. I got up and opened the door, but there was no one there. The hallway was empty, and there was no light. But there were windows in the hallway, and the moonlight was coming in, so I can see it dimly lit. But the sounds, they continued. I realized these were coming from the room next door, which was supposed to be vacant, because there were no other tourists on my floor. I decided to investigate, and I knocked on the door, but there was no response. As I turned to leave, I saw a dark shadow move across the wall. It was not a person or a figure, just a shapeless shadow. Suddenly, a cold breeze blew past me, and I felt a presence behind me. I turned around, and I saw the shadow again, this time floating in the air, casting an ominous aura. It seemed it was staring at me with an unknown intention. I froze in place as it floated closer to me, the shape of the shadow growing larger, larger again. I could feel its eerie presence on my skin, and I realized I was facing something far more sinister than just an empty hotel. I stumbled out of the room, my heart racing with fear. Quickly, I gathered my belongings and I ran out of that hotel, never looking back. I realized that I had stumbled upon something that I could not explain, something that was beyond the natural world. I stayed at the temple for the rest of the night, near the railway station, waiting for my train to Mumbai. Later, when my fear began to calm down, I went to the hotel again and I asked the bellboy. He told me that the room that was given to me was haunted. Recently, a lady had killed herself in the room. They had given the room to me because I told them that I would only be staying for a few hours. And also, I asked for a discount. He said they didn't know that will happen. When I returned home, I confided in a close friend about my experience, who had stayed in that same room. To my surprise, they revealed that they had also had a similar experience in the same vintage hotel. It seemed that the shadowy apparition that had haunted me was not just a figment of my imagination, but a terrifying reality. Thank you for listening to my story. I hope it gave you a shiver down your spine and made you realize the power of the unknown. Lonavala may seem like a peaceful town, but it hides secrets that even science cannot explain. As for me, I still wonder about that shadowy figure and what it wanted from me. Perhaps it was just a trick of the light, or maybe something more sinister. Whatever it was, it has left an indelible mark on my memory and a lasting fear in my heart. So, if ever you find yourself wandering alone in a deserted place, keep your wits about you and be prepared for the unexpected. You never know what may be lurking in the shadows, waiting to reveal its true form. Stay safe, my friends, and may you never encounter the unknown. I work at an MNC company, which is situated around 35 kilometers away from my home. So, I commute by my bike with another of my colleagues, who used to accompany me 5 kilometers away, onwards from my home. The road by which I was traveling, it was being newly constructed for about 5 to 7 kilometers. I had my first shift that week, and it was around 4:35 in the morning and pitch dark. Up ahead, I thought I saw a figure standing in the middle of the road, on which only gravel was dispersed. I was riding fairly slowly. As I approached near the figure, I saw that it was a man in his late 20s. What was odd about him was that his face was covered with grease, and all his clothes looked dirty and shabby. He was wearing a yellow t-shirt and jeans. He asked me for a lift in Kannada language, saying, "Anna Nilsana," meaning, "Brother, please stop." I just nodded to him in denial, because my colleague had warned me not to drop anyone early in the morning or late at night. I told this to him while we were returning from work, and he said that he saw the same person at a different place late at night, when he was returning home after finishing his second shift. I asked him about the person's details, to which he said that he too had the yellow t-shirt and jeans, and his face was covered with grease. I was scared when he told me that what I saw was not a human being, but a ghost who may have met with an accident where I encountered it. I explained this to my parents when I returned home, and they were worried about me. Since then, my mother applies holy ash on my forehead while going to work, and I've not encountered anything else yet. This incident, it happened to me in the year 2018. I was traveling from one district to another by public transport. I always loved to travel at night. I had applied for a job in a reputable company, and they called me for an interview after a week's time. As soon as I got the interview letter, I immediately packed some important things, booked a seat on the bus through phone call, and in due time, bid goodbye to my parents. It was near midnight when the bus stopped near a bar. The conductor said in a loud voice that whoever needs to use the washroom or have something to eat should do so now. Most of the adult passengers got down and lazily, in a half-asleep state, went inside and ordered a dish or two. I too did the same. After I was finished eating and paying the bill, I came outside to have a cigarette. Whilst I was smoking leisurely, I noticed a shadowy figure standing under a mango tree at a bit of a distance away. At first, I didn't pay any attention to it, but after a few minutes passed, I started to get a bad feeling of being watched by someone, very intensely. Moments passed, and I realized that there was something weird near that tree. As my suspicion grew, I began staring at that tree. Something unknown, invisible. It seemed like it was calling to me. Come here. I walked a few steps towards that tree, and then I just stopped, just to keep a safe distance from whatever it was. Now, the distance to that tree was about 10 feet. Although not very clear, I was still able to see the surroundings of that mango tree, thanks to the streetlights which were not far away. I was deeply engrossed in observing the surroundings, when suddenly, out of nowhere, there was a faint sound like churr, churr, as if someone was very slowly walking over dry leaves. Now, honestly, I was shit scared, and therefore, I began chanting the holy name of Lord Rama. After 2 minutes of continuous chanting, I stopped and I tried to focus on one side of the thick stem of the mango tree. It was straight to my right-hand direction. What I saw there, it freaked me out horribly. There was a girl standing under the tree, staring at me with a smile. Her long hair was disheveled, in between all across her face due to the wind. Her facial expression, it was as if she was trying to communicate with me. I couldn't stand there any longer, and I ran away. I've never before been so scared in my life. never ever shall I be able to forget that girl. From the year 2018 to this year, 2022, there are numerous incidents where I have felt her presence around me. Can anyone help me figure out what this entity could be and how to get rid of it? To this date, I haven't done any kind of rituals or anything like that. I'm too scared of what she might do to me or my family members. Hey guys, Evie here. If you've stuck around until this point, thank you so much for listening. If you enjoyed tonight's stories, please do be sure to let me know down below. And before I go guys, if I can ask a quick favour, if you feel like I've earned it of course, please be sure to drop a like on the video. This really helps me out with the algorithm and all that noise. If you're new here, I hope you'll consider subscribing for new stories translated from Asia weekly. Oh, one more thing. Tonight's video concludes my scheduled content. I'll be back at home and ready to hit the studio once again this coming week, so if you've got a story topic you'd like me to consider or maybe a country you'd like to hear some stories from, let me know down below. Alrighty guys, I won't take up any more of your time. You'll see some links up on the screen now if you'd like to listen to some more scary stories, but otherwise, thank you so much for your support, and I'll see you all next week. Good night. Greetings my friends and welcome back. Tonight, we are once again venturing deep into the mountains of Japan. I'm joined this evening by my good friend Jay Nightmares, who I'm sure many of you know. This is one of my personal favourite topics, and we sure do have a great roster of creepy stories for you tonight. So, without anything further, let's dim those lights, get nice and cozy, and let us once again step beyond the veil. I will recount my real experience from my second year of high school. A chilling tale. One that unfolded during my summer vacation. One day, my friends Yoshika, Kazumi, Mizuki and I had a sudden idea to go camping. Mizuki's relative, an avid mountain stream fisher, had previously mentioned this ideal riverside location. So, we set off to find it. However, it would seem we had made a wrong turn along the way, and we ended up at a different riverside from what Mizuki's relative had described. Nonetheless, it appeared to be suitable for camping. On this side of the river, there were plenty of pebbles, an open space with few weeds, and a forest on the opposite bank. As evening approached, we prepared for the night. Whilst Yoshika and Mizuki were exploring the surroundings, they noticed something peculiar. Hey, a little further ahead, on the opposite shore, there is a strange shrine, they said upon their return. Curiosity piqued, Kazumi and I joined them to see for ourselves. Indeed, there was a small stone shrine on the opposite shore. But something felt off about it Typically, shrines will have torii gates in front of them, but this one, it lacked such an entrance. While most shrines have a square shape, this one, it was a cylindrical structure with a rounded roof. Its appearance was rather strange indeed, resembling a shrine from a distance, but revealing subtle differences the closer we got. Upon closer examination, we noticed fresh flowers placed at the base of the shrine. It would seem someone had been there recently. Despite the shrine's moss-covered appearance, which suggested its age and lack of maintenance, no one seemed interested anymore. Temporarily setting aside our concerns, we decided to prepare dinner and return to our camping site. As we finished our meal and began tidying up, we heard a faint voice coming from somewhere. I turned to Yoshika, who was next to me. "Did you hear something?" Kazumi chimed in. "No, I didn't hear anything." Similarly, when we asked Kazumi and Mizuki, who were a bit farther away, they also denied speaking. Something felt off. Was this just our imagination? We contemplated this when, from somewhere again, we heard it. This time, Yoshika, Kazumi, Mizuki and I, we all heard it. Kazumi questioned, "What was that?" Almost simultaneously, Mizuki pointed over to the shore on our side, near where the shrine stood. "Hey, there's someone over there." A figure, clad in a kimono, appearing around 10 or 12 years old, stood by the shore. The person covered their face with both hands and intermittently uttered the sound. Yoshika approached the girl, asking, "What are you doing in a place like this? It'll be dark soon. You should go back to your parents." In response, the girl began walking towards Yoshika, her face still hidden.
"Do you want to see it? Do you want to see it?"
she asked, laughing. Yoshika seemed slightly irritated. "Enough with the nonsense. Go back to your parents." As Yoshika reached out to take the girl's hand away from her face, something strange happened. We lost sight of the girl behind Yoshika, and suddenly, Yoshika screamed and collapsed, convulsing on the spot. The girl covered her face once again, then approached us with laughter in her voice again.
"Do you want to see it? Do you want to see it?"
she continued to ask. Katsumi, Mizuki and I were all bewildered, but our primary concern was Yoshika's condition, so we rushed to her side. "Yoshika, are you okay? Can you hear me?" I called out, but there was no response. Yoshika continued to twitch. Realizing that we needed to act, I made a decision. "Stop this now. Let us bring Yoshika into the tent." Convinced, the three of us carried her. Meanwhile, the girl outside continued to linger.
"Do you want to see it? Do you want to see it?"
she persistently asked, laughing. By the time we had settled Yoshika inside the tent, the convulsions had, thankfully, ceased. But she had yet to regain consciousness or respond to any of our calls. We were left with no choice but to figure out our next steps. Nightfall had already arrived, and it was dangerous to navigate the mountain road, especially with Yoshika in her current state. So, I decided to use my cell phone, call the police, and request assistance. As I reached for my phone, the realization hit me. Despite checking earlier in the day, I discovered we were well out of range. The same was true for Kazumi, Mizuki, and even Yoshika's cell phone. Our situation had turned dire. Yoshika could not be left alone in her condition, and there was a menacing presence outside. However, abandoning Yoshika, that was not an option. Suddenly, we heard the girl's voice from outside the tent.
I'm sorry,
she whispered. At this point, I felt dizzy, lightheaded, struggling to maintain my balance. I collapsed on the spot, relying on the tent's thin, vinyl walls for support. The girl's voice continued.
Do you want to see it? Do you want to see it?
Fear and desperation overwhelmed me, but I mustered all my strength to call for help. With sheer determination, I waved my hand and I shouted, hoping someone would hear and come to our aid. Luckily, a passing truck noticed my distress and stopped just up ahead of us. Overwhelmed by dizziness, I explained our situation to the truck driver, Yoshika, who immediately called the police and an ambulance. A while later, we learned that Yoshika, Kazumi, Mizuki, and I had safely been rescued. Yoshika, who had regained consciousness simultaneously with me, was brought to the same hospital where I found myself. Interestingly, the truck driver who helped me paid a visit on his way home from work. We discussed various aspects of the incident, and he mentioned that he had not seen anyone other than me. Despite sharing our experiences with the police, they did not believe us, and our parents scolded us for making up stories. I understand that it might be a bit hard to believe, but sometimes we find ourselves as the sole witnesses to inexplicable events. A later conversation with Yoshika revealed that she too could not recall what she saw when the girl's face was revealed. Yoshika experienced a similar feeling of dizziness and losing consciousness. As for the shrine and that girl, we extensively searched during that summer vacation. Yet, in the end, we failed to uncover any answers. Even the locals, they seemed unaware of that shrine's existence. Moreover, the flowers we observed, offered at the shrine, remained a mystery.
I live in a pretty small town, and I have a pretty quiet life, in all honesty. I have an office job, and I work some pretty long hours, so I don't really go out all that much at night. On the night that this experience took place, I got a call from a friend of mine. To be honest, I almost didn't pick it up. But I'm really glad that I did. She had called to say that she needed a ride. I didn't mind. I didn't have any plans. She needed to be picked up from a big supermarket. I guess that she had bought a ton of things and she didn't want to take all of that on the crowded train home with her. I was happy to help, but it seemed a little late to be shopping. It was around 11 p.m. when she called. I needed a couple of things too, so I headed into the store to meet her. The supermarket was almost empty at that time of night, but it is usually really busy during the day. We got our things, paid, and headed back to the parking lot. I think that it was about midnight at that point. A group of men came out of a nearby game center. It's like an arcade. I think these guys came out because the place was about to close. They headed to their cars while talking to each other and looking over at us. My friend said to me that she wasn't feeling well, and we decided to get going. We pulled out of the parking lot, and a couple of the other cars followed on behind us. That was normal though. It was closing time, and the lights in the retail park were all going out. I noticed that my friend was quiet. I guess that was just because she said she didn't feel well. I looked over at her, and she looked pale. She looked at me and said, "I think I know the guy in the car behind us." I didn't think much of it when she said that. I thought that it was just some coincidence. I went to look in the mirrors to see if I knew him too, and then my friend suddenly said, "Don't look back." I realized why she was so uncomfortable now, and I tried to pull over to let the guy pass, but then my friend snapped at me. She said, "Don't stop the car, whatever you do." I did as she asked, and continued, "That's my ex-boyfriend. If you stop, I'm scared he'll come and try to open the door." Okay, this is serious, I thought. I made up my mind not to drive down highways. I wanted to avoid traffic lights, which would mean we would have to stop. When my car stops, the doors automatically unlock while the car is in drive. So I decided to take the back roads. And man, that was a bad idea. Thinking back on it now, I should have probably gone to a late-night diner or convenience store, somewhere bright with lots of people around. But I think that my friend would have freaked out if I even tried that. So I kept driving down these countryside lanes, the back roads, until my friend calmed down a little. The car behind was following every turn we made. The further we went from the city, the fewer cars were seen on the road with us. It got to a point where it was literally just us. The car behind was speeding up too, forcing me to go faster and faster. I asked my friend, "Why is this guy chasing us?" And she said, "I think I made him really angry. I don't want to stay at my place alone tonight." She then began to cry, and I didn't really get my answer. The situation we were in was getting more and more unnerving. I didn't know how it was going to end, and I didn't want to consider the possibilities. I kept driving. There wasn't much else I could do. But then something occurred to me. I had quite a small and light car, and the car behind was much bigger. What if I went down a narrow road? Maybe that would stop the guy from chasing us. He would be scared to damage his car. I decided to take that risk and turned down the next narrow road I found. I kept an eye on my navigation system to try and find a way back out of there. I didn't want to be stuck down some dead-end road. I needed to keep driving or at least get to someplace safe because I didn't want to send my friend home in the state she was in. I thought about trying the police, but I knew that the police wouldn't do anything about the guy. It seems like they only help after the fact, never before. My friend was sobbing next to me, but she stopped to apologize for getting me into this mess. I mean, I should have sensed something was up. She hadn't ever called me for a ride from a supermarket before. She said she called me because she didn't have anyone else she could turn to. I told her that it was okay. I just wanted to know where I should be driving her. And she replied, "Don't take me back to my house. If we did just lose him, that's where he'll be waiting for me. Can you take me to the train station?" I said that I could. But she could also stay at mine for the night. She vehemently refused. She said she had caused enough trouble. I realized something at that point. The stuff she had bought at the supermarket looked like she had been planning to run away. She even had some camping equipment. I didn't know it was that bad. I didn't fully understand the situation, but I knew one thing. The man who was chasing us was very dangerous, if running away from her life in our town seemed to be her preferred option. She said that she would stay in a hotel that night. She would get off the train far away and lay low. She was going to hotel hop too. Make sure her location changed every now and then. I felt for her, I really did. She said that she felt like he was always watching her, and he knew how to find her. That's just so scary to me. I didn't want to ask about her ex, but I was curious as to why she was so scared of him finding her. I said something like, "He sounds like a real horrible guy," and she replied, "It's not just him who'll be looking for me, it's his group of friends too." That was frightening. Something really bad was going on. I managed to follow the narrow back roads back to the city, and I got her to the station, like she asked. I was confident that he wasn't following us anymore. I felt for sure that he had given up. She got out at the station, and we found out that the next available train would come in at 6 a.m. I couldn't leave her there for that long in the state she was in. I asked her to come with me to a McDonald's. I thought that we could talk things over a little, and I was right. She told me a little more about the situation and that ex of hers. She told me that he didn't take being broken up with very well. He attacked her. He made threats against her friends and family, and tried to use fear to coerce her into getting back with him. He was also convinced that she had been with his friends. He said all this after she found out he had been on a bunch of dating and hookup apps. One of her single friends showed her his profile, and she confronted him. She said that his friends are all a bunch of stalkers like him too. I was shocked, and finding it a little hard to follow her story. Personally, I think they could have been as bad as one another, with the cheating by the sounds of things. She turned to me and said, "I want you to forget about me, okay? I'm not going to have anything more to do with you." I mean, it's very sad to lose a friend, of course, but equally, I didn't want to get involved with these weird guys and be chased by random men at night. I was feeling conflicted. She began to cry again, and she kept saying, "It's really my fault this time." After dropping her off at the train station and helping her onto the platform with her bags, she turned to me and gave me 10,000 yen and said, "Thank you, I'll always be grateful for tonight." And that was the last time I ever saw her. I had tears in my eyes as I drove home from the station that night, but they felt like they instantly dried up when I noticed a certain car in the lane next to mine. I couldn't believe it. The guy who had followed me earlier was still out here, looking for us. I got goosebumps, but I tried not to make it obvious that I had noticed him. By some miracle, he didn't appear to notice me or my car, and after 4 or 5 pretty frightening minutes, he turned off in a different direction to me. As soon as I got home, I completely crashed out. It was the first time in a long time that I had been awake that late. Despite everything that happened that night, I'm glad that I answered her call. I mean, what might have happened to her? If I didn't, is something I don't want to ask myself. I never heard from her again. Fast forward to 3 months later, and I got a call from my friend's number. I was really interested to see how she was doing, so I answered it straight away. I quickly found out that it wasn't my friend on the other end of the phone. It sounded like someone wasn't even using a phone. By that, I mean it was kind of computer-like. The voice at the other end of the line asked the following question. "Hi, have you heard from my..." The man calling from her number seemed to be polite and friendly, but I knew he was likely one of the guys who was chasing her and me that night. I was a little scared to say anything at first, but then I managed to say, "Actually, I haven't heard from her in a very long time, so sorry I can't help you." "Ah, is that so? Well, then I'm sorry to have bothered you then." And the call ended. I was so scared, even though it wasn't happening to me. I had a way to contact her through a separate messaging app, but I didn't dare use it just in case one of those guys or her ex had a way of tracking her messages. I hope she managed to start a new life. And although that call was scary, it told me that they hadn't managed to track her down. If you are out there, stay safe, my friend.
This is a tale I heard during my part-time stint at a television production company. Before joining this company, I had caught wind of a workplace fatality rumor, a subject usually shrouded in secrecy and never mentioned openly. It was not until my farewell party, upon leaving the company, that someone finally disclosed the details. During that period, the company faced financial troubles, with the president indulging in risky investments, potentially jeopardizing the company's stability. Unable to secure a decent job for about 2 months, the company, desperate for funds, landed an unusual project. Observational video of Snow Mountain. Under normal circumstances, such projects require a budget, typically outsourced to professionals. However, given the precarious financial situation and a collective desperation fearing bankruptcy, 2 former mountain club members, Mr. Ida and Mr. Moka, stepped forward, claiming expertise. Despite lacking any proper preparation, they received approval from the president and ventured off into the mountains. Unfortunately, the weather turned severe and communication was lost, causing panic. As the planned return day arrived, only Mr. Moka returned to the Tokyo office, oblivious to the whereabouts of Mr. Ida. Concerned colleagues questioned him about Ida's whereabouts, but Mr. Moka, he seemed perplexed, or perhaps deliberately elusive, revealing he had taken Ida to the hospital. Later, a senior colleague, upon accompanying Mr. Moka to the hospital, discovered a videotape and various items in his jacket. Several employees gathered to watch the tape on the company monitor, revealing some disturbing content. The video faded in. It featured Mr. Moka on a mountain hut, claiming to have buried Ida, who had died from an injury while reaching the location. Oddly, Mr. Moka described a recurring phenomenon, stating that he had buried Ida before, but found his lifeless body beside him the next morning. As Mr. Moka recounted these events, he fiddled with the camera, eventually curling into the corner of the hut. The video continued playing, revealing a time-lapse of Mr. Moka's actions. Hours into his deep sleep, the footage displayed Mr. Moka exhuming Ida's body. Upon reporting this disturbing video to the police, they found Ida's body significantly damaged post-mortem. A notebook discovered in the hut contained a chilling message suggesting that Ida was trying to curse Mr. Moka in death by repeatedly resurrecting. Although Mr. Moka avoided arrest due to mental instability, he remains institutionalized to this day.
This happened when I was mountain climbing in the northern Alps of Japan. I'd been climbing and hiking all day and I'd gotten myself lost. Now, being lost on a mountain range is a special kind of fear, you know? When it begins to get dark, you feel something squirmy crawling around your stomach, but you know you just have to keep walking. Tiredness doesn't really matter as much. When fear is driving you, you cannot succumb to helplessness. When it got dark, I tried to follow the natural ridges of the mountain. I figured that they would lead me back to civilization. It's easier said than done, though, in the dark. I was looking in every direction for any form of light source, so I could aim myself towards it. I walked on with the idea in mind that when morning comes, I'll be thinking, "Oh, whoa, that was intense being lost on the mountain, but I'm okay now." Thinking back on it, I must not have been in my right state of mind, because if I really wanted to get off that mountain range so desperately, I had an option to set up a bivouac. It was early autumn, and there was a chill in the night air. Before long, it would be freezing, and then there were the fierce winds. It whispered and whistled through the trees. The temperature was about 0. I decided to change tact. I gave up my mountain ridges pathway idea, and I decided to head down through the mountainous woods and undergrowth. I figured that it would be a little bit warmer that way. I was sliding, tripping, falling. It wasn't a smart idea. I just had to keep walking, though. Walking in the dark. I was terrified that I was going to come in contact with some kind of animal that could bite. I mean, the insects were just as bad. And then suddenly, out of nowhere, I heard a voice calling from deep within the woods. It was calling my name. I felt a sudden rush of joy. I felt like someone had been searching for me. I felt more happy than scared. By right, I hadn't been missing long enough for anyone to be out here searching for me, though. Nevertheless, I followed the voice. I descended the mountain at a fast pace, searching for the owner of that voice. It was distant, but I could hear the direction it was coming from. The route I was taking was steep and hard, but I kept going. Eventually, I was running. More like that kind of run when you're coming down something steep, that unstoppable forward motion. I felt as if I was going to faceplant at any moment, as if my foot would catch some outcropping rock and I would go flying. But thankfully that didn't happen. Actually, kind of the opposite happened. My feet touched down on asphalt. I had somehow arrived on a mountain road. The road was better than tracing the mountain ridges. A road was better than the shelter of the forest. Hell, a road was even better than a call of an unknown voice. I remember feeling incredibly giddy, thinking to myself, I'm saved. I didn't have enough energy or natural light to keep going that night, so I decided to bivouac down for the night. I made my makeshift campsite by the side of the road. In the morning, I would check my location with my map and set about getting the hell out of there. That night, as I was trying to get some rest, I kept thinking of the voice I had heard. The words I heard were as follows, and I'll keep my name anonymous though. Right there! No, not yet, but close, come on. Come on! Run! Go, go, go! Don't you give up now, you're so close, come on, do your best! Something like that. I was told to run, but I couldn't really because I was descending a mountain in the dark. So the voice that called to me didn't make a great deal of sense, but it saved me from a life and death situation. I'm sure of that. See, the thing is, when I heard the voice, I didn't even get creeped out by it. I mean, I should have, I guess, but I just wasn't scared of it. It all seemed fine. By the side of the road that night, I did wonder if I should have been a little more concerned, but that voice, feminine it was, it did nothing but warm my heart and raise my spirits. While I was mulling this over, I guess I fell asleep. I was exhausted. Well, that happened a few years ago. In the resulting years, a lot has changed, to be honest. I don't go on such ill-planned mountain climbs and hikes. One very sad piece of news came a few years before that fateful hiking trip there. My mum passed away. She was in her 50s. I thought that I would have a lot more years with her. After my mother's funeral, my dad handed me a box of videotapes. My mum had taped a lot of memories, and I was really glad. I watched one video one night when I really wanted to hear my mother's voice again. I popped in a tape, and one of my old basketball games appeared on the screen. It was way back when I was in junior high school. I remember that old jersey with a smile, the style of clothing, the audience, etc. It was all pretty nostalgic. My mother was there screaming and cheering, the loudest of all the parents. It was so great to hear her again. But then something clicked, like an internal click. The words of encouragement my mother had been shouting at me in that basketball game were the same words I had heard out on the mountain range alone. Right there! No, not yet, but close, come on. Come on! Run! Go, go, go! Don't you give up now, you're so close. Come on, do your best, do your best! That support she gave me, it was eternal. I remembered what I was like at that age on the video. I went through a rebellious phase. I used to hate it and get embarrassed when my mum would cheer me on like that. I was so rude to her after those games. No matter how rude or mean I was to her after each game, she was still my number one supporter, my biggest fan. Even after leaving home, my mum would contact me often. She would ask me how I'm doing. She would just want to know everything I was up to. Did I ask her about herself enough? I don't know. When it sunk in that the voice I heard in the mountains sounded like my mum on that tape, the love I had for her overwhelmed me and I just couldn't stop crying. Since birth, she's always been taking care of me. So nowadays when I feel really down or work just gets overwhelming, I play that videotape and it gives me the strength to continue. It's like she's still being my number one fan.
Deep in the mountains, I once had a very strange encounter. One that left me feeling quite unsettled. Back in my student days, I had made it a ritual to venture alone into the mountains. An annual escape. Not exactly a fully fledged climbing expedition, but a personal retreat nonetheless. On one such occasion, after a solitary meal and while gazing into the flickering flames of a bonfire, my mind began to wander. Minutes passed like a fleeting dream, perhaps 20 or so. Feeling it was time to retire for the night, I casually surveyed my surroundings. That's when I noticed something peculiar in the forest, diagonally behind me. About 20 meters away, pale shapes were discernible among the trees, prompting me to stare for a few fleeting seconds. "What is that?" I whispered, involuntarily. From the depths of the dark forest, only a man's face peered at me. The unsettling part was not just the proximity, around 20 meters, but the fact that the face floated an unusual 10 meters above the ground. Ordinarily, one might expect a rush of fear, an involuntary scream. But instead, an odd calm enveloped me. Fatigue, perhaps. In that moment, questions eclipsed fear. I found myself locked in a silent exchange with this mysterious face for what seemed like maybe 1 or 2 minutes. Abruptly, the face vanished. Puzzled, I pondered the nature of the encounter. Returning my gaze to the bonfire, the face reappeared. This time, just on the other side, as if traversing the flames. The visage appeared middle-aged and utterly expressionless. Upon noticing its presence across the bonfire, I involuntarily blurted out, "What do you want?" Surprised at my own words, I reflected on the unexpected response. It was the only phrase that came to mind. Whether it worked or not, the face vanished once more. I couldn't shake the feeling that the face had emerged to convey some kind of grievance, disappearing when it realized that its accusations may have been misplaced. When I was a child, my family took a trip to the mountains. We arrived early in the morning, only to find the area blanketed in a thick, foreboding fog. Despite my parents' warnings, I wandered off alone, quickly losing my way among the spectral trees. After hours of fruitless walking, I finally collapsed, exhausted, famished, onto a mossy log. As I caught my breath, I suddenly sensed a nearby presence. Expecting to look up and see my worried parents, I instead found a complete stranger looming over me. He was enormously tall, and he wore strange clothes. A hat made of straw and fur, and an equally shabby coat. I could barely make out his face in the haze. In a coarse voice, he asked me, "Are you lost, boy?" I nodded, timidly. Without another word, he led me through the writhing mist until we emerged abruptly into a familiar trail. My parents' cries audibly sung out in the distance. Before I could thank the man, he had vanished. My forgetful young mind soon dismissed this as a mere dream. Only years later, on a return trip to those mountains, did I remember. I asked my parents about it. Somehow, they recalled this incident quite vividly. "You appeared on the trail, as if from nowhere," my mother said, with unease in her voice. "When we asked where you had been, you kept on rambling about your tall uncle bringing you home." Puzzled, I thought hard, but I could not conjure that stranger's face. Who was that mysterious man in the mountains? I have searched for him on several occasions, but I never found another soul wandering those isolated trails. Whenever I pass through that area alone, I leave a small offering, a token of thanks to my nameless guide. The memory remains my strangest experience in that fog-bound forest. Greetings, friends. Evie here. If you've stuck around for this long, I'd love to thank you so much for tuning in and listening tonight. If you feel like I've earned it, please do be sure to leave a thumbs up on the video and consider dropping me a quick comment below. This is far and away the best way you can support the growth of this channel. I'd like to once again thank Jay for joining me tonight. Always a pleasure working with you, my friend. That's about it from me, guys. If you're new to this channel, consider hitting that subscribe button to catch the scariest stories translated from Asia every week. As usual, if there are any particular topics of scary stories, or maybe a country or region that you'd like to hear some stories from, be sure to let me know down in the comments. Alrighty guys, that's all from me. Check out the links up on your screen now, if you'd like to keep listening to more scary stories. Otherwise, thank you so much for your support, and I'll see you all next week. Good night. Greetings, my friends, and welcome back. Tonight, we are once again heading back to Japan for a fresh set of truly terrifying paranormal stories, ones you're guaranteed to have never heard before. I'm joined this evening by my good friend, Don't Fall Asleep. Do be sure to check out his channel, linked down below, and show him some love. Alrighty guys, with all that said, let's dim those lights, get nice and comfy, and let us once again step beyond the veil. A ghost story? Well, I'm still not sure. But I was most certainly once at the center of a very strange event. One that still conjures up the odd shiver up my spine. It happened during my school years. You see, I was close friends with a girl named Hannah. And I do mean we were just friends. Our classmates used to make fun of us, spreading rumors that we were dating, but that wasn't true. We really were just close friends. We used to have a lot of fun together. It was a winter's day, and I believe it was raining. On that particular day, we decided to play a game of tag. Before delving into the story, let me explain our school building. It is a square and hollow structure, and if you were to look at it from above, it resembles this shape. So, there are stairs on both the east and west sides of each floor. Now, back to our game of tag. You see, we used to put an odd twist on the traditional game. Instead of someone being it, we would instead say, this person is now the demon and must hunt the others down. The first person to be the demon was Hannah. "Ready or not, here I come," she exclaimed, and the chase began. As she pursued me, there was quite a distance between us. To gain an advantage, I circled the second floor multiple times, hoping to tire her out. Feeling a bit exhausted, I decided to climb the stairs all the way to the fourth floor, considering calling for reinforcements from our class. Here's where things got strange. When I reached the third floor and suddenly turned around, Hannah was right behind me, running in an odd manner, almost as if she were bending forward from the head. I couldn't see her face clearly. Up until this point, I had been running and screaming, but she remained silent. Feeling oddly afraid now, I sprinted straight to the fourth floor, all the while Hannah right behind me. I turned into a corridor and I entered our classroom. To my shock, the person sitting at the front seat was Hannah. "What?" I exclaimed. When I turned around, there was no sign of Hannah, who should have still been chasing me. "Hey, Hannah, how did you manage that? You were right behind me, I asked in a panic. That's when Hannah explained something that frightens me still. According to her, she had actually given up chasing me as soon as I started climbing the stairs. She'd gone back up to the classroom using the stairs on the other side. I couldn't figure out who or what was chasing me, but I'll never forget that odd posture as I was pursued up the stairs. Also, as I climbed those stairs, I distinctly remember it being unusually dark and eerily quiet. The staircase felt unnaturally long. The entire experience left me so scared. I avoided playing tag for a while after that.
This happened quite a while back, but let me tell you what I can remember. So, there was this program called Uso Japan, and in one episode, they featured my hometown. Apparently, there was a gas explosion in a woman's dormitory, leading to some deaths. The place became famous, and soon students and young people started exploring it as part of a dare. This woman's dormitory had a peculiar layout. It had 2 entrances on the left and right, and when you climbed the stairs, there was a colonnade in the middle. Each floor had about 3 rooms, and there were 4 floors. The rooftop had an atrium, allowing face-to-face encounters through a fence, but you couldn't move freely between the left and right sides. I know, it's a bit confusing. For a few months, people claimed to have seen or experienced strange things there. Friends of friends had stories, and the whole community got wrapped up in these tales. The story we heard was that there was this room on the 3rd floor, the last one at the end of the corridor. In that room, named Nanako, everything was strangely well preserved. When you called out from Nanako's room, you could hear a woman crying. It was said that if you hear her crying, you would be in an accident on the way home. Typical urban legend stuff you hear everywhere. Well, being stupid kids, we decided to check out the authenticity of this rumor by pulling a prank. We convinced a friend, M, to go alone to Nanako's room. H called M, lying about heading to the dormitory from the park, and asked him to join. After around 30 minutes, we got a call from M, sounding strange. He said, "You guys don't run away. Come out, quickly." H then told M that Nanako was waiting in her room and hung up. We rushed to the dormitory, searching for M. Unexpectedly, we got a call saying M was found. When we arrived, M was crouching in Nanako's room, muttering apologies. Strangely, he had a dirty straw hat on his back. Confused and worried, we decided to take him out. Back at the park, we learned that M had entered the dormitory alone, believing our lies. He heard voices but couldn't find us, and when he entered Nanako's room, he encountered a strange woman swinging something like a string. This woman stared at M with bloodshot eyes, laughing hysterically, and gradually approached him. M was paralyzed, sitting down in fear, and kept apologizing. It was very unsettling, and we were frozen listening to him recount the events. After throwing the hat out of the window, we left the dormitory with M. The next morning, H called me, saying M had been admitted to the hospital. M had collapsed in his room, muttering about a headache, and was in critical condition. It turned out a blood vessel in M's head had burst, and he was on the brink of life and death. M managed to pull through after a tense few days. We were relieved, but it was a reminder to stay away from anything related to spiritual spots or haunted places.
This story took place over a dozen years ago, involving me and my brother. It took place in my hometown. This is a true story, as difficult as that may be to believe. It's okay. I do not need you to believe me. I merely wish to get this written down, off my chest, so to speak. It all began when I was in the 3rd grade of elementary school. My brother and 3 of his friends invited me to go with them on one of their adventures. Despite warnings from the adults in our town to stay away, I decided to secretly join them. The location they were venturing to, it was an abandoned shrine on a slope extending from the town's hill, adorned with numerous torii gates. Honestly, it was a very creepy atmosphere. Hesitant at first, I was strangely compelled to go along. The day of the adventure came along. My brother and I waited at the shrine at noon for his friends. A man in his 20s happened along. He had recently come to town for work, and he warned us sternly to stay away from this place. Ignoring his advice, my brother and his friends continued on with their plan. As we walked up the slope, I felt it in my bones as the atmosphere began to change. The air, it felt different. A fear began to creep in. A new kind of fear. Something I'd never felt before. My brother felt it too. He began urging his friends to turn back. I guess we all felt it, as we all agreed, without any hesitation. As we turned to go back down, however, a group of children appeared, blocking our path with half-white, expressionless faces. It was so strange. They were not there as we ascended. We had heard no footsteps, nor rustling sounds, nothing. And there was really nowhere for them to hide. We began to panic, running in different directions. As we ran, the children started jumping. A couple of them clung to my brother. I, too, felt an unexplained heaviness in my lower body. As I gazed down, I saw an old woman with white eyes and her teeth bared, clinging to my waist. I was, of course, rightfully terrified. I didn't know what to do. I had nowhere to go, so I just closed my eyes. I tried hard to pretend that I was somewhere else, anywhere else. But the old woman, she whispered,
Come here, come here, come here.
as if directly into my mind. Despite being ready to face death, an overwhelming fear compelled me to open my eyes. The old woman's face was there, mere inches away. I screamed, wondering why no one in the surrounding houses seemed to notice. I shot glances all around, anywhere, everywhere, looking for any semblance of hope. To my disbelief and my utter relief, the man I had met earlier appeared, and with the aid of several adults, they were shouting, and as they did, these evil things retreated. My brother was safe, but some of his friends, they were found in a terrible state. They were beaten horribly, to the point that they needed to be hospitalized. Later on, I learned that that shrine, once ordinary, housed a Shinto priest with significant power. As the priest struggled with the growing number of spirits seeking help, he eventually fled, leaving the shrine in an unclean state, a haven for malevolent entities. A few years back, I made the move to the city in pursuit of a job, marking a significant change from my rural upbringing. The transition was exhilarating, especially with the prospect of my first city life. Opting for a room from the company's rented properties, I settled on one surrounded by greenery, with the added bonus of separate bath and toilet facilities. The initial year was promising. Work was not overwhelming, and everything felt rather fresh and exciting. The second year, while busier, remained fairly normal. The job kept me occupied, but it was fulfilling, even though the initial novelty had worn off. The third year, however, my life began to turn gloomy. The workload in my department skyrocketed. Despite being part of a reasonably large company, our unit's exceptional performance meant increased responsibilities. The team embraced the demanding workload, akin to a group experiencing a runner's high. This shift made it difficult for me to return home. Even when I managed to get home, it would only be to sleep or to quickly change my clothes. Eventually, as a result of this, my living space began to reflect my situation, becoming extremely dirty. Even the futon was completely covered in garbage. I would just push it aside, try and find a small space to sleep at night. I realized this was unhealthy. Hell, looking back, I know I should have acted sooner to get my life and my living space in order. But at the time, I was just so caught up in proving myself at work. Nothing else mattered. While the company was not a toxic workplace by any stretch, I became engulfed in this abnormal work routine. Our dedication bordered on obsession, with everyone pushing themselves to achieve more. The state of my room, it deteriorated to an alarming extent, and I struggled to maintain any semblance of order. The garbage continued piling up. I found myself in a constant cycle of work and sleep. At some point in time, exactly when I struggle to recall, the company entered a break. Our department would still go into the office occasionally, but my working hours were significantly cut back. Finally, I had some more free time at home. A chance to get myself in order. But did I? No, of course not. Instead, I entered something of a slump. I lacked any motivation. Going from that kind of constant drive at work to next to nothing, it sapped me of all my energy. I would just lay around in my dirty apartment, staring at the four walls until such a time as I would be needed at the office. My days crawled and blurred seamlessly into the nights. Due to the chaotic nature of my surroundings, I would often have a great deal of trouble actually getting to sleep at night. I would lay awake on my phone or playing games. It was on one of those sleepless nights that I first noticed it. From the corner of my vision, almost imperceptibly at first, it traversed my room. I was initially terrified. It lacked a defined shape, morphing between amorphous shapes like clouds or haze. It exhibited colors ranging from black to grey, purple to red, and sometimes took on a humanoid or inorganic form. I did not have a clue what this thing was, but for some reason, I began calling it Nanika. Despite my fear, Nanika never outright interfered with me. The nightly visits continued, and I adapted to this bizarre routine. However, the turning point came when my living conditions reached an all-time low, leaving my room cluttered with garbage. I awoke one night, filth all around me, with a feeling that something was ever so slightly off. There, right above, stood Nanika. But something was terribly wrong. Its face was so close to mine, stretched unnaturally from the point of its shoulders. It had an awful scowl on its face, the sheer hatred radiating off this thing. It was paralyzing. I mean that, literally. I could not move. I could only stare up at this horrible face. And when I say stare up, yes, I mean straight up. There stood Nanika, standing on the ceiling, her toes clinging to the fan. I recall being in a state similar to sleep paralysis. It was not that I physically couldn't move, it's that the fear was keeping me from doing so. I just lay there, staring up at this. As I did so, the strangest thing began to happen. This thing's mouth began to open and close, almost rhythmically. Open, close, open, close. Something about this, it didn't feel right at all. I began to feel a kind of pull. I knew that if I were to stay laying at that futon, I would be taken away. Not killed or harmed in any way, but rather spirited away. I began to slowly crawl out from the sheets. What surprised me was that Nanika did not move in response to my flight. slow as it was. But her eyes, they followed me. That strange mouth, opening, closing, over and over. I slowly inched my way out of the bed, and as soon as my feet hit that floor, I ran. I ran out of that apartment, grabbing my keys from the hanger on the way, and I ran to my car. I was still in my PJs, but I didn't care. I opened my car door to jump in, taking one last glance up toward that apartment building. There stood Nanika. Not in the window. No, not even in my apartment anymore. But standing right there in the entranceway, pressed against the glass, looking at me. It was in that moment I realized the severity of the situation I had just escaped from. This entity, which had been in my room with me, walking around every night, right past me, was not gentle in any way, as it had seemed at first. It was very clearly a malicious spirit, something which was not simply there incidentally, not something which was merely content with causing fear or harassing for thrills, like a poltergeist or something like that. No, it was clear that this one was here for me, to get me, to take me. I drove away from that apartment, seeking refuge at my sister's place. I told her about everything that had happened, and she looked understandably shocked, but quite understanding. I had no idea, and I still have no idea if she fully believed me or not, but at the very least, she did not dismiss what I was saying. Despite my pleas for her to stay away from that place, she insisted on going in there, checking the place out. I eventually, and very reluctantly, agreed. Upon seeing the state of the apartment, she became very concerned. She told me that I was to give her some money for cleaning and leave her alone for the day. Come back later. I agreed. My sister cleaned my apartment within a day, removing the clutter and even purchasing a vacuum cleaner with a portion of the money I'd left. Her unexpected act of kindness left me speechless as she effortlessly restored order to my chaotic living space. I sure did not return to that apartment at night for some time, anticipating Nanika's arrival. However, I did begin to spend some days there during my lunch breaks. Eventually, I slowly began to spend my nights there again. It would seem my sister's presence and the removal of the clutter altered the supernatural routine. Nanika failed to materialize, and the room remained silent. Confused, yet of course relieved, I contemplated the reasons behind Nanika's sudden disappearance. Days became years, and Nanika never returned. My sister's intervention had seemingly disrupted the abnormal pattern that had haunted my nights. Reflecting on this strange chapter, I am eternally grateful for my sister's assistance. It would seem this thing came into being as a result of my chaotic surroundings and way of life. More disturbingly, however, it did not seem confined to that very space. After all, It had tried to follow me outside that night. Would this pursuit have continued had my sister not intervened? I will never truly know. I have never again allowed my life and my surroundings to fall into such a state of chaos again. I have seen firsthand how dangerous such a lifestyle can be.
A daily commute of about an hour and a half from work to home often led me to take a shortcut through a mountain road, saving me a precious 20 minutes. However, an unsettling encounter made me rethink this route. About 3 months ago, around 1 o'clock in the morning, as I hurried home along that mountain road, the faint sound of bells, reminiscent of a keychain, caught my attention. I didn't have any bells on my car key. Ignoring this discrepancy, the chiming persisted, seemingly emanating from the empty passenger seat. To add to the strangeness, the interior suddenly filled with the stench of alcohol, as if an old drunkard were present. Then, from the supposedly vacant passenger seat, a loud grunt, accompanied by the sound of clothes rubbing against each other, echoed. I jolted away instinctively, and in my peripheral vision, I noticed a shadowy figure seated there. Refusing to look, I focused on the road ahead and swiftly sought refuge in a nearby convenience store. Standing there for about 30 minutes, engrossed in reading to pass the time and to take my mind off what had just happened, I eventually convinced myself that the happenings inside the car had dissipated, or were perhaps just a figment of my imagination. Buying a can of coffee, I resumed my journey and reached home safely without any further incident. A week later, running late for work, I found myself choosing to take that road again. My familiar, comforting music played loudly, attempting to drown out any unsettling sounds or happenings around me, if only in my mind. As I hummed along the mountain road, I glanced at the side mirror and saw something sliding along the inner edge. Upon closer inspection, the reflection revealed a human face, initially resembling my own. However, the realization set in that one couldn't see their own face in a moving car's side mirror. It was just floating, up and down, as the car moved along. Feeling very unsettled by this, I rushed back to the convenience store, my safe haven as it had become. Days later, despite my caution, I once again turned onto that mountain road. Driving in a daze, my subconscious guided me, cautious of the road ahead, yet hesitant to turn back. Suddenly, a jolt in the road. I assumed I must have hit something. Panicking, I checked, finding nothing on the road, yet the unease in my heart lingered on. I knew on a primal level something was very wrong with this isolated mountain road. I got back into the car and resumed driving. However, a little way down the road, my body suddenly tensed up. In my confusion, and bordering on the edge of panic, I contemplated stopping the car, and that's when I noticed it. A thin woman's hand extended along my arm. Contrary to popular belief, the hand wasn't cold, but I couldn't feel its touch or weight. The tightness intensified, but in a desperate attempt, I managed to shake my arm, sending the hand flailing out the window and onto the ground, freeing myself. Filled with confusion, panic, and rage, I drove back to that same convenience store. The clerk, unfazed, remarked, "Back again?" I swore never to take that road again, haunted by the question of why I had been targeted 3 times. Searching for answers, I found no history of accidents or murders in the area. I wondered if a vengeful woman might be buried near that mountain, following me. Perhaps she lingered in the convenience store's parking lot. I vowed never to visit that convenience store again either. I don't know what's haunting me, or where it's attaching itself to me, or why. But I will do all I can to never put myself in its path, ever again.
The following is a tale from a friend of mine. Let's call him Haruki. Hailing from Okinawa, Haruki had a mischievous streak in his younger days. He'd always had an unusual obsession with the supernatural, forever trying to answer the question, are ghosts real? Haruki wanted to know. Picture this, an air raid shelter in the dead of night. Okinawa, known for the remnants of white-boned corpses, still had a lot of bones lying around. Haruki had a plan to capture the eerie atmosphere by taking a photo of his friend amidst the haunting relics. He pointed the camera, snapped the shot, and even dared to swim in the sea around 2 o'clock in the morning, urging his friend to do the same with the camera in hand. Thankfully, nothing occurred on those 2 occasions. I don't mean particularly supernatural. Even just swimming in the ocean at that time of night is stupid. There are dangerous currents, riptides, even sharks who will be feeding in the darkness. Now, here's the standout incident. One day, Haruki, along with some daring companions, they embarked on a late-night drive. The two came upon a secluded area of the beach, barred by a chain-link fence. Signs were posted all over, forbidding people from entering. But, of course, Haruki and his companions entered regardless. Driving his car through the opening, the headlights revealed something up ahead. About 10 meters away, in the sea, there were 5 or 6 figures, with one seemingly in distress. "Someone is drowning," Haruki shouted. Upon closer inspection, there was indeed a child. "What? Where? I can't see," said one of his companions. "There, right there. Can't you see?" Haruki pointed. In a panic, one of the group members rushed to a nearby house to call for help. "We need to act quickly. Where is he? Where are you?" they exclaimed. In the midst of all this confusion, an old fisherman appeared, seemingly quite distressed. "You guys are not allowed here," he screamed. "No, but a child," Haruki tried to explain. The fisherman vehemently tried to prevent their rescue attempt. As the situation unfolded, only 3 people out of the original 6 were visible. The child, still drowning it seemed. "Can't you see it?" the fisherman asked. "Of course I can. They are right there," Haruki replied. The fisherman insisted. "Look closely. Look at his face. Does that child seem like he's asking for help?" Upon closer examination, Haruki noticed it. No, he's laughing. The fisherman sighed. "That is why I'm here. That is why the signs prevent any entry. To ensure incidents like this do not happen. People like you jump in to help, and then the water corpse will escape." Hey guys, Evie here. If you're still here at this point, I'd like to thank you so much for sticking around and listening to tonight's stories. I hope you enjoyed listening to them as much as I always enjoy reading to you all. A big shout out once again to my guest for tonight. Don't fall asleep. If you haven't already, do go down and check out his channel linked in the video description and in the pinned comment below. He does a lot of creepypasta and no-sleep horror story narrations, so if that's the kind of thing you're into, definitely head on over and show him some love. Before I sign it off for this evening, if I could just ask a quick favor. It really is a huge help to me and the growth of this channel if you could leave a like on this video and consider dropping me a comment below. It doesn't need to be much. Just let me know what your thoughts were on the stories, or if you had a favorite story perhaps. Or if you're not much for words, you can always just drop me a heart. That always works. Also, as per usual, if there's any story topics or perhaps a particular country or region that you'd like to hear some scary stories from, do let me know down below, and I'll see what I can find. Alrighty guys, that's about it from me tonight. You'll find some links up on your screen right now if you'd like to continue listening to more scary stories. Otherwise, thank you so much for your support, and I'll see you all next week. Good night. Greetings, my friends, and welcome back. Tonight, I've got a set of true scary stories from Japan for you all. These don't necessarily fit into any particular category, it's just some odds and ends, ones I've had laying around, so yeah, lucky dip tonight. Alrighty, nothing further from me. Let's dim those lights, get nice and cozy, and let us once again step beyond the veil. I have a chilling memory, one that I recall whenever it rains. It dates back to my second year of high school, during summer vacation. I went out shopping with my two friends, Hiroki and Kazuki. As luck would have it, the heavens suddenly opened, drenching us in a downpour. Panic ensued, as none of us had brought an umbrella. Seeking refuge, we hurriedly took shelter under a nearby bus stop's cover. Wasn't rain in the forecast today? I questioned, engaged in a debate with my friends. Kazuki, with his smartphone in hand, interjected. Very heavy rain. Just checked it on Twitter. With no other choice, we decided to wait until the rain subsided. It poured so intensely that the world seemed to turn white around us. Occasional bursts of thunder added to my unease, earning me mocking laughter from Hiroki and Kazuki, well aware of my fear. Minutes ticked by into an eternity as we silently awaited a respite from the relentless rain. Suddenly, Kazuki exclaimed, "Hey, look, someone's coming this way." Following his gaze, I confirmed his statement. A woman was approaching us through the rain. We speculated that she would be seeking shelter, the same as us. "Maybe she'll run to escape the rain," Kazuki mused. Hiroki chimed in. "Or she might take the bus like a regular person, using her umbrella." Engrossed in our conversation, we watched as the woman drew nearer. She had long hair, and she wore a black dress, holding an umbrella adorned with a black lace pattern. What caught our attention was that she carried 3 additional black umbrellas. The woman stopped before us, offering us the 3 umbrellas. Hiroki hesitantly asked, "Are you lending us these umbrellas?" In response, the woman simply nodded. Hiroki continued, "Is it really all right, borrowing umbrellas from a stranger?" Kazuki added, "Yeah, this feels a bit strange. We appreciate your kindness, but we'll have to decline." Hiroki politely declined the offer. The woman retracted the umbrellas she had preferred and departed, fading into the distance. Once the woman was out of sight, Hiroki asked, "Did any of you see her face? It looked very pale." We chuckled, dismissing his observation. I reassured him, saying, "You're just imagining things. The contrast with the black umbrella and the black clothes, it made her face appear pale. That's all." While laughing it off, both Hiroki and Kazuki wore pensive expressions. Kazuki interjected, "Hold on a second. That woman's face was red." Hiroki countered, "What? I distinctly remember it being pale." I intervened, feeling a creeping sense of dread. "Wait a minute. This is not right. Why did we each see something different?" We pondered this, gazing into the distance, fixated on this woman who had vanished. Nothing out of the ordinary occurred afterward. However, Kazuki fell ill with a severe cold that lasted for about a week. I can't help but wonder, what was that woman? What might have unfolded if we had accepted her umbrella? During the summer, I visited my childhood friend's house to hang out. Here's the story that unfolded along the way. I'll keep it concise. I'll summarize the details as much as possible. My friend's house was around a 15-minute bicycle ride away. In my hometown, there were these vast rice fields, and with only a few street lights. The darkness of this night was overwhelming. On my route, I had to pass beneath an elevated Shinkansen train track, a place that always gave me an eerie feeling. It had gained a bit of notoriety as a creepy spot in the neighborhood, with numerous eyewitness accounts to its name. Given its unsettling reputation and the pitch-black surroundings, I pedaled on, singing along to the song playing through my earphones. I tried my best to hurry past the underpass, wanting to remain oblivious. Feeling a slight sense of relief, I noticed a boy in jeans and a t-shirt standing near a street lamp ahead. He appeared to be gazing at the rice fields. Embarrassed to be caught singing out loud like that, I lowered my voice and I glanced at the boy as I passed on by. But wait, was he asking me something? A slight unease crept over me. However, something caught my attention. To my left, there should have been a waterway for the rice fields, quite deep and extending in that direction. I thought the boy was near there, so I turned my head to take a look. To my surprise, there was no one there. Feeling perplexed, I turned my gaze forward again. Just about a meter ahead, in the direction I was headed, almost right in front of me, stood that same boy, facing towards me. I collided with him. Startled, I lost control of my bike and fell hard. In that moment of impact, I caught a glimpse of that boy's face. It was odd. I can never forget it. He had no nose. His lips were also absent, completely missing at the upper part. Instead, his upper teeth were visible. As I looked back to ascertain what had just occurred, there was nothing there anymore. Regardless, I felt this urgency to leave, so I hopped back on my bike. From the rear, on my left side, I heard a voice say, "Let's play." My feet were scraped and bleeding, yet I pedaled desperately. I could not bring myself to sing or hum anymore. Driven by sheer and cold fear, I rushed to my friend's house without any delay. During the journey, there were moments when the pedals felt unnaturally heavy. Reciting every sutra I knew, I arrived at my childhood friend's house, tears streaming down my face. They sprinkled salt around me, and from that point on, nothing abnormal occurred. But I can't help but wonder, what exactly happened that day? The summer passed without me ever finding out. It was my first and last encounter with the supernatural. allow me to share a strange incident from my childhood. A kind of psychic encounter. Growing up, my parents were always working, and my younger brother and I spent a lot of time at our maternal grandparents' house. Our cousin, close in age, often joined us in our adventures. At night, I'd bunk with my cousin in my grandmother's room, at the far end. Little did I know at the time, this room had some history. Apparently, my mother had experienced something in there. Fast forward to my elementary school days. One night, I could not sleep, and my wide eyes were fixated at the foot of the bed. Something caught my attention at the upper end of my vision. Something dark. I looked up and simultaneously jumped backwards, clinging to the ceiling, head bending diagonally towards me, an old woman. Looking back, it sounds fictional, but it was very real, and it scared me senseless at the time. I clung onto my cousin and shut my eyes. The details that followed are a bit fuzzy. I've had my fair share of weird experiences. It may be linked to my mother's spiritual nature. Discussing this with her, she shared with me her own unnerving encounters. When she was single, she used to sleep in that back room of our old house, a traditional style minka. During her nights there, she had this ever-present feeling that something was off, a feeling of something approaching. Gradually, she started hearing someone breathing, and then something appeared on her futon. A black, smoky mass with a single human eye. This entity made contact, grinned, and let out a horrible laugh. The closet in the tatami room, that was another experience. Despite repeatedly closing it, it would always slightly open. She said she felt as if many eyes were peering through the gap. Terrified by these occurrences, my mother decided to stay at a friend's house. Her younger brother, who had been staying in a boarding house, decided to investigate. He slept in her room for one night, and whilst she is still unsure whether he made this up or if his report was indeed genuine, he claimed to have been strangled by an unseen force. Concerned, my grandparents, who had not experienced anything strange, called in a monk for an exorcism. The monk cleansed the room and offered an explanation for the strange occurrences. It turned out that our family had been burying deceased members in the backyard rather than in proper graves. Bamboo had grown over these makeshift burial sites, pushing the buried bones to the surface, right underneath my mother's room. So, I was thinking of visiting my parents' house in the countryside after a long time. I gave them a call and my dad picked up.
Oh?
What's up? I just suddenly got tomorrow and the day after off. Thinking of heading home. Sure thing. I'll let Mum know. Safe travels. He seemed quite happy about it. Now, my folks live in this place surrounded by mountains, about an hour and a half away by car. When I hit the entrance of the village, I bumped into a childhood friend. Hey, long time no see. Are you back for a visit? Yeah, I got a bit of a break. Is it close to your place? Do you want to ride? Yeah, thanks. Sorry to bother. 5 minutes from the village entrance to the house, we were reminiscing about old times on the way. I got home and I yelled, "Hey, I'm home." My dad popped out, but for some reason, I felt off. His face was expressionless, and his gaze was all over the place. Welcome back. There's a festival in the mountain square soon, so go. Bring your friend. Oddly monotone, my friend nudges me. Let's go. Let's go. I felt weird about the vibe, but I decided to go along. On our way though, my friend says, "Don't go in." He said it with such seriousness, but we ended up continuing anyway. My friend takes off running, and I follow suit. Eventually, we hit the square. This open, forestry area. There was a shrine-like building at the end. It's eerily quiet, and the fact that the sun had set added to the unease. There's no festival here, I uttered to myself. Out of nowhere, a figure like a Shinto priest. It appears and starts chanting mysterious words with closed eyes. Drums and flutes start playing, and suddenly, figures begin emerging from the shadows. Everyone's wearing these weird masks and fancy costumes. They're forming a circle around us. They light up their torches, and they begin this bizarre, fast dance. The whole scene, it gives me the creeps. I told my friend, "Hey, let's go home." But he was mesmerized, seemingly enjoying the dance. I noticed a gap in a thin part of the circle. "Hey, let's run," I said, and I bolted out of there. I made it back to the village, but my friend did not follow. I didn't have the nerve to go back, so I sprinted home and asked my dad for help. I got home. Dad is standing at the door. "Dad, it's bad, that guy, he..." "It looks like it ended well," he said. "What?" I'm clueless, and my dad asks, "Can you say that guy's name?" I freeze, and it hits me. I can't remember his name. I can't even remember his face, even though we were just together. That's not a friend. It is a spirit, rooted in this land for ages. When I saw him, he looked like a child. He tends to possess outsiders who come into the village like you, infect them with a sense of familiarity. I froze. It's true. I have no memory of him. I do not know him. I've never met him before. When I drove into town, my mind was overcome with memories of growing up with him, playing with him. But now, there is nothing. What about the masked people too? What are they? The masked people? There should have only been him there. I tell him what happened and he says, maybe those masks were to bring the spirit back. Sometimes, it's better not to know. Let's keep it a secret from him. If he hears us speaking of it, he might come back. The next day, passing by the village entrance where that spirit was, there is a small Jizo statue. It is the same person I encountered yesterday, preserved in stone, with a heartless and mischievous look on his face. Hey guys, Ivy here. If you're still here, I'd like to thank you so much for listening to tonight's stories. I hope you enjoyed them as much as I always enjoy reading them for you. Before we go, if I could ask a quick favor. If you feel I've earned it, I'd really appreciate if you could like the video. This is a huge help to me and to the growth of this channel. If you're new here, don't forget to subscribe for fresh new scary stories translated from Asia weekly. Did you guys have a favorite story tonight? If so, let me know about it down in the comments below. And don't forget, if there's a particular topic of story you'd like to hear, or perhaps a country or region that you'd like to hear some stories from, let me know down below and I'll see what I can find. Alrighty guys, that's about it from me tonight. You'll find some links up on your screen right now if you'd like to continue listening to more scary stories. But otherwise, thank you so much for your support, and I'll see you all next week. Sweet dreams.